2023 version of the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit. I'm Ed Martin. It's great to be here with you. I'm here in our Washington, D.C. office of the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. We love this event. Phyllis, our founder, our mentor, the late Phyllis Schlafly, she loved the Collegians events. She used to talk about them all the time because of the young people, but also for the chance to bring to the young people interesting, qualified speakers who can talk about what's happening and what's going to happen, what we need to do. So we're excited to be together. We have hours now of speakers, 20 minutes at a time. We have elected officials, former officials in the government. We have experts on policy issues, authors. We'll cover a lot of ground. Family members, one of the January 6th defendants' family members will be with us. Got a lot to cover, so we'll get right to it. Let's begin, as we do everything in our organization and our work, with a prayer, a word of prayer. We turn to the Lord now. We ask His blessing. So if you'll join me, I'm going to read from Isaiah, a verse that many of us know and think and remember fondly. So from chapter 40, verses 28 through 31. Join me in prayer. Hast thou not known? Hast thou not heard? That the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding. He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increaseth strength. Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Lord, bless our time together, bless our Eagles, and bless the work we're doing, and bless our nation. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, so our first guest is Mike Howell. You know, we're talking to Mike off the air. He and I were visiting. He is a perfect example of someone who took his interest, his expertise in and out of government work. He worked for a while on the Hill. He worked in the administration, the Trump administration, and currently he is heading up an oversight project at the Heritage Foundation, which we're going to talk about that with him. He's a graduate of Duke University and also Emory University School of Law, so he's an attorney among other things. And so welcome, Mike. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me, Ed.
So first, that trajectory, where our students are college students, you know, when we send out an email, we email out to like 49,000 Eagles, invite all these college students, and we get college students looking. Your career, did you always think you'd work in and around policy and stuff? Is that what you thought, or what's your back? How'd you get here?
That's a great question. So a little bit. In college, I was definitely politically inclined, law school, whatnot. But when I went to law school, the dream was go into corporate law. You know, go up to New York, get a job at a big firm, cash a big check. I figured out pretty quickly into law school that was not my calling. At the end of the day, you're moving semicolons on a legal agreement for some foreign corporate interest, and it's not really rewarding work. And this was at the beginning of the Obama years. So I found myself, much to the detriment of my studies, watching cable news, reading, early social media and following politics, and figured out, like, this is where I'm passionate, where my passion is. I got to get involved. And so altered the course, pointed away from the firm kind of objective, and here I am in D.C.
All right, so Heritage Foundation, you head up what's called the Oversight Project at Heritage Foundation. We're going to have congressmen in after you. We're going to have some. A DOJ official, Jeff Clark, and all. But what you're doing is what this project. Talk to our collegians. What does it mean? Oversight, is that the House's function? Is that House and Senate? Is it what does it mean?
Yeah, great question. I think it's so important because traditionally, this is what I thought when I was in law school. The role of Congress is merely just to pass laws. But they have this whole other function called congressional oversight. It's an implied authority from the Constitution that if Congress is going to legislate knowingly and be informed, they have to have access to information. And as we've seen over the decades where Congress has failed to legislate in a positive, meaningful way, a lot of their activity has shifted to oversight. It's playing catch up versus the administrative state, trying to figure out what's going on, investigations, public hearings, etc. And so this function is not just the House. The Senate has oversight power as well. There's also oversight capabilities within the federal government, within the inspectors general community. You have these in-house, basically, special investigators at every agency. And then it's also external to Capitol Hill and what we're doing at Heritage. Everyone watching this video has a right under the Freedom of Information laws, not only in the federal government, but in their states. And so that's what we do. We enter into the oversight world as a nonprofit and litigate and try to get information out to the public in an educational way so we can actually right the ship with accurate and timely information.
Mike Howell's our guest, and Mike, I'm sorry, remind me, I don't see it in my notes, Heritage Oversight Project, what's your best website for that?
So if you go on Twitter, which is where we post most of our investigative findings,
Yep.
it is @OversightPR. Traditionally, we're in a lot of lawsuits, I think about 30 right now.
Okay.
All of them are for documents, and we basically have a team of dedicated investigators and lawyers who will translate these deep document dives and lawsuits into, real plain English, and that's where we post them.
Mike Howell's our guest. I should have said, sorry, Maria. To my right is Maria McAuliffe, an intern at the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles in our St. Louis office out here in D.C. She may or may not be allowed to speak at some point. We'll let you know. We're going to take a vote of the viewers. But thank you for being here, Maria. And if you have questions or comments live, you can go and post them into our system. You can email them to us. We already had some we solicited, so we'll get to them. Mike, would it be safe to say this? That as the federal government has grown so massive, that oversight has become sort of necessary. I mean, you go back 150 years and they only had a budget of this big. You're like, well, I can see all that. Now, between the budget and between the budget and the regulatory state, you're like, hey, somebody's got to try to put eyes on some of this stuff. Is that a way for, if you're an 18-year-old kid, you're looking up, this is all you've ever known, this government being massive, right? This system, and an 18-year-old college student. So is that what oversight can be? And is that your point, that it's not just the House because they have power, it's all these different entities, no matter when they're in power?
Yep, that's absolutely right. Oversight is the ideal. It has not been achieved. And so as you mentioned, when the federal government was of a manageable size, you could realistically account for budgets where the money was going activity. As the administrative state has grown, the oversight capabilities have not grown with it, really.
Right.
Congress is still pretty much situated in the same committee structure as it always has been. And so there's no way Congress, a couple hundred members and staff can wrap their hands around the trillions of dollars that are flying around. Also a huge problem is a lot of the activity isn't necessarily happening within the government. You have this marriage between a lot of corporate interests and the far left, whether it's woke capital or international institutions. This is what President Obama said when he ran into that frustrating thing called the Constitution. He said, we need to pick up my phone and pen,
right,
and you're going to work around it that way. And it's called governing without government was the idea. And we're seeing this play out with the left right now, is what the government, when they run into a brick wall, they'll just get someone else to do it. That's the ESG, environmental, social governance. They're getting the corporations to do their climate change work for them. And so oversight needs a radical reinvention if we're going to have any hope of getting our hands around the full scope of the problem.
Well, and truly, it's actually both parties, right? In other words, it's not an ideological move. It's a move as a check on power, right? I mean, if an honest liberal, if there were such a thing, would agree. I'm on the website @OversightPR. I don't know when this tweet was. I'll find it in a second. Quote, here it is. Time to go on offense. We're suing the weaponized Manhattan DA. And then you go on this link to a story, a description of, I guess, a lawsuit by you guys. Walk me through the details.
So a couple months ago, of course, Alvin Bragg, a very weaponized Soros prosecutor up in Manhattan, indicted President Trump, the first indictment of a former president in our country's history. We, under our rights that are available to us in state law and information law, requested some very simple information. I wanted to know, who was Bragg communicating with in advance of the lawsuit or the indictment? For example, was he coordinating it with the Department of Justice, Biden's White House, members of Capitol Hill, et cetera?
Right.
Because we've seen a pattern now over the last few years where it's not just radical leftists acting in a little vacuum in the office that they sit. It's different functions all pushing in the same direction at the same time. It's a massive coordinated effort. And so we wanted the evidence of, hey, Bragg, who did you speak to before this indictment? And we also wanted to know, Bragg, you got this fancy white shoe law firm doing all your work for you when you command one of the biggest DA offices in the country. Show us your contract and the work you've been doing at the fancy law firm. So it's important to know that we're entitled to this information. Everyone on this call is entitled to that information. We have rights as citizens of this country to get that information. The system is so broken down now that you need a team of dedicated lawyers at a place like the Heritage Foundation or Judicial Watch or America First Legal to step in and litigate to assert that right. What should be a routine process of administration basically ChatGPT could send us these records if we
Right,
wanted to.
right.
But they're basically saying, no, we're going to make you pay for it via litigation, burn hours and whatnot, all in an effort to stonewall. And it's going to cost a lot of money on their end, taxpayers' end.
So this is another form of this lawfare, right? At this point, lawfare, it's like if you were to say there's a lawfare army, the lawfare army includes, I'm talking about the other side, the left has different units. One of the units says we're going to do the DA over here. One of the units is the lawfare blog. One of the units is the federal prosecutors. And when you go and say, hey, the rules of engagement say you have to give me these documents, they just ignore you.
Exactly. And the hypocrisy is on full display in this specific case, because you had Alvin Bragg who indicted President Trump over what basically was a document dispute about records retention.
Right.
He said your business records were not well kept. I'm going to, shoehorn you into this new law that we're, have this Looney Tunes interpretation of. And so it's a document retention business records case versus Trump. He's got the same thing versus us. He can't even keep his own records, Alvin Bragg, when he indicted the former president for the same thing. It's just this dual standard of justice that's on complete display day in and day out.
Before we got on the camera, again, we're talking with Mike Howell, and as he mentioned on Twitter, it is a great Twitter feed, I have to tell you, Mike. I know you're proud of it too, but Oversight PR, at Oversight PR. But before we got in, and we were talking as we got ready, and you were saying, look, at this point, when you see the Hunter Biden plea deal, and you look at this mess, more and more Americans from the bottom up are saying, we got to stop this corruption. How are you sure? Are you sure that people see it, or is the media, gonna lose it again? I mean, that we're gonna end up talking about the submarine. I'm sorry, there's 5 people in a submarine that went to the Titanic. Myself, I wouldn't have done that. That's not my thing. I feel claustrophobic talking about it. But the news covered it all day long, while Hunter Biden's plea deal was like blipping in and out. Are people going to get it?
I think so. And I think we're in an interesting historical time where a lot of assumptions are going to be checked. I think President Biden and his handlers and cronies think that they can completely control the narrative through legacy media. And I get frustrated when I hear conservative members on Capitol Hill and other conservatives say, we're never going to break through unless we get the media to do this reporting. We need to give up on the idea that CNN, New York Times, are ever going to come to terms with this, because that's the only way we can actually start to get the message out. We cannot count on them to be honest brokers. And one of the big reasons is because they're part of this corruption narrative. It has been the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, MSNBCs, who have been part of the cover-ups going back years, the Russia hoax, etc. They're not going to expose themselves, and we shouldn't be sitting there frustrated every day that CNN is not going to do that. And so I do think that it's starting to resonate with the American people, and this shows up in polling, that they understand there's a massive corruption problem, and Biden and the left and the media are at the center of it. And so we need to just keep getting that information out, pounding it with facts. I mean, Representative Comer, who chairs the Oversight Committee, has been producing literal bank receipts after bank receipts of just this shady network of LLCs taking in money from foreign adversaries. The American people get that. He's literally shown the receipts for the corruption.
So that's another question. That Republicans win the House, the Republicans don't win the Senate. Are the Republicans doing enough oversight for you? When you look at it, are you saying, okay, guys, you're on the right track, let's keep going? Are you saying they're missing whole things? One part of that, I heard someone make the argument to me. They said, hey, look, everybody knows Hunter Biden is a crackhead and a mess. They don't really care. They do care about I think they care about the bribing now. That's expanded. But there are a lot of people that care about the fact that we haven't had oversight on the $100 billion in the Ukraine. Right. All right. So are they doing enough? Are you? I know you're probably going to be a little bit careful about blasting too much, but what's your sense of what the House is doing?
They're not doing enough.
Okay, good.
And,
there you go.
For a couple reasons. One, it's an impossible standard to meet. The goal in my mind should be the complete de-weaponization and de-corruption of the federal government. So that's the bar we need to be striving at.
Okay.
Getting that, that is unrealistic. I think the standard should also be they're doing everything in their power to get to that point. And I don't necessarily think that's the case right now. There are some superstars. I think Comer and his oversight committee in this narrow lane of Hunter Biden corruption and getting bank receipts has been a resounding success. But then you look across the board. What we saw in the Biden first 2 years was trillions of dollars of federal spending. whether it was this infrastructure sham that didn't go to roads and bridges, whether it was the Inflation Reduction Act, which was essentially just moving money out of oil and gas states to green energy producers, quote unquote, whatever that means, or if it, this CHIPS bill, just money for semiconductors that can be made in China. And then also the American Rescue Plan Act, which was supposed to be for COVID. It just went and bailed out blue cities' budgets. All these things I just listed amount to trillions and trillions of dollars. I haven't seen any accounting of that, let alone the Ukraine funding.
Right.
Who has even given a simple breakdown of where the Ukraine money's gone? And it's because Congress isn't constructed in a way to do that. We were calling at the beginning of the administration of a real major ramp up of congressional oversight authority, to mean you got to staff up with seasoned prosecutors, academics, investigators, people who've carried guns in law enforcement before, not just Hill staff, with all credit to Hill staff, former and current like myself, but you need people who've been out there. You need forensic accountants. And you can't just ask Jim Jordan and Comer, who are terrific in their own right, to do all this themselves. And so Congress needs to change with the times and ramp up their own authority. And we saw them just sacrifice a ton of authority. They were about to hold FBI Director Wray in contempt. Wray wouldn't turn over a single document to one document,
right.
An unclassified document. And the House said, if you don't give it to us, we're going to hold you in contempt. And then they balked and they backed down and they let Wray keep the document and didn't hold him in contempt. And so Congress isn't even asserting themselves enough.
Yeah. Mike, I've just got a couple minutes left. You told me once recently that it's hard to get young people to come up here to work. They don't make enough money. It's a tough place to live somewhat. But you also said it's the jobs of your lifetime. I mean, there's really interesting work. So one thing is maybe a pitch on that people could come here and work after college. The other one is our theme for the collegians, for our Collegians Summit, is the power of patriotism. And a lot of what I hear you say is that things are off balance. But I also know you enough to know that your sort of happy warrior mentality is, we got plenty of ways to fix it. That's part of the American sort of way, is we'll fix it. We might mess it up. We might even break it a little bit, but we'll fix it. A couple things to comment as we're winding down.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in order to be like an optimistic warrior, we should take account of the fact that we have the most important thing on our side. That's the truth. And I think the American people are also with us. When you see what the radical left is doing, my estimation is about 5 to 10% of this country who's adopted that radical ideology. They've just so captured the most important levers in this country. And so we have the truth on our side. Things like, there is a difference between a man and a woman. Right. It is unacceptable to take foreign bribes if you're the vice president. Basic things that wouldn't have been debatable for the history of this country. And it's just about, breaking through. And also the thread we have running through the history of the conservative movement is something that the left doesn't have, which is patriotism. And I think if you combine all of those variables, patriotism, the fact that we have truth, that we're fighting to save this country, it is an immensely rewarding fight to get involved in. And there's not a lot of barriers to entry, to be honest with you. It takes people who want to roll up their sleeves and fight the good fight. And it's a fight well worth fighting.
Maria, I'm going to give you a chance. You got anything for Mike before you want to give me your resume? Slide your resume? No, go ahead.
I do just want to give you my compliments. I think that everything that you said really reflects the theme of patriotism, and honestly, I think the Heritage Action Program really does a great job of projecting that. Especially, I love the Twitter personally,
Yeah.
And so just want to give my compliments to you.
Thank you very much.
At Oversight PR is their Twitter feed. Don't encourage him. He's already insufferable. But all right, Mike, thank you. Thanks very much. Again, we'll put up on social media at Oversight PR. I got to say, Mike's really accessible. Heritage has great programs for students, and so thank you, Mike. And we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's the 2023 Collegians Summit. Back in a moment. Welcome back to Phyllis Schlafly's Collegians Summit 2023. Honored to have as a repeat guest, Congressman Pete Sessions, the 17th District of Texas. I remember vividly, you were in a dogfight for that race, and you got endorsed by the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles and all, and it just went right over that. That was the end of that. That was the end of your opponents. I don't know if they dropped out, but that was close.
Well, it's important to remember, in Waco as in heaven.
Good, fair enough. In fact, Waco, that's a great thing to remind us. Our former chairman of the Eagles, the great Helen Marie Taylor, was born and raised in Waco and spent tons of time. The Helen Marie Taylor Museum of Waco History is right there. You took a tour of that. You helped with some of the, remember we had trees down or something? You fixed that. Anyway, Congressman Pete Sessions is also a senior member of the Financial Services Committee, chairs a committee of the Oversight Committee, am I getting this right, for government employees?
Operations.
Okay, so welcome. How's it going?
Thank you. Born, raised, live in Waco.
That's right.
too.
That's right.
I mean,
Okay,
that's not all bad.
That's I didn't. Nobody said it was bad.
Now, I hate to say this, but who is a great young leader that is in our office, that's in our intern program?
I have no idea.
Oh, come on now.
I have no idea. That's true. What Maria was in before, this is my daughter Madeline Martin, who is interning in your office. So
Second summer.
Second summer, that's right. She didn't scare her off. Yeah. All right, now, you've been in the minority, you've been in the majority in the House. And when you're talking, our audience is college kids.
Yeah.
What's the difference in terms of how you can make things work or not work, stop them if the other side's in charge? How does it, in this moment in history, how does it work?
Well, you've asked a good question, Martin, but I want to go back and say I came into the majority. And I've been here 25 years. In 1997, we balanced the budget. Had a balanced budget. And we did it amazingly because we, first of all, had aimed for it and talked about it. But what we did is we had taxes codes that were the rates were so high that when you cut taxes, you spur the economy. More money comes in. So during my period of time, I have been in the majority, I've been in the minority, and I'm in the majority again. And the answer is every single chairmanship is then the majority party. Right. And every single subcommittee chairmanship. And that's where all the power lies. And this is where we have to effectively use the power messaging that we have, and we can set the agenda. So that's the difference of right off the top.
But Mike Howell was here. You were saying hello to him as you're leaving. He does oversight. And I was saying to him, Mike, the reason why oversight's so important today, maybe in history, is because 150 years ago, the budget was this big. Now the budget's this big and the regulations are this big. So you got to have somebody try to watch it, right? Now, go to government operations, one of your subcommittees. That's all the federal employees, right?
Government operations across the whole government, that's we have oversight, not original jurisdiction.
Right.
But the oversight for that, and I'm the chairman of that committee.
But that means, again, if that committee existed 150 years ago, there might have been this many units in it. Today, there's this many, including a lot of the things that a lot of the areas that people just don't have any confidence anymore, right? They don't have confidence the IRS is fair. Today, they don't have confidence that maybe the DOJ, its plea deals are fair. I mean, you have your own history. Your father famously, your late father, famously a federal judge and the head of the FBI. I mean, how do we get that confidence back? College kids don't know. They're 20 years old. They don't know any different. They've only seen this.
Well, these are all good questions. So the confidence level comes with oversight and opening things to the daylight. Mm-hmm. There's an old adage, best disinfectant
sunlight
is sunlight, and that is opening things up. So look, there are people, and we are speaking to students, and we are speaking to people who probably already have an idea about right, wrong, good, bad. I'm an Eagle Scout, started this way. But I was also raised in a period of time when the differences were not as great. And it was, I'm not going to say easier, because our country's been through McCarthyism in 1928. We don't have to forget. We shouldn't forget. You know, Roosevelt wanted to pack the Supreme Court during his time.
Right.
What is important to note is that if students apply some bit of time to understanding who we are and what we stand for, socialism literally equals we're desperation, unemployment, rules and regulations that take away from people their own rights.
Right.
And socialism leads directly then to communism, because there's a breakdown of society, there's a breakdown of rule of law, there's a breakdown of entrepreneurism. There are all these breakdowns. So the thing our students need to understand is that we believe that freedom, followed by rule of law, followed by capitalism, is exactly how you best build not just a big dream, but a big country.
I know you. I sent you this, but now that's the theme of this Collegian Summit is the power of patriotism, not just patriotism, because patriotism is interesting and we all care about our history and all, and hopefully we celebrate it. Some people don't, but the power of patriotism to bring us together. And again, you've been at this part of it, public service, for 25 years, but you've been, in the whole Eagle Scout, all this. It feels like,
Americanism.
it feels like we're at a funny, not a great. Young people are looking up, going. They tell us we're a racist country. They tell us we're a sexist country. They tell us all these things, and yet patriotism knits us together, right? I mean, this is one of the challenges.
Well, whenever I had a young man who is just now out of the Marine Corps visiting me, an African-American man, now works for the post office, and I said something to him like what you did. I said, to be the stronger American, all you have to do is go overseas and serve in the Marine Corps. He said, absolutely. We live in the greatest country in the world. I've been to some places that aren't so great.
Right.
America is the greatest nation, but as Ronald Reagan said, but we have to be good people and we have to aim for that. So I would say to all of our students, any study of Americanism will yield itself to greatness, honor, tradition, the things that lead the world. So another thing you can remember, when America is at its best, so is the world. And likewise is true when America is not at its best, when it argues with itself, when it dilutes its own strength, the world is bad too.
We're talking with Congressman Pete Sessions, 17th Congressional District of Texas. So back for a second to how Congress works. Can you tell our collegians briefly, you served as Rules Committee Chairman for a period of time, which is a real pain in the tail because it's a lot of work. And can you explain how the House works? Because people hear that, they've got people from different committees. How does the Rules Committee work? Then back to financial services and oversight, what that means to people.
Well, essentially, we work off what's called jurisdiction.
Okay.
And when a bill is brought forth, somebody writes a bill, somebody has an idea, it has jurisdiction into our committees. Secondly, we have policy committees and we have appropriations committees.
Okay.
Policy is where the words all get put into what law is.
Right.
About what we're aiming at, the philosophy. Money, appropriations is money. and there's too much of it. And we are spending so much money that Republicans actually won the majority off this issue almost alone. And what we have to do is bring people up who are young conservatives and put them into these circumstances of policy. An example might be Jim Jordan, who is over at Judiciary. Perhaps it is my committee, government reform, government oversight. James Comer from Kentucky. And these young men as chairmen then hold people accountable, pass rules, laws, and at some point when they come through a subcommittee, a committee, if they're gonna go something that would be on the floor, they gotta come to the Rules Committee.
And that's like a gatekeeper, right? When you
We
hear
could
that
call it.
conversation, when you
It
hear
is that
when you
term.
hear that, when people hear, oh, it's in the Rules Committee, there's a Rules Committee fight, that's where that is, right?
And it is a fight. And the bills come forth, they are able to be amended by the committees of jurisdiction. When it comes to the Rules Committee, anybody in Congress can come and bring an idea
Oh, I
to
see.
change that.
Huh.
And so we are, in the House, what cloture is to the Senate.
I see.
They have 100 members. We have 435. We have to have a process. So the organization of the House is done by the Rules Committee. When we're going to have votes, when we're going to have debates, who can debate that, what is made in order to be debated, what can be overridden by a vote, what has what's called a point of order against it that says that the speaker who sits in the chair, not the speaker, but the person who's in charge at that time, the Rules Committee tell that speaker, here's what the rules are, and you will abide by those rules, and then they hold them accountable.
But earlier today, I don't know if you saw it, I might be jumping on you. President Trump said he was going to get in office and he was going to look at impoundment. He was going to look at impoundment, and that there was, I think there's Congress passed a law that said you can't impound stuff. If we pass it, you sign it, or we override your veto, you got to spend it that way. And it was a political, he's making a political argument about how much spending there is. But I suppose that sets up there is this balance, and even against a Republican president, you'd have guys in Congress of the same party saying, we've got this role, right?
Well, Article 1, we've got this thing called the Constitution.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Article 1, House of Representatives, United States Senate, the
Right.
legislature. Article 2, the administration
Right.
and all the agencies. Article 3, judges.
Right.
This is co-equals with balance of power enumerated in the Constitution. Here's what their job is. Here's what power they have. Here's how they work together.
Right.
And then we have to make it work. So a president a long, long time ago started saying, I don't like this that's on this bill. I want to be able to come and arbitrarily take this part out.
Right.
And Supreme Court ruled, no, you can't do that. They gave it to you in total.
Right.
Well, the same thing is true of appropriations.
Right.
So as best I can tell you, each president has pretty good sway over how much money is
Right,
spent.
right.
But you also see where they present a budget too. And almost universally, the president's budget is turned down right off the bat.
Right. All right, last line of questions. A lot of people are worried about not just privacy, but government intrusion, the power of law enforcement. You know, you can make it easy and go, oh, FISA courts, you know, but generally, broadly, people feel a certain way. What's the reality? You've seen under the hood. I mean, what's the reality? Are you, when you look at things that are happening, are you saying to yourself, boy, law enforcement, intelligence community, some of those people are really out of control? Or are you saying you're worried about, how does it really look?
I believe that we could go to several issues, and one we would call Hunter Biden or President Donald Trump. And I believe in both instances that we have seen where the Department of Justice is not balanced to where they properly are after something that might be balanced. I'll use that word again.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, it was under Donald Trump's administration that he got impeached. The FBI, the Department of Justice, played a key role in both of those piece parts. And so it shows you that the Department of Justice has the ability, what they think, to follow the law, and yet when it's with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, they didn't even get engaged
Right.
until we in the House of Representatives, Government Reform and Oversight, until we pushed them. They have been pushed to be fair, even against that side. So some would say there's a politicalization problem that we have at the FBI, or Department of Justice. Oh, by the way, my dad was the FBI director for President Clinton and fought with Janet Reno, and Janet Reno was trying to politicize the FBI just as Attorney General Holder did, and the Attorney General since, for the FBI to become engaged in things
Right.
that they should not have done. So that's the world we live in, Ed.
Last question, elections. I've heard you talk about how important it is to protect elections. Have we done enough? Are we seeing enough done? The dramatic Republican National Committee announces they're going to become really good at ballot harvesting. I'm all for that, but that's not a systemic, as you said earlier, transparency, auditability of election systems. Are we getting enough done?
You know, I think not. And I think, Ed, that what we need is people just like that are listening to this, and young people to know that we have a system of openness, and where someone sees something that's wrong, there should be the people who run the election should open themselves up and say, check my math. And in fact, whether it is Georgia and 2,000 mules,
Right.
or whether it is Texas where there's a challenge, the people who are running elections hide and do not provide answers, and they act like they are above reproach. That is wrong.
Yeah. All right, Pete Sessions, as always, thank you for taking in wayward interns and otherwise helping
We
and
turn
being
them
part
into
of.
great young Americans.
There you go. Well, if you're watching this and you're a collegian, the automatic intern and Congressman Pete Sessions' office, send us your information. We will take a break and we'll be right back here at the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit 2023. Be back in a moment. Welcome back to the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit 2023. It is great to be together. Don't forget, if you have comments or questions and you're watching live, you can put them into the comments. Ryan will get them. He'll get them to me. We have a few. Also, if you we solicited questions in the weeks before this, so we've got some lined up. We'll get to those as we go, and so thank you for that in advance. And don't forget, visit phyllisschlafly.com as we refer to different aspects of our work. It's there. You can find most of it. Our next guest, another congressman, Congressman Barry Loudermilk of Georgia. It's the 11th Congressional District. He served in the military. He was mentioning off air that he did intelligence work in the military, owned a business, served in the Georgia legislature, and currently, as I mentioned, represents the 11th Congressional District in Georgia. So, Congressman, welcome. We're talking to college students. I wanted you to explain something, though. You know, I come from St. Louis, and Phyllis is from Illinois. And so for, I don't know, a couple of years, everyone talked about how the House Administration Committee, if we got the majority, a guy named Rodney Davis from Southern Illinois would be the chair. And he was sort of, I don't know if groomed is the right word, but he'd been thinking I think he was the minority member, right? Yep. And he didn't win his election. So lo and behold, what people say is one of the 2 or 3 more important chairmanships, especially practically. There's some other ones that are, you end up that chair. So first of all, were you ready for that? Did you see that coming? Did you lay it in bed as a boy and think someday I'll be the chairman of the House Administrations Committee?
Well, as the way it worked out, I mean, the press went absolutely crazy when I was a senior Republican on the committee because of the false allegations they made against me about giving reconnaissance tours of the Capitol. Right. And so the press went absolutely nuts on it. But one of the things that the speaker had in mind, and as it ended up, I didn't end up being the chair of the full House Administration Committee, but we created a special subcommittee that kind of balances between House Administration and working in the Speaker's office. But we put it under House Administration so it would have natural jurisdictional boundaries. And the purpose of the committee is to actually have oversight over over Capitol Hill that we've never had before. Our normal jurisdiction is everything from Library of Congress to security of the Capitol, the Smithsonian's, the Botanic Gardens, right. The food services that's here, everything that happens on Capitol Hill, as well as the administration of the House of Representatives. However, there was one special area that the Speaker wanted me to focus my efforts, and that was what really happened on January 6th and the actions of the Select Committee on January 6th. Right. So while we're doing some of the other things, like we had a big hearing last week on the Office of Congressional Ethics, to where it was uncovered that the Chief Counsel, the guy who is supposedly holding members of Congress in check for ethics, has been arrested on numerous occasions and has even had sexual harassment charges against him. And this is the guy that's over the ethics, right? Wow. So we're actually uncovering a lot of the corruption, if you will, that's on Capitol Hill. But the majority of my time, 85% of my time that I'm here and I'm awake, is dealing with what really happened on January 6th.
Congressman Barry Loudermilk is our guest, and I should say your staff has been very kind to me. I represent a couple of the guys that are in trouble for January 6th, and I serve on one of the boards, so they've been great at helping me go and see the video and all that. Watch this. So what really happened? I mean, or let me say it, don't try to answer that yet. When might we know more? Or when might we be able to put the mosaic together better?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know that I have a solid answer on it because we are looking for the truth. And the truth is a lot harder to get to versus having a preconceived idea of what you wanted to happen and then just selecting evidence to support that theory. That's what the Select Committee on January 6th did. We're coming at this from a truly objective approach. Go where the facts lead. And so it's taking time, but also we're kind of working in the shadows, if you will, because we're not doing this to just get press coverage. We want to get to the real truth of what happened. We're actually a little further along than I thought we would be at this time. I'm hoping by the end of the year we'll have a good snapshot of really what transpired, what happened. Look, there was bad people that did bad things that day. There's no doubt about it. There are people that broke the law. But what we're trying to find out is how did these folks get into the Capitol? it's unusual for a protest, even of this size, to turn violent that quickly.
Right.
But also, where was the failures in our security? Why were we not ready for this to happen? And so as our focus has been really on where were the security failures, how did the breach of the Capitol happen, you start uncovering other things, other suspicious things, and you run down those trails. And a lot of them turn out to be, I mean, there's more conspiracy theories on
Yeah,
January
right.
6th than you could put in the Encyclopedia Britannica, right? And so it's a challenge to run down every one of those theories. And I'd say most of them that we've found a reasonable answer to why something happened. For instance, there's been the videos of the Capitol Police supposedly opening doors and letting protesters in. Well, what we found out through a lot of investigation, a lot of looking at different camera angles, is they were actually trying to get some protesters that they had corralled and get them out of the Capitol. They opened a fire exit door, which cannot be relocked without somebody coming with a key to relock it. So when they opened those doors, the crowds were able to come in.
I see.
But there's other things that we're still looking into, and one that we just released a couple of weeks ago was that we know that there were plainclothes law enforcement officers in the crowd, which
Right.
doesn't surprise me. You would expect there to be some.
Have to be, yeah.
But there was at least one instance of one encouraging people to go into the Capitol.
Right.
So,
So I probably want to come back, but I want to go to that select committee, because if you're a defendant, and I've sat in on some of these trials, the juries in this district, they are so hostile to January 6th. And again, you're allowed to be, it's America, you're allowed to be hostile to whatever you want, right?
Right.
But at a certain point, you look at it and you say, the media has been lying about a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of times. That's one thing. But when the select committee spends millions of dollars,
18.5 million.
to selectively highlight things and not get to the bottom of other things. And I'll make a confession. Here it is. I was subpoenaed by the select committee and I ignored it. I figured, let's see if they want to come around again. You know, I just figured that, you know, are they going to go the Bannon treatment and they must not have thought. So I never got followed up. But a lot of people it was like targeted of people that they thought could help them tell the story of hate and anti-Semitism and all this cherry picking, using TV, using these. I mean, I'm for politics. I believe in politics, but that was really nasty. And how can they be held accountable?
Well, that's what we're looking at right now, is how can we hold them accountable? I mean, great illustration of how they manipulated so-called evidence to fit their narrative was what they did to me, and that was one of the first things we worked on. And I kind of felt self-serving a little bit, but let's put it in perspective. We were handed over 2 million printed pages of documents that weren't indexed very well, terabytes of data, and this is the information supposedly. We thought at the time it was all the information from the January 6th committee. We're finding out right now we're missing a lot. So we're tracking down where is that information. But somebody said, oh, it's like, you know, somebody just threw a 1,000-piece puzzle on the table and said, put it pieces together. It was worse than that. They threw it on the table and they said, oh, they didn't give you a picture. I said, no, they gave you the wrong picture.
All right,
right?
exactly,
And so we've got this wrong picture of what happened with all this information. So a good starting point was I knew what they did to me. And so what we uncovered, first of all, they actually subpoenaed 2 people that came to my office on January 5th. Now, these were just some constituents and their friends who had planned in advance to be in Washington, D.C. This family that we had met at a church, and they had volunteered with our campaign. They came to D.C. because they had never heard Donald Trump speak, and by their own words, this is the only time that they'll probably ever get to hear him, because they were convinced he had lost the election. So they weren't here to overturn anything, right? And they had never been to Washington, D.C. They had some friends from Georgia that came with them, and they asked if they could visit my office. They had never been to D.C., never met a congressman before.
Right.
So they came just like it happens anytime, right?
Yeah.
And we just took them to lunch in one of the House office buildings, showed them a couple of things, which the House office buildings were open for visitors. It was 3 days after swearing in. You got a lot of families and stuff there to the gift shop, and they left. So this January 6th committee subpoenas 2 of those visitors. And so as I'm talking to them more recently, why did they pick you guys? They said, well, we had actually been contacted by federal agents because they knew we were in DC. They interviewed us. They knew we didn't even go into the Capitol January 6th. They saw things weren't looking right and they left. So apparently maybe the FBI or Homeland Security turned those names over. Well, that wasn't good enough for the January 6th committee because they needed this. They were trying to build a narrative that there were Republicans involved in a conspiracy.
Right.
And I was low-hanging fruit.
Right.
So through looking through all the evidence that they obtained, we were able to show that they knew, the committee knew a full month before they made the accusation against me that there was nothing to it. They had subpoenaed these 2 people, but they subpoenaed them because they used a debit card to buy a gift in the gift shop, right? So that's how they knew they were there.
Right.
Big crime.
Right.
But they had subpoenaed them, deposed them, and actually took all the information off their phones. And the videos that they took from those people proved that there was nothing to it. But the committee then took certain camera angles and edited the surveillance camera to make it look like there was something nefarious going on when there wasn't, and they knew it a month before. And then when the Capitol Police came out with a letter, said, we've looked at all the video angles, there's nothing even suspicious here, that Loudermilk has done nothing wrong, then they doubled down and made another level of accusation. In 1 week, I got 200 death threats for being a traitor. I mean, and so they didn't come to me and ask me to come speak to them. They went to the media and told the media that that they were asking me to come in.
That's my point. That's my point. Again, you tell me. You and Congressman Sessions. Jason Smith's going to be here later. Right. It's tough business, and sometimes you're in a business, even amongst the 435. You break your word or whatever. But that's such bad faith.
It is, and
with American citizens. Again, you go and listen to these juries. And they're sending people away for years, and they're getting death threats against you. And why? For this deranged notion to define something. But here's the problem: it kind of worked, didn't it?
It did. But even this weekend, my wife was reading me some things off of Facebook. We posted something about Juneteenth and the history of Juneteenth, and some guy comes on and he starts blasting me just because they do that, and then this guy in our district goes to my defense, says, I think he's a good guy, he's doing a good job. And some other lady goes, what do you mean good job? He's a traitor. I saw the videos of where he gave reconnaissance tours.
Exactly.
And I'm like, how do you get over this? And then they have really sold it. But one of the shocking things to me was when I actually went and started looking at the 44,000 hours of video, there's no sound. There's no audio. But if you watched the January 6th committee, you heard audio with every one of them.
Made for TV with all this action that was like
that was dubbed on. They actually had a Hollywood producer in there putting this on. This was all a show. And I bring this up about accountability because one of the people that they subpoenaed who did nothing wrong came to my office, visited, went to lunch with us, left. On January 6th, never got any closer than 500 yards of the Capitol. They have ruined his life. He's already been fired from one position. Because all you got to do is Google his name, and they outed his name in the final report, which was a lie that he was given a reconnaissance tour of the Capitol, and they've ruined his life. They have to be held accountable.
But so now let me say this about this for people like later on this in the Collegians Summit, and again we're talking with Congressman Barry Loudermilk. Among his roles in Congress, he does a lot. He's the chair of this committee of the House Administration, and so. But when someone acts, you have kids. When someone acts so crazy about something, you say, "What's that about? Like, what's that covering?" And sometimes it's anger or whatever. And they hated Trump. But they won. They fortified their election and they won. And yet they went through 18 months of this just dragging people, destroying them, and changing the perceived history into an armed insurrection where you still, I know you do it, I mean, I do it, you say, oh, January 6th, people say, oh, it was an armed insurrection. And why? Like what? In other words, you usually don't act like that if you're not covering something up. That's how it feels. That's how it feels. I mean, I'm not saying I know. That's your job to find out to know. But I mean, such bad faith.
And a lot of it we're looking at is we got to be able to get to the truth. And then once we find the truth, then look at it. how much was spent covering it up?
Right.
You know, and we know where the security failures happened. We don't know who. I mean, there was clear intelligence there was violence against the Capitol going to happen
Right.
by certain select groups.
Right.
And that intelligence made it to the intelligence division of the Capitol Police, but they sat on it.
Right.
They never sent it. The chief didn't even know about it.
Right.
Was that purposeful? Was it accidental? Was it just incompetence? Regardless, there was a huge cover-up of that. And one of the things that we've realized now we don't have any documents of is the select committee on January 6th was split up into operational teams, okay? So they had a red team and a blue team and orange team. Well, the blue team's responsibility was uncovering where the security failures of the Capitol Police were, or the Capitol, and how this would never happen again. Well, if you went through the glossy final production report that the J6 committee put out, there's nothing in there about that. We go to look for the documents from that blue team, they're not in existence. It's like the blue team never existed. So why, one question is, why didn't you include this in your report, whether there was a failure, what happened, how did people get in? And then where are all the documents? And we do know that there was a lot of documents. This raises suspicion of a cover-up as well.
Yeah.
So
We have to finish, so I just want to finish and say this. Our next guest is Jeff Clark, who is going through a terrible set of attacks because he practiced law and happened to work for government. You happen to be a congressman and you were in the way, so they made this reconnaissance
Right.
allegation. And my point is, it's been so weaponized now against. I don't know, center right. I mean, I never asked Jeff Clark about all his politics. Maybe I will on issues. I think he's
Right.
conservative, but it's just if you're on the wrong team now, they're taking you out.
Right.
And they're not being shy about it, and they're not being slow about it. And
Right.
I don't know what that means. Most people that are conservatives and don't want to. We don't want to spend our time hating. In fact, the readings today when I went to church were about love your enemy and pray
right.
for those who persecute you. Well, that's a pretty high bar right now for me,
Yeah.
and I'm sure it is for you. But it's a problem because one side's armies are rolling over us, and a lot of us are saying, let's just make the system work better.
Right.
Well, the system is not holding off the armies.
No, it's not. It's not. And the narrative continues. You can sit in any committee meeting, and it doesn't matter what the subject matter is. Ultra MAGA Republicans
Yeah.
will be used by the Democrats, and over and over again, they want to keep that narrative going. But there's four things that I realize American people just want from their federal government: transparency, accountability, responsibility, and civility. And they're not getting any of those.
No.
And that's what we're fighting for. Myself, Jim Jordan with Judiciary and
Yeah.
the Weaponization Committee, and Jamie Comer with the Oversight Committee, we're working together on all this. And I think we're going to continue, and we're not doing it for political purposes. And that's one thing that's hard for the media to understand, is I'm not doing this for politics. I'm doing it because I love my country, and the truth needs to come out. We're never going to fix the problem unless we know what the root of the problem is.
And they pissed you off.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is-
true. That may be a little- that's
that's good. I'm happy. I'm sorry you went through it, and your wife.
Well,
but
that
you
may be
know,
a motivating factor to keep me going when the days get really
Can you
dark.
imagine when people that were thinking they got through this, and they're like, Rodney Davis, we get along with Rodney. We didn't
Yeah.
do anything to him. And they're like, oh, what? They got Loudermilk? He's the one we did the video on, you know?
I mean, Kevin McCarthy, who was minority leader at the time, he called me because we found out when I'm literally on a plane flying back home to Atlanta, was when I find out. And then my picture is on every TV screen. There's CNN, people flying to and from D.C. mostly watch CNN or MSNBC.
Yeah, of course,
I'm
yeah.
usually the only guy watching Fox, right?
Yeah.
My picture is on every screen. My wife is like, put a mask on. So I get to Atlanta and...
Is it this younger picture? No, this is maybe this job is taken
That
out
was
of
it, yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Kevin McCarthy calls, he said, of all people, why are they coming after you? I said, Kevin, I don't know, but they just picked on the wrong congressman because I'm not going to sit back and just let this blow over.
Yeah.
We're going to fight back.
Okay. Well,
So.
Thanks for coming to see
All
us.
right.
We appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thanks for the work you guys do.
We
Yeah.
appreciate it, and your staff especially. We'll take a break and come back. Jeff Clark, right after the break. You're with us for the Collegians Summit 2023. Send in your questions. I'm sorry, I was asking all the questions of Congressman Loudermilk, but I had them pent up, and we'll get to them and more after this break. Welcome back. It's Ed Martin here, and great to be with you. Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit. Lots of folks asking questions online. I will reveal that earlier today we recorded a very incredible interview with Dominik Tarczyński, the member of parliament from Poland, friend of ours. He's been at our Eagle Council. He's been at some of our events. And so we'll be playing that a little bit later, and we've got a lot more. But now, my friend Jeff Clark, who worked in the Justice Department under George W. Bush, he was at the highest level of the Trump administration as a Deputy Attorney General. I've been saying you were acting Attorney General. Weren't you acting Attorney General?
So in the Bush administration, I was a Deputy Assistant Attorney General. In the Trump administration, I was an Assistant Attorney General running one division, Senate confirmed, and then I was given the duty of running another division as an acting Assistant Attorney General.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying.
So it gets complicated.
I'm saying you were Attorney General, acting Attorney General, the whole thing. I'm just calling you General, and we'll go on. Harvard undergrad, Georgetown Law School. As I tell people all the time, in the way the system usually works, a guy like you, who is regarded by everyone as being really smart and experienced, should be practicing law and in high demand by everybody, and instead you've been attacked because you practice law in the Trump administration. I mean, that's how I describe it. We were watching Professor Eastman go through it in California. For being a lawyer's job is to make arguments to his clients and to analyze the client. We've never had this weaponization of your bar license before. You're going through that, a lot of other things. So welcome, first of all. Thanks for being with us. When you went to law school, did you want to be in that area? Did you sense that you wanted to be in? Because I would say that the experience you had was administrative, meaning sophisticated law, but managing the law. Did you say, I like that? Because you've gone deep twice in administrations.
So Ed, I think, my experience in law school, it funneled over time. So first of all, I entered the joint JD MBA program.
Oh, I see.
And I thought maybe I might go to Wall Street and be an investment banker, maybe I might become a management consultant, or maybe I might practice law. So, but I fell in love with law after the first year of law school. Yep. And then, I told them that I wasn't going to show up for the second year, which would have been at the business school. So I just went straight through for the 3 years of law school.
I got you. Okay.
And I spent my first summer at one of the major corporate law firms in Delaware because I had worked for the Delaware state government in between college and law school, doing finance policy and building economic models about taxes.
Boy, that sounds riveting. Riveting. Go ahead.
Well, I enjoyed economics a lot, and it was part of my double major in college. So, the experience there was great. They did a lot of work in front of the Chancery Court, which is a court that really is the preeminent court about corporate law in America, given all the incorporations in Delaware. And that was great. Then I came back. I did second year of law school, and then I went to a law firm called Arnold & Porter as a summer associate that summer, and I split. I did half litigation and I did half transactional work, and that convinced me that I never wanted to do transactional work. I only wanted to do litigation work. I thought that editing contracts and watching some of the negotiations is more like paint dry as compared to actually being in the fray and fighting back and forth. I have a competitive personality, so I enjoyed the fact that in litigation, they're usually one side wins and the other side loses. Yeah. It's very clear. So then I did third year, and I split my summer after third year before I went to my federal clerkship between two law firms. One that was a very liberal firm that had come out of the New Deal and created a lot of law professors. And then there was another more conservative law firm that I went to at the time, Kirkland & Ellis. I think it's largely become more leftist since then, but that's where Ken Starr was. Right. And a whole cadre of young conservative lawyers went to Kirkland in that time period because Ken was there. I was one of them. And then that positioned me well when the Bush administration started about 5 years after I finished my clerkship. I was positioned, I got this Deputy Assistant Attorney General spot running all the appellate law. So, my career, I don't think I really sketched it out. It just sort of arrived. I mean, because of the tax experience I had, one of the big New York law firms, Cravath, wanted to hire me to become a tax lawyer. That was more interesting to me than the transactional work, but not as interesting as working on Supreme Court cases in D.C.
So we're talking with Jeff Clark, and we're talking to college students. So one thing you just said is that you didn't map out your career, and I'm the same way. You kind of move along what's interesting you and you're good at, and you're kind of finding your way. After the Bush administration, so you served how many years in the Bush administration? 4, and then you go back into private practice.
Right.
So now you're in private practice in Washington, D.C., not to overstate it, but at the highest levels. I mean, you've now been litigating cases for the government under the George W. Bush. Now you're out and you've got clients, all different kinds of clients, some conservative, some liberal, some business, some whatever, right? You're in a full-blown practice.
Right.
And what happens then? Trump wins for election, and you could have been somebody who could have gone to be a judge, I guess, right? You might have been a judge.
Yes, although in the time period between Bush 43 and Trump, there was a move afoot essentially to put younger people in place. So I would have been the perfect age for a judgeship in Bush 43.
Right.
But they were putting a lot of people in who were in their 40s, or even some late 30s. And I think actually, right, there is an advantage to being older and having seen more.
Yeah.
Some of the folks, I don't think they'd necessarily seen enough, and they'd seen enough of kind of litigation shenanigans and the games the government can play. So I thought that yes, I should have been fully competitive for a judgeship, but instead I was gearing up to return to private practice, and I would have. So I was an associate before I went to the Bush Justice Department. When I went back, I became a partner, and then I was a partner through that whole period before I joined the Trump administration. And then I got up to summer of 2020.
But wait, so Trump wins, and someone says we need some good lawyers that have done this before, that know how this works, and you say I can help, I know how this works, and you go in to a Senate confirmed position that is what job?
The Assistant Attorney General of the Environment and Natural Resources Division of the Justice Department.
Now, let me say, for our collegians, when you get out of law school and you get a job in the DOJ, it's like being an associate in a law firm. You're down and you're grinding away. Then you start to get these positions that are managerial, and then this is at the highest level of the 4 or 5 positions that are supervising, and you have to go through Senate confirmation. When you went through that process, Senate confirmation, the Trump administration, it takes a while, but was it what you expected? I mean, were you confirmed in the first round under George W?
Well, no, that was a political appointment, an SES spot,
Okay.
Political, senior executive service spot, but not a PAS, not a political
Okay.
confirmation.
So this one you got, and how did the confirmation go?
The confirmation was drug out. So I was nominated by President Trump around June of 2017, so
Okay.
middle of his first year, and then had my confirmation hearing in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee a few months later. There were 4 people on the confirmation panel, 3 others beside me. One was one of my former partners at Kirkland & Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
She was up to become the head of the Office of Legal Policy at DOJ. And then there were 2 judges who actually have gotten several January 6th defendant cases, Judge McFadden and Judge Kelly.
All right.
So we're on the same panel. 90% of the questions and 100% of the hostile questions were directed by the Senate Judiciary Committee Democrats at me.
Oh, they were.
So the hearing was dominated by trying to stop me from getting confirmed.
Because why?
Because I had a very strong reputation of knowing the Justice Department well. I'd spent 4 years there before, and that I'd been a hardcore conservative, and that I was able to get things done, and that I was one of the few people who got these kinds of political appointments who could actually brief and argue my own cases,
I see.
which I continued to do in the Trump administration once I did get confirmed.
So you get confirmed what year?
So
what date?
I get confirmed in mid-October of 2018. I was held up for that long.
A year and 3 months, 15 months or 16 months.
Yeah, I mean, it was many months. It was really unprecedented.
Okay.
And the only thing that seemed to have broken the logjam actually is that right after Justice Kavanaugh got confirmed, the leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, went to the floor and he said, next week we're going to call a vote on Clark. And so I didn't even know about it. I had a friend texting me from the Senate Judiciary Committee and he said, hey, congratulations. And I said, yeah, it's so great that Justice Kavanaugh got confirmed after all of this nonsense set of attacks on him. And he said, no, I'm talking about you. And I asked him to explain what happened. He told me. I went and kind of re-rolled the tape and watched it. And then within a couple weeks, I was confirmed, and then I started.
Why? Was McConnell just mad? He was sick of the
I
Kavanaugh?
think he was finally like, it's time to, blast through some of this opposition and just set it for a vote. And, I got confirmed with a couple, 3 Democrat votes.
Okay, so you get confirmed in the fall of 18. You serve and do lots of interesting stuff. You're working hard all the way through 19 into 20. 20 goes all the way till the summer.
20 goes all the way to the summer, and then I start talking to a very prominent legal recruiter about returning to private practice.
Okay.
And then I'm actually contacted by Bill Barr and Deputy Attorney General Rosen at the time, and they asked me to take on this second division. And so, I had a choice to make. Do I continue with my plan, or do I stick around to do that? And I decided that, look, there aren't very many double assistant attorney generals on the legal market. And so certainly it would be great if I
only know of like 5 off the top of my head. So, but did those guys come to you? You would have worked with them. Rosen was your
one of my mentors at Kirkland & Ellis.
And Barr is there as AG. So was that friendly? They're like saying, "Hey,
Oh, yeah,
you're good, you're competent. We know you know how you can make trains run. We got a lot of trains, a lot of tracks crossing over. How about you do this for the next 6 months?"
Right. So the environment division is 400 lawyers, and then maybe 100 support staff or something like that, or maybe 200. And then the civil division is 1,000 lawyers. So taking on the extra 1,000 and having a total of 1,400 lawyers, and then who knows how many support staff to manage. It's a big deal. And there are 7 litigating divisions in the Justice Department, right? So to run 2 simultaneously is a pretty big deal. And I was the Assistant Attorney General they asked to run 2 at the same time.
So that's good. So you say, okay, this is good, and you go in there and you do that. And now, so insofar as it's
So I'm asked to do that. I start that in September of 2020, and then the election happens, and it's touching the election that has made me controversial.
completely.
Very, so controversial, right, that I think I've been frozen out of so-called big law practice, because I think they read the narrative, which I had seen you talking about with Representative Loudermilk. The mainstream media and the Democrats, they formulate these narratives, and untrue completely or with a grain of truth that they magnify into a mountain from a molehill. That if you're only reading the newspapers and you don't know the real inside story, then that it just becomes that's what happened, and your views and the views of other people who know you well, be damned.
How come you're not more bitter sounding? Maybe
Well-
you are when you're at home, but you always seem sort of like, okay, this is the way the cards I was dealt. I mean, in
Well-
some ways you were a bystander to the whole reason you go to law school is to make arguments, especially if your client says, tell me the arguments, right? And tell me how to understand them. And everybody that's a lawyer has clients that make bad decisions even after they get all the advice. And I'm not even saying those are bad decisions. I'm just saying being persecuted for that.
Well, I don't think I've ever given bad advice.
Well, spoken like a Georgetown law grad.
and in fact, I think that my whole career has been marked essentially by having disagreements with people other lawyers who can't see complicated issues well. They think kind of with the tools in an existing playbook or toolbox. Right. And my whole career has been built on winning big cases based on thinking in totally innovative ways about how to make arguments that other people haven't thought of. So I'm no stranger to the fact that even inside the Justice Department, right, and this has become an issue in the Barr case against me, right, they paint it as if there's a monolith of, there are people who disagreed with you and they were right and you must be wrong because you disagreed with them. And, that, first of all, misunderstands how the Justice Department works. We'd have arguments all the time. I'd argue with the career people under me. Sometimes, they would persuade me to change my mind. Other times, I would persuade them to change their mind. Or sometimes I would say, well, you haven't persuaded me, and I'm the boss, so this is what we're going to do.
Right.
It turned out that these arguments were arguments among people at the highest level of the department. And, at the time we began the argument, I was not at the highest level of the department in terms of, we're talking about the acting assistant attorney general disagreeing with me. And, but the fact that he disagrees with me, this is par for the course. And it also doesn't mean that I'm wrong, right? It just means that that's the view of, your intermediate boss. But the real issue is what's the view of the ultimate boss, Ed, which is the President of the United States, to whom the Attorney General or an acting Attorney General and everyone in the department ultimately reports to. So that's the.
Back to my question, how do you stay relatively happy and not be bitter? I mean, you're a guy that's been, Loudermilk's here and he won his re-election again, so he's here and he's giving it back to him. You basically have had to live in this world where they lied about you, or at least they maligned you by reconfiguring the facts and even reconfiguring what it means, and therefore had to live with that. I mean, yeah, we're talking to college kids, but they're watching this. They go through. Everybody goes through a hard time, but you have a certain evenness. What's it from?
It's from religious faith, Ed. I've certainly been dealt with unfairly, and I certainly think that the people on the January 6th committee in particular are truly evil. They're
The select committee that did that.
The House Select Committee on January 6th.
Right, the Thompson-Cheney deal.
Yes, the 9-0 monolith, right? They would have kabuki votes, but they were always 9-0. There's 7 Democrats and 2 supposed Republicans, but in reality, they were totally joined at the hip with the Democrats because the whole point of the operation was to create this narrative to try to feed sending a lot of people to jail who were part of the protests on January 6th, and to demonize anyone politically around President Trump. And I'm also convinced that they want to try to deep six me so that I could never return to a future Republican administration's Justice Department. They want people who are get along, go along, who are either big Democrat sympathizers or they're milquetoast, and they're more interested actually in punching their ticket, putting a new item on their resume, and then returning to private practice.
One more quick question. Jeff Clark is our guest, and we're running out of time, but the use of the bar license as a way to punish, it feels new to me, dramatically new. The left announced a 65 project or something like that, right, where they targeted any lawyers that helped with the election after the fact. And one of the ways they did that was the bar complaint. I mentioned this earlier to someone. They said the problem is if you went to the California bar and filed a bar complaint against Adam Schiff for lying, which the Durham report at least seemed to say, it probably could make the case, the bar would be so friendly to him it wouldn't process it. In the case of you, because you're conservative and Trump-ish, the bar uses its power over a license. They did it to Rudy, Sidney Powell. There's a list. That's new, right? Isn't that new?
That is new. I've written an article about it last year for Revolver that the students could look up. And, it's an effort that was started by David Brock, who's a longtime leftist activist. And he said that the goal of the project is to shame lawyers and make them toxic in their local communities. So that's what they've tried to do. It is totally new, and it's a complete attempt to strip the conservative side of the equation of the lawyers who will fight for them. As Professor Dershowitz, who's a Democrat and a longtime liberal and protector of civil rights, said it would have been unthinkable that folks would have gone after Lawrence Tribe, one of his fellow professors, for representing Al Gore in the 2000 election fight, right? That's just not, first of all, it's not even what the ethics systems are for. And we have Democrats who contested many elections. The 2004 election, we had Raskin, who was one of the prominent members of the January 6th committee, who he objected to Trump's certification in 2016. But somehow magically, if you do that on the other side, you should lose your bar license. It doesn't make any sense. It's a violation of equal protection. And let me just say this, since you're saying that our time is running short to the students, which is, look, you're going to be faced, if you go down a conservative path in any walk of life, with important choices, I think, especially as the culture gets worse and as evil rises and as politics just gets nastier and nastier, about doing the right thing or doing the expedient thing or just sitting around. And I'm here to tell you that, with God's help and with your own intestinal fortitude, you should do what's right. You should, even if it's painful, elect to do what's right. And to me, what was right in 2020, 2021 was investigating the very suspicious 2020 election.
Well, it's great you're able to be a happy warrior. I think people really feel it. I mean, and actually the only thing about it is our viewers, the collegians, probably don't realize how much junk you put up with. I mean, it never seems to end. Every time they take a break, and then they're like, oh, we have a break. Let's go after Jeff Clark again. I'm like, why don't we give that guy a break and go after, I don't know, Trump again or something? Anyway, so I'm sorry for all that, and I'm glad you're able to do it, and thank you for being with us.
Glad to be here, Ed.
Okay, all right. We'll take a break and come back. We've got lots more, including another congressman, I think. And so don't forget your comments, questions. You can post them in the screen now, or you can email them to us. PhyllisSchlafly.com is our website. We'll take a break. It's the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit. Be back in a moment. Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians 2023, our Collegians Summit. Grateful that you could be here. By the way, I didn't remind you early on, we have Phyllis's words. Phyllis was a prolific writer, and before she died, she picked out her favorite speeches. And about 6 or 8 months before she passed away, she was looking through a bunch of her old files, and she pulled out these certain speeches. We put them together in the very first volume of her writings, Phyllis Schlafly Speaks. It's volume 1. It's her favorite speeches. We've got 4 other volumes on patents, on the history of the ERA. So if you go to our website, phyllisschlafly.com, a lot of her writings are there. Especially interesting, the very first, Ryan, correct me if I'm getting it right, the very first Phyllis Schlafly report is is it Panama Canal, right? 1967, she's writing about the Panama Canal about, 11 years before Jimmy Carter gave it away. We won't focus on that. Anyway, so our next guest is Jason Smith. Congressman Jason Smith, been a frequent guest at our Collegians events, at our Eagle councils. He is a Missouri congressman. They changed it again. What is it, the second or third?
It's the 8th.
8th. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, look at that. The 8th is his district. And he's been in forever, but he's only like 42. 42? Your birthday was last week, right?
Yeah.
43?
43 now.
43. 43 years old, which is amazing because you've been in for 10 years. And he is in a very interesting position now that they have the majority. He's the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. And I was talking with your staff earlier. We were saying, coming over to this, and thank you for being here because it's a very busy time, to explain to our college kids what is a Ways and Means, what's a Ways and Means Committee. You were on the budget committee. You were one of the senior guys on the budget committee in the House, which in the Constitution it says the House shall originate the budget, right, and spending bills. So that sounds like the most important thing ever. But chairman of the Ways and Means Committee is a really big deal. So first of all, where does the name come from? Ways and Means.
So when you
Welcome,
say,
by the way. Welcome.
Thank you, Ed. It's
Yeah.
great to be here. When you say the Ways and Means Committee, it just made me think of a good friend of mine, Governor Kristi Noem, who served on the committee with me. She said that it was actually the committee of all the ways to be mean.
Really? I
Whenever
see.
you're looking at taxes or healthcare,
okay.
even trade. But it's the oldest committee in Congress. It's the only committee that is described in the Constitution of the United States. A lot of people, when they think of Ways and Means, they may think of like weights and measures, like measuring gas pumps, you know.
Right.
But in fact, all jurisdiction of tax policy is in the Ways and Means Committee. In fact, the Constitution guarantees that any revenue bills, any tax increases or tax decreases have to originate in the House Ways and Means Committee, not the Senate, but in the House. So whenever Biden was given his State of the Union talking about all these tax increases that he was doing, I just sat there and thought, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen now since Republicans control the House. But it's also the committee jurisdiction over all trade. It's a jurisdiction over half of healthcare, most of Medicare, all of Social Security, and a lot of different welfare programs.
So is that a committee that you come up working with and you say, hey, here's the skill set, I know the budget, I know, because chairman of that's got to be a challenge. You got a lot of different interests, even in your own caucus. So how do you end up in that spot? Is that a financial guy? I mean, you're a businessman, you're a farmer, you got a lot of background. How do you end up as chair of that?
Yeah, it's hard work for any leadership position in Congress, and I just worked extremely hard. I'm definitely not the most senior that was running. I'm the youngest since before the Civil War to be chairman.
Right.
But it was just being slow and steady. I've always learned that if you lay a solid foundation and you just continue to put brick after brick, it'll work out. And
but this is serious. This is serious. This is for our college kids. When you came into the Missouri House, you did the same thing. I mean, you must really have a system down in the sense that I think you were assistant speaker within a couple of years, right?
Speaker Pro Tem, yes.
In like 3 or 4 years?
And it was a few.
Right, but I mean, but you consciously said, I can do this. It's something I'm good at, I want to do, and move up. How do you now do it? Now you're Ways and Means Chairman. You're going to have to let some people down, lift some people up, right? I mean, now it's
You'll clearly make people happy and people angry.
Yeah.
the former Republican chairman, Kevin Brady,
Yeah.
gave me the best advice after I was named chairman. He's like, this is a committee that you can walk through the airport and people won't even know who you are.
Right.
He's like, but the policies and decisions you make affects every American's lives. And so don't take that lightly. And that's what I do. I think about all the time, how can I move policies forward? And when I went before the House Steering Committee, which decides who the
Right.
chairman is, I laid out a plan. I said the Republican Party is the party of the working class. We're not the party of country club Republicans.
Right.
Used to be,
Right.
we aren't today. And it's very reflective of who I represent. I represent the 9th poorest congressional district in the nation
Really?
out of 435. But it's the 6th most conservative congressional district out of 435. I mean, our federal courthouse in Cape Girardeau is called the Rush Limbaugh Federal Courthouse.
Yeah, that's true. That's
if
right.
that
yeah.
tells you.
That's right.
But my district. And so by definition, we are the working class. And that is what the Republican Party is. And so I told the steering committee is that the Ways and Means chairman needs to make sure our priorities are working class families, small businesses, and farmers. And that has apparently caused lobbyists in Washington, D.C. get a
They wrote
little
about that. They're
nervous,
like, that's not the
but
guy. That's not the one we understand.
it's
Yeah,
all right,
It's supposed to go.
but-
By the way, the famous, well, just because people want to search, there was one Ways and Means Committee chairman that got out of hand, that made the news,
I think
right?
there was a couple.
Oh, were there a couple? Wilbur Mills was the famous one, right? That's
From
like
Arkansas.
Is that right? So famous story of like ended up in the tidal basin or something, like splashing around with his girlfriend, I guess. Or
Maybe she was paid to be his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Well, that's even more exciting. Okay, so that's for the college kids. If you can turn off, I was going to say 90210, but I think it's Friends. If you can turn off Friends long enough to go check out Wilbur Mills. By the way, this is Maria, one of our interns. We'll get back to you in a second. So, what about taxes? When you don't have a guy that will work with you, you're not going to get a small tax cut through to this president, right? So are you going to fight to try to control the IRS? Later on, we're going to have Catherine Engelbrecht on. 13 years ago, she was getting worked over by the Obama IRS. We see some of that in the DNA of the Democrat administrations. Is that can Ways and Means play that oversight role too?
Absolutely. Ways and Means hasn't always been known as an oversight committee, but we literally have one of our 6 subcommittees that is strictly oversight. And it's oversight over the IRS, it's oversight over trade, it's oversight over HHS, CMS, a lot of different items. And it's oversight over different provisions of the tax code. For example, are 501c3s or C4s operating legally? Are they doing things the appropriate way? So we're going to have oversight. It's much like oversight over, I sent a letter to Ford for their joint venture with a Chinese corporation to build electric batteries in Michigan to get the electric tax credit.
Oh.
And we need some answers done.
Right, that's not exactly the point of that. By the way, remember, I think I've done this to you before, but to your point, that was a select committee. Back in the 50s, they had a select committee that they called it, they did the Cox report that was on the 501c3s because the Rockefeller Foundation, maybe another one of them, was abusing that provision. There's a lot of that. That's interesting. Sorry.
But it's various provisions of the tax code.
Right.
There's a reason why we have a tax code.
Right.
Make sure you live and operate by it. And if there's abuses, we need to figure out how to fix them.
We're talking with Congressman Jason Smith, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. If you're chairman of Ways and Means, do you stop serving on other committees as a practical matter? You do?
Yeah.
Because you're too busy?
Yep.
So that's your whole focus is Ways
That
and
is
Means?
my entire focus.
And it's more than enough, obviously. What do you think is happening? You've been a very successful elected official, meaning you've won races, tough races, you've been in competitive races, primaries, things. What's going on with the electorate for Republicans? You don't have to pick a horse. You don't have to. I don't know if you have in terms of the primary, but we're still in this time where people are really unsettled. And I think earlier we had Mike Howell, who is over at Heritage, who does oversight stuff, and he was saying that when they look and see Hunter Biden get a deal, and then you look and see Trump get indicted again, more and more voters are just thinking this isn't a very fair system. Are you feeling that? I mean, from the
People are
voters?
extremely upset. They feel like it's a two-tiered legal system, and that Republicans or conservatives are treated differently than Democrats or liberals.
Right.
And it is a growing problem. And let's be real about it. You have President Trump that has been indicted for numerous crimes where that if he was convicted would serve more than 400 years. Do you think any American would think that President Trump is guilty of serving 400 years when
Right.
when you have Hillary Clinton,
Right.
nothing ever happening to her whenever clearly she had emails that were classified. Clearly there was secret information. Clearly there was classified material discovered in our current president's parking garage next to his Corvette.
Right.
You know, and so it's maddening of how they're treating the former president. And think about it even stronger. This is the first time in the history of this nation has the leading presidential candidate against the sitting president been charged by the sitting president's Department of Justice.
Yeah. If you said
That's unconscionable.
if
Ed.
you said the country is Venezuela, we'd all, oh yeah, that happens in those countries, right? We wouldn't think it would happen here. But what's the solution? You know, what's the solution? Again, you've seen a lot. You've been at the state level. You've seen Missouri go from blue to red as a matter of politics. You've seen the country pick a Trump candidate that on trade, for example, you know, would be very different than what 10 years ago the Republican would have had on trade, right, in terms of standing up to China, and it worked. But you know, it's kind of confounding.
Truth will prevail, and truth is the solution. And I truly believe with the aggressive oversight, especially with the House Republicans controlling the House of Representatives, the oversight in bringing sunshine to the various agencies, whether it's the IRS, whether it's the Justice Department, or whether it's other agencies that clearly need to be monitored and have aggressive oversight. Jim Jordan's doing a phenomenal job on judiciary. Jamie Comer's doing a very good job in oversight. And we're going to be giving them more additional information so that they can do more work.
Can I ask you, our collegians out there, we're talking with Jason Smith, he's the chairman of Ways and Means, you got all these things to do. One thing in my head that earlier we had somebody in, and a congressman, and I was thinking, the other side will try to run out the clock though too, right? They'll bet that the election is a year away in 6 months and try to forestall. Oh, I know what it was. It was one of the guys who said they were FOIA requesting things, and they were getting the push. You know, they were getting the and delay because they hope that the thing will change over again, and it does change a lot, right? It does seem to. Is that? Do you feel like you're in a hurry because of that?
All the time. Yeah, I just don't feel like we can get enough done fast enough. We've actually had more committee hearings in my first 5 months as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee than what they did all the last 2 years. Because I'm go trying.
But
to
isn't that
get the
partly because
information.
Pelosi didn't care to have the committees do anything, right?
She
did
did it
everything from
in
her
virtual.
office.
Yep.
Right, and McCarthy has had to, Speaker McCarthy, let the guys try to do it, right? I mean, that part of it's that, and Pelosi was command control, so it's a different thing. But I didn't mean to interrupt you. But Maria, did you have any questions?
Absolutely. So I was kind of wondering if you had any advice, Congressman, for conservative collegians on how to persevere in this kind of extreme political climate that we're witnessing right now, and it's just not looking too hopeful. So I was wondering if you could.
She's
give
at
us any
Ole Miss
advice.
too. She's at Ole Miss in the South, so she's relatively sane. She's not even at.
It's better down there.
Yeah, a little
So,
better down there. Yeah.
You know, don't give up, and don't just, accept status quo. And that's in life and everything, not just in conservatism and pushing for our values, but just constantly keep fighting, don't give up. I've had so many people tell me over the years that, like, you can't do something, and that only makes me want to do it. And so, especially in this building, in this city, where people don't think that you can accomplish some big things, I think we can. I really do. Knowing that we only control half of 1/3 of government right now, I still think that there's our leverage points where we can get some wins. And that's what you have to do as a collegiate conservative, a collegiate Republican. You don't know the little things you can do to make an impact in an election or on just the philosophy that someone's trying to develop.
Congressman Chairman Smith, you went to Mizzou, and I know you didn't major in journalism because you had to actually, get a real job and all that. I think you were either ag or business or something.
Both.
But you went to a place that was famous for journalism, and I think we would have said about Mizzou, it's impressive. They had impressive journalism, history, pedigree, whatever. Now you watch the media, and actually, to your credit, you've been head down. You haven't been the focus because I don't think you give them much fodder. You're not Jim Jordan with the shirt sleeves and all that. I mean, you're just not. But the media is so dishonest about what's happening, and it's so thorough in its dishonesty. How do we fight that? I mean, how do we handle that? People say Donald Trump is this or that, and I don't recognize it because for me, I'm a conservative. Some of his policies were moderate. I mean, really moderate on lots of stuff, and yet he's made to sound like he was so far right. But the media is so unfair personally. Congressman Loudermilk was in, and that guy's like a nice guy, like really a sweet guy, like
Very
not,
good man.
and he got set up by that select committee, and the media took it. The select committee played politics. Okay, I don't like it. It was mean and evil. But the media just took it, and they ran with it, literally ran with it, and it's a lie. How do we deal with the media being so broken?
I think if you're in elected office or in public service to any degree, you're going to be attacked, and you got to be able to punch back. One thing that President Trump taught us is how to fight. As Republicans, you have to fight and push back. The media from day one targeted him, and who ever heard of fake news until Donald Trump?
Exactly.
And literally, but it absolutely branded what they do.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's crazy. Sometimes I've been in the gym in the mornings, and there's 3 TVs, and they have Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN all on there, and they've covered our committee hearings before, and I'm sitting there like 3 different perspectives, and it wasn't even the one that I had. So there was like 4, and I sat through the whole thing. I'm like, you really got that?
Yeah.
And so it's constantly just pushing out information.
Yeah. All right. Jason Smith, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, congressman from Missouri. I can tell his staffers here, he's got to go. He's got meetings all the time. So we're going to let you go anyway. We used up your time. So thank you for being here. Thanks for everything
Thanks
you're
for
doing
having me.
and for encouraging folks. That was a great soundbite in the middle about just persevering. So persevere, and we'll persevere through a break, and we'll be back. It's Ed Martin. It's the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit 2023. Send your comments and questions in. We'll get to them, and we've got a lot more. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians, our Collegians Summit 2023. Unbelievable guests all time long. Thank you for your input. We've had questions from the students. We've had some of our college students prepare questions ahead of time. So if you have any questions, get them in. Either post them online, email them to us, whatever it takes. Our next guest is a new friend of mine for the last year or so. I've gotten to know him very well, Hugh Brown. Now, Hugh Brown is probably most famous, he'll probably smile with me and agree, for being the son of Judy Brown. Judy Brown is an iconic pro-life leader. Soon after Roe v. Wade, she was involved in the battles for pro-life in the 70s, but then she started the American Life League, her own focused effort, and over all these decades, and she's still doing fine, she's still active in the effort, just slowing down a little bit. The American Life League has been fearless in laying out its marker on abortion is murder, and here's what it means. It's a life. Here's how you handle that. And celebrated the reversal of Roe v. Wade, of course, but moved on. And our next guest is Hugh Brown, I mentioned. He's the Executive Vice President of the American Life League, ALL.org. He has a report, and I worked with him on this, the 2023 report on Planned Parenthood's CEO compensation. Every college student knows that Planned Parenthood is on college campuses. I think they try to say, in most places, not the A word, abortion. They want to talk about care and health care and all, but they are primarily an abortion industry. It really is an industry, and their CEOs are paid that way. So Hugh Brown, first of all, welcome to the Collegians Summit. I know you got some college kids in your family, your own children, so it's not too foreign from you, but we're grateful to have some time with you.
Well, thank you, Ed. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, I've got two, one actually currently, and then one very shortly down at Ave Maria. So we'll have two down there.
Wow.
We're pretty excited.
Yeah, college students. All right. So Hugh, give our collegians a minute or two on your mom and your dad too, your late father. In this sense, though, I know from you, Judy Brown, is a very accomplished academic. I mean, she's a writer and all these things, but she also was an entrepreneur. She said, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to build this, and I'm not, and young people, I think, and especially in this world we're in, they look around and say, how do I go forward? Well, sometimes you go forward just by doing. So tell us about Judy Brown, please.
So I think my mother is a great example of one of the parables out of the Bible where it talks about all the talents that we have.
Right.
And do we use those talents, or do we bury them in the sand? And Judy was given the gift of intellect. I mean, as a kid growing up, it was hard to hold a candle to the fact that she mentioned she scored 1,600 on the SAT.
You told me that. I was like,
yeah.
Holy cow, that's a lot of pressure.
And I was the big dumb football player trying to get 900. So, and she was a 4.0 student at UCLA. She, when Roe versus Wade happened, she was already involved in the movement because I was born in the state of Washington 5 years before Roe versus Wade. They had put a referendum on the a state ballot initiative to legalize abortion, and it was a sermon. She was indifferent to it, but it was a sermon that changed her life, got her involved. She opposed it, and then she found herself working for National Right to Life, and in the late 70s was offered the presidency of National Right to Life, but being a practicing Catholic and someone that St. Pope John Paul II and Pope Benedict eventually leaned on for advice and guidance in many encyclicals. Later, after 1979, Judy in 1979 founded the American Life League because she believed that whether you're conceived in rape, whether you're conceived in incest, whether or not you have abnormalities, you are a human being and you deserve the same right to life that you and I share, Ed, and everyone else watching this. And so she formed the American Life League. She left National Right to Life, still had a great relationship with them up until this day, but felt that we needed a Catholic principled pro-life organization. And while we don't use the word Catholic in our name, we are very principled, and that the teachings of the Catholic Church that are 2,000 years old is essentially the natural law, and it's written on your heart and my heart, and if we accept it or not is up to us, but it's our job to defend it and to educate people in the truth, and hopefully, even the hardest of hearts, bring them to the reality that when you conceive a child, it's a human being. It's not very complicated.
We're talking again with Hugh Brown, and ALL.org is the website to go find out more about the American Life League. Hugh, you were and you mentioned you're a football player. You played major college football yourself, and now a football coach. You started a school, a high school, St. Michael the Archangel High School down in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and ran a business. You're a business guy, but you ended up in this spot. You know, you're now effectively running your mom's organization, but you are running it. Did you think you'd get there? Again, you were a kid. You played football. You built a business in printing. That path that ended up where you ended up. Maybe speak a little bit about that for college kids that are looking there going, I don't know, I'm not even sure my major yet, but I want to do something good.
All right. So to every college young person listening to this, you know, I was once you, and I went to the University of Maryland in the late 1980s to be a football player, not to be a student. And after 2 semesters, they escorted me out off campus because I had flunked out.
Wow.
It was one of the greatest things that ever happened to me. Great in that I had to go to community college. The summer leading up to that, they asked me to meet a certain criteria, which I did, but they then said it's still not good enough. And my dad wanted to fight it, but in my heart, I knew I put myself in that position. So when I got back to the University of Maryland, I earned a scholarship. I played there. I studied in criminal justice and psychology. And after all those years, once graduation came and went, my focus really was to work with my father in printing and mailing. I didn't know what I wanted to be in college. I didn't understand really what I wanted to do. I studied criminal justice and psychology, but ended up getting involved in the entrepreneurial ventures of printing, mailing, fundraising, those types of things. I never envisioned I'd be where I am. But I'll say that Judy Brown is my hero. She is absolutely courageous. She's fearless. While I mentioned that the organization is Catholic, she very much asks bishops and cardinals to be Catholic, to uphold the teachings of the Catholic Church. Joe Biden is an example. He calls himself Catholic. He's not. He hasn't been Catholic in my lifetime. I don't care what you call yourself. Your actions define who you are. And if you're not going to uphold the basic principles of our existence, you have excommunicated yourself. And so that courage has brought on a lot of friction from bishops and cardinals towards my mother, a lot of rebuke, and she holds the line. That courage is what inspired me. So when my dad got sick about 5 years ago, and he passed a year and a half ago, when he got sick, my mom needed help, I jumped in immediately. I just felt that's where the Lord wanted me. Not at all where I wanted to be, but I felt very much that's where the Lord wanted me. That's where my mom needed me. And now, you know, we're working hard and I'm having the time of my life.
So let me pause on that. I wasn't going to plan to get that. I want to get to this report, but I want to ask you a question. I know because I read it, you and also Judy had a lot to say about the Los Angeles Dodgers efforts to highlight Pride Month, and the way, one of the ways they did it was just invite this hate group to come and kind of debauch Dodger Stadium. But a different part of this question, Hugh, this has been a slope that we've been sliding down forever. I mean, one of the only really acceptable forms of bigotry in this country is anti-Christian bigotry. That's allowed. Really, anti-Catholic is even more. That's even more encouraged. Much more than any other, anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim. Those things you will be condemned for, and rightly so. I mean, I'm not standing in defense of any bigotry, but we're at the sort of bottom here. We're in a trough that's way down in the muck. That to me is almost more surprising than it is terrible, how bad it got and how fast.
Well, I think that's an indication of where we are, right? I mean, Scripture even talks about that there will be those that refer to good as evil and evil as good, and that's exactly where we are. And attacking Catholicism, attacking Christianity is acceptable because it's the truth, right? They dare not attack Muslims, right, or Islam because they fear being called Islamophobic. They dare not attack anyone that is practicing the Jewish faith because they don't want to be called racist. But somehow attacking Christians and attacking Catholics is acceptable to the world. And the reason it's acceptable is because it's the truth, right? The devil's focus is on destroying the truth. And all the nonsense, if you're a college student listening to this, all the nonsense you're facing, the cult of transgenderism, even pride, homosexuality. There's nothing prideful about that, right? It's a temptation that can come to any person, and that how you respond to that temptation is up to you. It will define you. But Scripture is very clear that the Lord abandons them unto themselves, and that's a horrifying verse in Scripture, which means that if the Lord has abandoned you, the things that fill you after that are demonic. So my advice to anyone that struggles or is dealing with anything related to that is to trust the Lord. You've got to turn to the Lord. You've got to fight that battle because the world is delusional. The world is a liar. There's nothing prideful about sin. There's nothing prideful about destroying the family. There's nothing prideful about mutilating yourself or children. It's just absolutely asinine. And Ed, I refer to it as the mudslide. I've been saying this since the 90s. The mudslide gets wider and wider and deeper, and it is encompassing everything that comes down the hill. So it's on us, right? I say this all the time. There's no relief coming. There's no one else to turn to. There's nobody coming tomorrow that's going to change everything. If you're listening to this, it's you, right? If not us, who? I haven't met them yet.
Right.
So it's on us. The Lord has put us here in this hour. It's the greatest time in the history of Christianity to be a Christian, right? Because the devil is here. He's unleashed. The hell is with him. And what are you going to do about it? We can stand firm, stand in humility. The devil cannot handle humility. Stand in humility and strength and trust in the Lord and let what come may.
We're talking to Hugh Brown again, Executive Vice President, American Life League, ALL.org. So, Hugh, let's talk about Planned Parenthood. A lot of college students would be presented with Planned Parenthood at some point in their time, no matter what school. I mean, even conservative schools, the Planned Parenthood, their digital approach, they're around the edges, so no one can escape. Part of the reason is Planned Parenthood is so massive. I mean, I did not track exact amounts of money they get. They get not only tax dollars, but then, of course, private dollars and other dollars. And then, so first comment on that, the size and scope of Planned Parenthood, and then we'll talk about the CEOs also as an indication of the hypocrisy of Planned Parenthood. But first, the size of Planned Parenthood. I was on Capitol Hill with you a few weeks ago when you were telling some of these legislators how much tax money they get. It's stunning.
Almost $1 billion, right? For forever here at the American Life League, we would talk about the $420 million they got. That seemed to be a number in my mind for whatever reason that was there forever.
Right.
Well, when we did this report, it was $670 million during the coronavirus year. $670 million of your money. Your money. If you pay taxes, that's your money. And then Jeff Bezos' ex-wife gave a gift of almost $300 million.
Wow.
One gift. And so they're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, Ed. They murder almost 400,000 children a year. It is an absolutely demonic organization. I was at a rally or an event recently where Planned Parenthood in New York is struggling because the governor's put aside $20 million to bring people in for abortions of state money. So that's $20 million Planned Parenthood's not going to get. So what are they going to do? They're focusing on transgender services and care and surgeries, so that they can get that money, because it's all about the money. They don't care about people. They care about the dollars. It is a blood money organization.
So this new report of yours, American Life League, 2023 report on Planned Parenthood CEO compensation. Before we get to that, because there's an aspect of this that you and I have highlighted together and talked about, but here's Planned Parenthood in their own words, quote, Planned Parenthood is steeped with our own structural racism and white supremacy. That was 2020. In 2022, a black woman and former Planned Parenthood director of multicultural brand engagement filed a lawsuit against her former employer and said that despite the positive contributions of Planned Parenthood team, she was constantly humiliated, black woman, and that the reality was that there's structural racism. So you have an organization, Planned Parenthood, I suppose, being woke, right? They're admitting that they're racist. But some of us talked about Margaret Sanger's, the founder of Planned Parenthood, her blatant, she wasn't hiding it. She was clear. She didn't think black people were fully human, and that's why. But the reality of race and racism and what Planned Parenthood does to African-American babies.
Yeah, so Planned Parenthood is clearly a racist organization. I mean, in the report, you'll see it lists 53 CEOs. The top 9 are white. And there's only 4 or 5 men, I think, in the report. And 2 of the top 3 are white men. The least paid CEO is a black woman.
Right.
And there's a handful of black women and a handful of Hispanic women, but something like 85% of all their CEOs and their 53 affiliates are white, right? And why is that? The reason for that is it is a racist organization, right? And African Americans in America, right, make up about 14% of the population, but they make up almost 40% of all abortions. I mentioned I was in Albany, New York. In the city of New York, last year and the year before, more black babies were aborted than were born. And Planned Parenthood is laughing all the way to the bank and doing exactly what their founder said needed to be done, that black people were human weeds. Those are her words, and they needed to be plucked, right? She was a racist. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the Supreme Court Justice, everyone lauded when she died, said that she thought abortion, her words, were meant to get rid of people they thought we didn't want very much of. Well, who's that, right? That's what you get with this white elitist, nonsensical, liberal, just absolute demonic mindset. And if you're a black person, I would say, listen, when it comes to Planned Parenthood, they do not have your best interest at heart, black, white, Hispanic. It doesn't matter. They're interested in your killing your kid, then they're interested in your money. It's that simple.
Well, and it's big business, Hugh. In this report, we look at the top, the Planned Parenthood affiliate. So your local Planned Parenthood, the CEO there is making $616,000, $592,000, $570,000. You got to go down about $6 to get below $500,000 to be the CEO of Planned Parenthood of these affiliates. That's not the national, as you and I were talking another time. The national is a whole set of officers that are making lots of money there too. But Hugh. If you're a college kid, you're probably seeing like digital ads that say, you need health care screening or whatever. Where do you, American Life League has associates in different parts of the country that work on these issues. You've got a national presence and all. How do you counsel those kids, young people? Where do they go? How do they fight their way through the sort of propaganda machine? That's one of the real problems here.
It is one of the real problems. And so social media is a big problem because Google's a problem, right? YouTube is a problem. All of these corporations are very much proponents of Planned Parenthood to the point to where they suppress results and feed results that are basically anti-life. So if you're a young person, you've got to seek out the truth. There's lots of great organizations out there. The American Life League is one. Locally in every state, there are crisis pregnancy centers. I would say to any young woman struggling, pick up the phone, call us. We will steer you in the right direction. We will help you find people. You do not have to abort your child. It is not the end of your life. It's not the end of everything. It's a handful of months in your life. And then look, we're just putting out a house letter right now where it's a story that I was asked not to use long ago that I am using now. And I was asked not to use it out of humility, right? But there was a young girl who found herself to be pregnant. However it worked, she found herself online at the American Life League looking for abortion services. She had the courage to tell her mother. She ended up having twins, and we were part of that process, and we didn't even know it. So the point is, and she couldn't be happier, and those babies now are children, toddlers rather, and there are stories like that happen every day, but the point is their life has changed for the better. Having a child is not a disease. It's not the end of the world. It's the start of something. It's your posterity. Mm-hmm. The devil works very hard for abortion because it's killing God's plan for your life. Your life.
One last thing, Hugh, before we run out of time, just got about a minute and a half. After Roe v. Wade, the landscape is now wide open. There is no made-up federal, constitutional protection. So we now can make an argument in our communities about this. But not only in the states. There can be a federal ban. There should be local bans. Talk a little bit about what I think the media likes to say is the uncertainty of the pro-life movement. From where you sit, you've got plenty of certainty on what needs to happen next.
Absolutely, there's no uncertainty, right? The reality is, and you don't have to be a Christian, but if you're an American citizen, the people that created this country said that you and I have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that we were given rights from our creator, okay? And that right begins with your right to be here on this planet. So the 14th Amendment, guarantees our right to equal protection. You and I are human beings from the moment of our creation. You're not all of a sudden a human being at 6 weeks in your mother's womb, at 14, at 18, at 22. The day of your birth is subjective. My wife's had a number of children, and she's a tiny little thing. And each one of those dates was selected long before the baby was due. It wasn't less of a baby then than he or she would have been 3 or 4 weeks. So the point is, the right to life is a guarantee that we have from our Creator. And the founders of this place, of this country, were much smarter than you and I. Right? They recognized it with no technology 300 years ago. So I would say, yes, there is a federal solution, and that's recognizing the dignity of every human being from the moment of their creation until their natural death.
Paying for it. Our tax dollars are paying for abortion. Can you imagine the participation in such an evil thing by taxpayers? It's a stunning thing. Hugh, thanks for the time. Hugh Brown, Executive Vice President, American Life League, and go to ALL.org. Resources not just on these questions, resources on our culture, on how life fits together and what you're doing. Very helpful. So we will take a break and we'll be right back here at the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit 2023. A lot more to cover. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's Phyllis Schlafly's Eagles, our Collegians Summit. We're 2023. We're so excited to be with you. Thank you to many of our viewers that have been sending in comments and emailing, texting, whatever it is, to get us your questions. We'll have a chance with some more in studio, in office guests in a few moments. But we go to Skype now and pick up one of the things I want to make sure that you heard, our college students, was from someone who is on the front lines of the January 6th situation, a family member in this case. Angela Morss, welcome Angela. You're my friend too now over these years. We got to know each other in this time of crisis. You didn't get to hear, Angela, that earlier in the Collegians Summit here, we heard from Congressman Barry Loudermilk, and he was talking about the experience of how blatantly the Select Committee, the Democrat-controlled Select Committee, lied about what happened, how the media lied about what happened, and so many of us that have been involved in the January 6th efforts, whether a lawyer like me that helps defendants, you as a family member, others, the Patriot Freedom Project we've talked about that does so much to help families. We've all seen that we know the truth, we can see the truth, we can see the people, the things, what's happened is the truth. Then we see the coverage, and it's so opposite. It's not funny because it's so disturbing and so nasty a lot of times. So it's a real challenge. But I wanted to make sure that the college students that are watching and others that are watching now see and hear from someone who's going through this with some perspective. Angela Morss, I mentioned her son Robert was arrested after January 6th, charged and is serving time. And she's gone through this with him on his behalf, and has also been a great resource to others. So Angela, welcome. How are you?
Well, thank you, Ed, for having me on this special occasion. I really appreciate it. I tell you, the last 2 years have been a whirlwind. Robert was arrested June 11th, 2021.
Right.
And I lived in Nevada at the time, and I thought it would be wise to come to Pennsylvania. He lived near Pittsburgh at that time, and support him.
Right.
I anticipated it being maybe a couple of months, and helping with his apartment, his car, things like that. I arrived in Pennsylvania and very quickly realized that there was an extreme overreach of the justice system, and this was not going to be a quick ride. I am currently now a resident of Pennsylvania. I bought a home here. I actually love it in Pennsylvania. It's a beautiful, beautiful state. But the flip side of that is I quickly realized that Robert was in a very difficult situation, and we were going to be in need of a very good attorney. I realized then that there was a difference between attorneys, and he was going to need a federal attorney, and that's a lot of money. And all of a sudden, I was in a whirlwind of information that I had no idea and had never been exposed to before.
Angela, let me stop you just because I want to make sure we talk about Robert and you. Robert, first tell us about his life a little bit, the arc of his life before all this, and also your family, your siblings for Robert and all that. But he has his life story is extraordinary. So tell us a little bit about that, and then before we go on to what we went through here, what you've gone through here.
Thank you for asking. I'd love to share a little bit about Robert and his life story. He's actually my older son of two. Robert has always loved our country. He has always had this love of country and love of history of our country. At 17, he entered the Army, and in boot camp was chosen to be an Army Ranger.
Wow.
He has some phenomenal physical skills and a real skill set about him that put him in that direction. He spent 3 tours in Afghanistan, and when he was done with his tour as an Army Ranger, he decided that he wanted to pursue his love of history and also education, become a history teacher, and he enrolled in Penn State. Well, graduated from Penn State just shortly before being arrested. He was actually doing, he just finished his internship and was substituting and looking for his final employment when he was arrested by the FBI. It really pains me because he has an absolute love to fill people's hearts with the beautiful country that we live in and share that beauty of the history so people can understand what our founding fathers desired for our country. And of course now it's a felony, and that has been taken away from him.
Angela Morss, I was talking about your son Robert, or I want to say his name, Robert, but because it's I don't know, honor him. But he succeeded as an Army Ranger, right? I mean, he did 3 tours. You know, I don't care. I don't mean to ask about decorations, but I mean, he was, you know, Army Ranger is not, you know, it's not just kind of signing up. I mean, you have to sort of succeed at it and be good enough at it and tough enough and all that. So, I mean, when he got out of the military, how old was he when he left the military?
Well, he was 21.
Okay.
And it's something that you should mention training, etc. Because when he was arrested, it was known to the prosecution that he was a person with special forces training.
That background, right? Yeah.
Yes, and that was held against him, and he was not given bond. So here we have my son, Robert Abraham Morss, after Abraham Lincoln, who was recruited, trained, and then is held against him after he served. Unbelievable that once somebody has been provided this training by the government, that then once they are no longer useful to the government, it's then held against them.
So he comes to January 6th. Is your other son younger or older? Was he in the military?
Yeah, he's in the military, but he was out of the country at that time, serving in the military also.
Okay. So Robert gets arrested. As you say, they dramatically make it so that someone who's arrested for these charges has to be held because of his training. They say, oh, he was trained in this way, he could really be, I don't know, a threat or it's an insurrection. And so instead of coming home and trying to mount his defense and figuring it out, he's in one of these prisons for, I guess, until his trial. How many months? I mean, almost 2 years? Close to 2 years, I guess, right?
Months, yes. We tried twice to seek bond. Both times were denied. For many months, he was held in the D.C. jail, which is called the D.C. Gulag. And in that location, he was, like many of the prisoners there, if not all, succumbed to horrific conditions. But Robert was also assaulted there by guards. And that once the assault took place, he was then moved to a different prison. But even in that prison, the conditions that prisoners are exposed to in our country are just horrid. That's something that I did not know before this occurred in my life, and it's just terrible.
Angela, what's it like to be a mom going through this? I don't mean to be too, you know, our college students are even younger than your son, who is, I guess, in his mid-20s now, or 23, 24 maybe. No, I guess he's 20. How old is your son? Let me ask you. Stop.
Now 29.
Okay.
He spent birthdays in Afghanistan, Ed, 2 birthdays in prison.
Wow. But how do you cope with it? How does the mom cope with it? I mean, you know, I know you over these months and years, I guess, and you have a way about you, but that's a way that's outward facing to people like me and all. Well, how did you cope with it? How does your family, your other son, cope with it? And maybe a related, how do you deal with people that have been fed a line and aren't even listening to what went on? They're listening to what they heard from the select committee or from the media.
Gosh, Ed, that's a multifaceted question.
Yeah, sorry, that's how I do that. Yeah, sorry.
I can break it apart into little pieces, I think. Well, at first there's the shock of, you know, the situation. And then I think as a mother, like immediately wanting to come to Pennsylvania, that's what mothers want to do. Right. And when I came to Pennsylvania, I have to admit, I was very alone. I didn't know anyone. But a wonderful thing happened to me, and that is the Patriot Freedom Project. And when we talk about almost mothering, Cynthia Hughes of the Patriot Freedom Project was almost like a mother to me, and taking me in emotionally and guiding me and supporting me, never telling me what to do, ever, but guiding, supporting, offering a variety of suggestions and being there for me also. And that helped me become stronger, I guess you could say braver, and having a better understanding of what to do. If I could just share that I didn't even understand the different courts of law when I got here. Right. I was oblivious. And through the kindness and patience of the Patriot Freedom Project, that really supported me a lot. When it comes to people who are disrespectful, and I would say lack knowledge, it became real clear to me very quickly that I could either choose to take it in, or I could choose to ignore, because they're not going anywhere either. And at that time, I chose to not engage because I really wanted to focus on what I was doing and focus on supporting Robert. And now that I've been in Pennsylvania for some time, I have met some wonderful people, a few people that I would consider really good friends that have been very supportive, and that's been very helpful. People who I would consider true friends, that you can just really engage with and are there to be helpful. When it comes to, extended family and things like that, I think every single person is in their own place with us. And I have to respect that also. And I think that is probably going to be the case for many families that have an incarcerated individual, regardless of the scenario that caused the incarceration.
We're talking with Angela Morss. Her son Robert is serving time now, having been convicted after January 6th. I served two tours or 3 tours in
3 tours.
3 tours in our Army as an Army Ranger in the wars, and also was a school teacher. How is he holding up? How has he adjusted? I mean, Army Rangers are tough, but how's he holding up?
Well, sometimes he's holding up better than me. Bear with me a minute. I'll tell you a story of when he did not get bond before Christmas, and I really thought he was going to get bond. I mean, I was sure. I had everything decorated for Christmas. I mean, I was just like, I knew in my heart he was coming home, and he didn't get bond. Well, I took it pretty tough. I talked to him on the phone, and he said, "You know what, Mama, something really great happened." He said, "Somebody sent me Christmas carols, and I was able to do a short sermon, and I sang those Christmas carols to the other inmates."
Wow.
So he took this negative and turned it into something positive.
Wow.
And you know what? I wasn't supposed to leave yet. And I have to say, Ed, that he has phenomenal faith, but not phenomenal faith. He has had an outpouring of prayer, and he has a covering of prayer around him, and prayer is mighty, and faith is everything.
We're talking to Angela Morss, her son Robert. Angela, the theme for this Collegians, part of the reason I wanted your voice to be heard, and I should say, you mentioned Cynthia Hughes, the PatriotFreedomProject.com. That's a website. I actually now serve on the board of that organization. So much of what Cynthia Hughes, her vision was yes, raise a bunch of money. Some of it's for lawyers, but a lot of it's just for families that are in need, that are stuck. A lot of, Robert is an example of the impact, but he had you supporting him. Some of the defendants, some of the men in jail, that their families have to go on and they have to get a second job, and their kids are in school, and also there's a lot of things, costs and other related to PatriotFreedomProject.com. Again, is a website for people that want to support that. But I wanted your voice to be heard, especially by our collegians, because they hear so much from the media, and it's so different. Angela, the theme for this Collegian Summit is the power of patriotism. And I bet before January 6, 2021, you would have been like the poster child, poster mom for patriotism. You got 2 sons in the military, and be honest with you, your son that served in the wars survived, wasn't killed, wasn't wounded, all this. You probably would have been the one that on 4th of July was marching around with flags all over and all that kind of stuff. How do you think and talk about patriotism after all this? Because you've seen the underbelly of fellow citizens, and it's a challenge.
Oh, Ed, it is a challenge. The underbelly is very ugly, and a couple of years ago I had no idea. I had no idea how much money we were providing to that underbelly either. And
Right.
that's money that's going to that underbelly to help it grow and become even feistier. It's disturbing. But I have to say that there are beautiful people in this country that love this country, that fly their flags, and have family members that died for this country. And patriotism is not dead, and it's not going anywhere.
Right.
No matter how hard somebody tries to feed that underbelly.
All right, Angela Morss, thank you for taking the time to be with us. Thank you for telling a little bit of your story and having a great smile and a great attitude about it. And thank you for highlighting Patriot Freedom Project. I'm a big believer in the work they're doing too. So God bless you, and we pray all the time for our prisoners of January 6th and their families. So we'll keep praying, and you keep doing. And I know I'll see you soon. I think I'll see you in a few days. So God bless you. Thanks, Angela.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Angela Morss, we will take another break, everybody, and come back. You're listening, you're paying attention to, you're in the Collegians Summit 2023, Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. Grateful you're here. We've got a lot more, including Congressman Matt Gaetz just texted. He's going to come in a little while, so we'll have another visit from an elected official and a lot more. So be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. We have the great privilege of being joined now from Europe, our friend Dominik Tarczyński. Dominik Tarczyński is now currently a member of the European Parliament. He was, when he first came to our attention and became a friend of our efforts, he came to the United States. He was a member of one of the houses of the Parliament in Poland, and now he's in the European Parliament. Fascinating career. As a young man, one of the valuable things he did was he lived in England as a young man and business, and learned English perfectly. So he sounds like, at least not an American, but he sounds like an English speaker, and now serves. And so welcome, Dominik Tarczyński. How are you?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Good evening from Brussels, from the heart of democracy, as they say, from the European Parliament.
Yeah,
so
right.
I'd like to give you a few words about this temple of democracy, as they call it. Some people call it temple of democracy. Well, my English is not perfect. It's not that good, but good enough to give you my story and to give you the current events description here in Europe.
So Dominik, first, as a young student, as a young man, you took chances. We're talking to our college students, and you took chances. You started your own business. For a while, you were running a tourism business out of Poland to various places. You moved to London. I would say for you, you ran for office. Taking risks, taking smart risks, is something that you've accomplished as a part of who you are. Talk a little bit about that for young people coming into the world, college students, that seems uncertain, right? There's war in Russia and Ukraine. There's economic uncertainty. There's people trying to say, if you're Poland, act like us. We want you to be like Europe. If you're America, inside America, we have people saying, act like communists, it feels like. But as a young man, you took risks, and it became something you understood. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, I'd like to give you a short introduction, a background of my family and myself and my story. I coming from a very poor family. One of the reasons of this was that my grandfather, he fought against Germans during the Second World War, and then after World War II, he joined the underground army, and he didn't stop his war against new occupation, against communists, Soviets. Not many people are aware that the World War II started on 1st of September 1939. 1st of September 1939. 16 days later, on 17th of September, the same year, 1939, 16 days later, Russians attacked Poland from east. So we had two occupations. Unfortunately, Germans are focused on, the historians are focused on Germans only, but we had actually two aggressors. We've been attacked from east and from the west. So after the end of the World War, the communists were trying to take over Poland. So my grandpa decided to go to the forest, and he decided to continue his war against Soviet's communist regime, basically. He was chased for many years until 1969. So for many people, World War II did not end in 1945. So after that, you have to remember that Poland was under the Soviet occupation. So this occupation ended when St. John Paul II, with President Reagan, decided to free Europe and the world from the communism. The Iron Curtain falls, and Poland started new life. So to be honest, our freedom started in 1989, not in 1945. So during the communism, because of the past, my grandfather passed, everyone knew who he was. Communists knew that Poland was under a huge pressure. That was the occupation, actually. So my family was very poor. My grandpa couldn't find a job. Then my mom couldn't finish her studies, her college, obviously, because she was a daughter of outcast soldier, as they were called. So we had a hard time, and that was one of the reasons for me to graduate, to get to the college and graduate with the law, to become a prosecutor. Because in my mind, when I was like teenager, I thought, okay, I'll become a prosecutor and I'll put all these bad communists in jail for what they have done to my family.
Right.
Then I graduated with the Catholic University of Lublin, John Paul II Catholic University, and I found out that all these prosecutors should be in jail, not put people in jail.
Right.
So I decided, okay, if the prosecutors are so corrupted, then I have to be above them in some ways. So I decided that politics is in some way the legacy and continuation of this fight from my grandfather. So I decided to join politics. I decided to join Republican Party, a conservative party in Poland. I served 2 terms in the Polish Parliament, national parliament, and then I was elected to the European Parliament. To explain it to you, because the system is here in Europe is a little bit different than in America.
Yeah.
We have national parliaments, like every country. It's European Union is 27 countries, Poland, Germany, and many others. And we have our own national parliaments, but let's say above all the national parliaments, we have parliament here in Brussels. So I can say I'm a congressman for Europe, basically, because we representing the whole Europe. So that is the nutshell. That's the very short story. But obviously this path and this journey to be here to talk to you as a member of the European Parliament wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. But what helped me, first of all, was a prayer. And I must admit, I prayed a lot for it, for what I do now and to be here and to serve my country. And the second was I was not afraid to fall. I was not afraid of many mistakes.
Right.
I was not elected, actually. When I started, I run once, nothing. I run twice, second time, nothing. And I was like, people were like laughing at me, and I said, okay, that's just the beginning. Okay,
Right.
so I did not quit. It was hard, so I decided to run 3rd time, and I was elected with a small support, but I was elected. The second election, I won again, so I was elected. I felt like, okay, I'm really a congressman for Poland now, because the amount of the votes was impressive. And then I decided to run for the European Parliament, and I was elected again with it like triple number with the votes. So that gave me a confidence. And I will tell you, I cannot tell you what it is, but I can tell you this is the middle of my journey. It's going to be big. It's going to be very big.
Dominik Tarczyński is our guest, and you can follow him on Twitter and other places. He's very prominent in the community from Poland because he's such a good communicator. I should drop a footnote, Dominik. In the midst of your career, you actually were a documentary filmmaker and you honed your skills, I would say, as a communicator, which again is another lesson. If you want to succeed in, we tell our college students, if you want to succeed in politics or business, in teaching or social work, in religious ministry, or in your own family, learning to communicate is important. Now, Dominik, the topic for our talk, Collegians, a theme for our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit. Oh, let me pause. Phyllis Schlafly herself, the late Phyllis Schlafly, she ran for office twice, and she lost both times. And she said to people to the end of her life, when you run and lose, you learn how it works.
That's right.
When you when you run and win, you think you're a genius. When you run and lose, you learn how it works. So she also, but our theme is the power of patriotism. The power of patriotism. Now, I've heard you speak about the Polish nation that survived even when the map said there was no Poland.
Yeah. We've been partition because of the partitions. There was no Poland on the map for 123 years.
Wow.
123 years of non-existence.
Right.
We never existed for over a century. So, yeah, for the Poles, the most important, the fundament of survival for all these years was a church. I must say that Christianity, our culture, people had this place, church, to be together, to speak in Polish, not Russian or German. The partitions were Germans and Russians mainly throughout the history. And the church helped us to survive, to be a community, to communicate, to understand that we are not lost yet. So we get our independence back in 1918. And this is when the whole journey started. So in 1918, we get our independence back, but in 1920, Russians attack again. So Bolsheviks, and we've won. We won this battle, which is one of the most important battles in the European history, because the Bolsheviks tried to take over the whole Europe. So our army saved Europe. Then, unfortunately, in 1939, Germans with Russians attacked again. After 1945, Iron Curtain was built, and obviously Poland was under the Russian influence up till 1989. And since John Paul II and President Reagan, I must say, I must repeat this because this is very important, decided to do something about Europe and to fight communism and to defend church and to defend family values and to defend normality, basically. Poland had a chance to grow. So at the moment, Poland is not about Polish jokes anymore. No one is joking about Poland.
No.
I tell you why. Because our unemployment rate is the lowest in European Union, 2.7. This is our unemployment rate. There's no unemployment in Poland, basically. Number two, Polish GBT is the highest in European Union. Public debt, 46%. Eurozone, I mean countries which decided to take euro as a currency, 96%.
Wow.
And then safety. Poland is the only country in Europe where there was no terrorist attack. None. And the reason is very simple. We decided not to take any of illegal migrants into Poland. So 0 is the number which I love. I love my 0. So we have very simple policy, very, very strict. But again, at the same time, everyone is free to experience life. You can travel. And
I want to go to the migrant question in a moment, but I want to go back for 1 second to patriotism. I've heard, again, you talk. I was there in 2018 celebrating the 100th anniversary, and it's a priority in the community, in elected officials, but also in everyone's life, to be Polish together, to be, there is a priority for patriotism that unites everyone, even if you disagree with politics. I think there's a unity. Is that threatened by the modern forces in America? We see it in America a lot, I think, in the European Union. How do you balance that?
Well, this is a very serious question and very important question. But let me answer in a little bit of funny way. Try to imagine that you decide to quit Coke, burgers, steaks, and soda for 2 or 3 months. Let's say 12 months.
Okay.
Try to imagine 123 months. You're quitting. You love it. Or whatever you like, music or whatever you like. And then, after 123 months, you can have it. You love it. You cherish what you love, music, films, whatever you. So you can
123 years. Didn't you mean 120?
That is great, but I'm trying to compare it as 123 months of, let's say, quitting of what you love.
Okay, all right.
Obviously, it's a bit childish to compare it, but I'm trying to tell you that when you lose what you love, then you understand how you have to take care of it, cherish it, be happy about it, celebrate it. For us, for the country which has experienced, Poland is over 1,000 years of history, right?
Right.
The baptism of our country was in 966. So Poland is over 1,000 years history country. And throughout the ages, we had all this bad experience for so many years that we do understand what it means to lose freedom, to lose our country, to lose what we love. We truly understand what this terrible experience means. Our families were killed, raped, kidnapped, and many other things, really bad things happened. So now, as we can celebrate our freedom, it's not about balloons, it's not about funky music, it's about understanding that we can celebrate freedom. And this is not sadness. Balloons are great, but you have to understand what you celebrate. Obviously, you have completely different experience. US has a different experience. You did not experience war on your territory, apart from war, like September 11 and other attacks. But we've been occupied for 70 years. It's completely different.
Right.
So For us, patriotism is the sense of being Polish. It's not only food. Obviously, the food and the culture is very important, but it's not about pierogi. It's about to understand who you are.
Yeah.
Who was your grandfather, great-grandfather? Who are your ancestors, and what you have to give and bring to Europe, to the world. So that's why we are so happy and so proud to say, okay, we Poles changed the world. Copernicus was Polish. John Paul II was Polish. Chopin was Polish. So we changed the world through history, science, and we are proud of it.
Stan Musial, the greatest baseball player in America, was Polish, of course. But anyway,
that is correct. I'm not gonna mention Gretzky. I'm not gonna say that. I don't know if you have any hockey fans on the
Yeah, of course. All right, real quickly, Dominik, we're at the end here. The migrant question. In Europe, you have a situation where the European Union tries to tell nations how they should manage their immigration policy. And I've talked to you about this before. I've been there. Poland has plenty of workers who come to the country from other nations, but legally. They can only legally, and only with a permit, so that you can say who comes. You don't say, oh, there's an Al-Qaeda unit that wants to apply and come work. You say, no, we don't take it. Describe for me both the policy you have and how it reflects the will of the people as opposed to the will of either the European Union or the media or the university.
To be very straight and very frank and 100% honest, this is war. This is war of civilizations. So we have two views. One view is the leftism view, like leftist politician who thinks, okay, let's open the borders, world without borders, everyone is free, everyone can do whatever he wants, we love everyone, all this rubbish. So they let millions to Europe, as you know. Angela Merkel started this madness. Germany started this madness when they were looking for cheap labor, and this is one of the reasons why so many terrorist attacks happened in Germany, Sweden, France, and other countries. And I'm very proud to say that there was not even one terrorist attack in Poland. Zero. I love my zero. I keep repeating it. I love my zero because this is a great policy. Everyone can come. Everyone is welcome. We are not North Korea. Everyone can leave and come and visit. And you visited. You saw how safe, clean, and beautiful Poland is. How many changes happened in Poland, but we do not know anyone. We do not want anyone who is not checked. We need a criminal back check. We need to know who you are. What do you want to do? You need to get your visa. You can stay here for like 3 or 6 months, and then you have to go. Unless you're going to apply for a citizenship, everyone is allowed to do so. But to do so, you are required to behave in a very proper way. You're checked, but everyone is welcome. So our policy is very strict. 0 illegal migrants. If you want to be an asylum seeker, you can apply. We don't mind. We are very open. As I said, we are not North Korea, but we do not share this view, European view that everyone is welcome without documents or with 5 passports on them. So it's very, very simple. But to invite you, your students, you are very welcome. I answer every message on my Twitter account. You can call me. You can email me. We can have a longer chat about Poland and Europe. You are very welcome to visit me here in the European Parliament. We have groups coming here. So who knows? Maybe one day we can have a shake hand here.
I'm sure I'll see you again soon. Dominik Tarczyński, thank you for your time. We could have this conversation go on a lot longer. My encouragement to our collegians is in Europe, there is a vibrancy and energy coming out of Poland, both entrepreneurial, political, making intellectual argument about the tradition that is very successful and powerful and worth real study and understanding because it's not just Germany and France.
That's why I just want to say, be proud who you are.
Yeah.
Do not, be proud and do not afraid of mistakes. Try.
Very good. All right. Good. Dominik Tarczyński, thank you very much. Awesome. We will I'll put up on social media links to his information. He does answer his direct messages religiously. It's incredible. So middle of the night, I'll get a text back. So we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. There's more on the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit 2023. Be back in a moment. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit 2023. Lots happening. I hope you've been tuned in. Of course, don't forget, we'll post all of these videos up over on phyllisschlafly.com and our accompanying social media, so you can go back and look at the conversations with some of these key congressmen, some of these key policymakers, some of these key what do you call them, researchers, everything, all different kinds of groups and people. So even a family member of the January 6th, actually convict, I was going to say defendant, so powerfully just a few moments ago we heard from her. Our next guest is Garrett Ziegler. Now, Garrett Ziegler occupies a unique position for our Collegian Summit because I think, Garrett, I think I'm right that we first met maybe 6 months or so after you graduated college. You had gotten out of college in the Midwest and come east to DC. Garrett Ziegler now is the founder of the nonprofit research entity called Marco Polo. MarcoPoloUSA.org. Is it .org or .com, Garrett?
.org.
Yes, .org. Oh yeah, nonprofit. So MarcoPoloUSA.org. Research a group that digs into these things and has done an extraordinary amount of digging into the Biden laptop. One website is called BidenLaptopEmails.com. The other one is called BidenLaptopMedia.com. Each of those has literally tens of thousands, and I think in the case of the emails, over 128,000 or 120 something thousand emails in a searchable databases. You can see them. If you're thinking to yourself, wait, media, yeah, photos and the rest. And Garrett had to go through all that with his team, make sure that there's not anything graphic that you shouldn't see, because it's not about titillation, it's about information. And so Garrett Ziegler joins us now, and he published, by the way, this book on the laptop. Garrett, welcome, and there it is, and welcome, and interesting day for you. I mean, Hunter Biden pleads guilty to 2 tax charges and 1 felony charge relating to gun possession. I think you found slightly more likely evidence of crimes than that. So what are you thinking today?
Well, it's been a busy day. This is a limited hangout for the history books. David Weiss, the U.S. attorney in Delaware, has failed miserably. This is, first of all, a joke. Second of all, it's unprecedented. Not that he's just the first presidential child to be charged, but that it's such a weak charge. I personally am, very disappointed, although not surprised. Like you said, I met you about a year after graduating college at an event at the townhouse on Capitol Hill. I was working at the White House at the time, and part of my duties at the White House under Peter Navarro was studying Chinese infiltration, everything from the semiconductor industry to dumping steel. And my interest in the CCP sort of caused me to start this group, Marco Polo, which is basically an open source intelligence collective. What we did with the device was go through all the contacts, all of the emails, all of the photos, and all of the metadata. And our goal, which I think we've accomplished in a small way, is creating a permanent repository for this data. Because, Ed, it's unprecedented. Like you said, not only just nudity, drug use, FAR violations, but things that implicate the sitting president of the United States. So it couldn't be more relevant.
We're talking with Garrett Ziegler. Garrett, I'll come back to Marco Polo in a second and the Biden laptop. Yes. Let me ask you about your because our listeners are lots of collegians and paying attention. Your how you got to where you are. You're back home in the Midwest. You're back in the Midwest now, married with a family. But after college, did you think, hey, I want to go do that? Did you think, give us that trajectory so people have a sense of, how that happened and what's possible in people's lives?
Well, I think you mentioned this at the event that we saw each other at earlier this month or later last month. I went to St. Louis University, which for the Jesuit colleges is not that liberal. It's liberal, but it's not as, say, insufferable as Georgetown. There are a lot of conservatives there. Right. And so I had a good time at SLU. What changed my trajectory was I was able to get an internship in the Trump White House my senior year. And through that internship, I met Peter. And Peter and I are kindred spirits. We believe what Alexander Hamilton believed on trade. And, that's a minority position today in the Republican Party. We obviously think that what the Republican Party thinks on trade is wrong, that Abraham Lincoln was right with regard to tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and other things. And so, to answer your question, I got hooked up with Peter, and he took a liking to me. And I was, he was a professor for 30 years. And so I know I'm speaking to people who are maybe in graduate research positions or other things. Our office was, very young. Peter had 4 people under 30 and let us do things that the other sort of political hacks probably thought we were too young to be doing. But Peter didn't come from the political world. And so he didn't have this idea that one had to needlessly pay one's dues on Capitol Hill, that if you had energy and you weren't lazy and you had a pretty good IQ, that you could contribute. So my interest in Peter Navarro's beliefs in trade policy, which just mirrored the president's, along with Chinese infiltration, has made me obsessed with researching basically foreign infiltration, which goes to the Bidens. That is the most important thing, in my opinion, besides election integrity, is whether or not your public officials are in some way compromised. I know you wanted to go back to the path, but that's really what set me off.
No,
I got
okay.
obsessed with that idea.
Actually, the message I'd say there is that going for an internship and getting a place and then seeing what happens there. That's part of what goes on. But Garrett, after 4 years in the White House and all that excitement and the disappointment of how the election turned out, or at least how the transfer of power turned out,
yes.
You go back to the Midwest, to where your family is from, and settle down a bit. But what's your perspective with some time behind you? I saw, or maybe I heard you say something about how, Peter Navarro was, I think he was a Democrat when he was young. He was maybe later a Republican, or I don't know. He's
sort of like Reagan.
He's not a party guy. He's a guy that says we got to figure out some things, and he's sort of too intellectually honest to be a party hack, as you used the word before. But what's your perspective now, with a little perspective? What's your sense of the parties, of the possibilities of really getting things right? How do you feel about that?
It's a work in progress. I take a lot of inspiration from Patrick Buchanan and his foray into the Reform Party and trying to do things from outside the main two really failed. And so I think the only opportunity and the only chance is to totally reform the party from the inside. We have failed at that. And it just goes to show how important personnel choices are in the first term. But again, it comforts me that Pat Buchanan and other people lived before me, because I can learn from them. And I think my task is to read all of Pat Buchanan's books, take what he knew, take the wisdom that he had, and try to transform it into a 2023 context. And that's all we can do.
Right.
But
we're talking with Garrett Ziegler now. All right, now let's talk about the Biden laptop. The Biden laptop, I hadn't heard you describe it that well. That Marco Polo is really a kind of collective, nonprofit, open source research entity. You dig into this Hunter laptop. Besides the dramatic stuff, the titillating stuff, what's the sort of the worst things you're seeing? It doesn't have to be one instance or something. What is it that you look and you say, that it's not just a kind of pathetic, spoiled, reprobate kid of a political person. This is really not. This is serious. What is it? What's the highlights that jump out to you?
Number one is the amount of primary source material. So contrast that with 2015 to 2022 about Russian collusion. There was hardly any primary source material, meaning we didn't have any email. We have over 100,000 emails from the device, over 10,000 text messages. And what this means is this: we don't have to speculate. I don't have to editorialize the content. I literally just have to explain what is going on in the interaction. And so, to answer your question directly, the worst thing is the money laundering with foreign oligarchs. And it wasn't just that they were hiring Hunter to try to drum up business in their own countries. Hunter was being paid to influence U.S. government officials on behalf of foreign oligarchs. So what does this mean? Everybody should be concerned about this, because Hunter was literally helping dictate U.S. policy. Even though he wasn't following the law, Joe was doing this under the table. And there was a cornucopia of countries. It wasn't just China and Ukraine. It was Romania, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Serbia, Libya, along with the Ukraine and China. And this report starts out with business-related crimes because those are the most important. So the felonies range from FARA violations money laundering, backdating of documents, false statements to the SEC, bank fraud, sex trafficking, drug dealing. Hunter wasn't just a user of drugs. He dealt crack cocaine, which again, his own father was the one who instituted the mandatory minimums for those penalties. So I've always been floored with the device. And I think that if the left would have had this, Ed, they would have had a team of 25 people with $10 million of a war chest. David Brock would be up there with his little boyfriend just going hog wild. So this report was my response to that. The most important thing, and I know you didn't ask this, but I'll say it, the most important thing that I've had to learn this by myself the hard way is people and the people that you surround yourself with are the most critical part of your life, existence, career, etc. For example, I had been wanting to put all of the photos from the device with the genitalia redacted online for over 2 years, but it took me a while to find the right people who could technically do it because I am ignorant when it comes to setting up a website. I can't create it if my life depended on it. And so if I'm on the other side of this talk and I'm talking to somebody, 70 years younger than me, almost 28, the thing that I would have wanted to learn quicker is figure out how each person could fit into whatever your operation is and treat them like family. For example, I played basketball in high school, and I just think back to how much of a better leader I would be if I could go back with what I know now and lead that team. I know it's a trite example, but it's concrete.
Yeah.
And so I think have tech people. We're living in a digital world. One of the things that the right fails at, in my opinion, is we have a lot of old geezers in elected office that are playing in the analog world, and we're living in a digital one. So to be very relevant and contemporary, there is evidence via a whistleblower that there are audio recordings of Joe and Hunter Biden with a foreign national talking about a bribe. Instead of Chuck Grassley getting on the Senate floor and talking about those audio recordings, I wish he would just play them. Go up to the Senate mic, literally hold an iPhone up there, play, and Joe has a different tone of voice when he's talking corruptly. We know this from the tapes with Petro Poroshenko.
Right.
So I think that Marco Polo, again, this was our sort of foray. Nobody knew about us. They didn't have a reason to know about us. We dropped this dossier, and it's sort of our foray into the nonprofit world. I'm very proud of the work.
It's extraordinary to see it, and you mentioned you show the book up there. MarcoPoloUSA.org is the website.
Yes, sir.
Garrett, what do you hope happens next? There's a lot happening on a lot of fronts. There seems to be some breakthroughs. We had it earlier today. Congressman Loudermilk on January 6th. He seems to be getting to the bottom of some of that. We have on the election interference stuff, I think the Democrats are going to force the hand of President Trump and others, and I think my bet is we're going to see that break open. On the Biden stuff, on the laptop stuff, what do you hope happens next? What's the range of possibilities?
Well, for 2 years I've said I have no hope at the federal level for justice. What we had today was not justice. It doesn't even scratch at it. The only hope for a modicum of justice, and I'm a Christian, you're a Christian, we know that perfect justice is literally not possible on this side of heaven, but you can scratch the thing. And that right now is in the hands of state AGs. There has to be some state level penalty for these human trafficking, money laundering, and other offenses. When you have this much primary source material, when we have videos of the U.S. president, and by the way, it hasn't changed Joe at all. About 6 hours ago, he said he's very proud of his son. So this is a shameless individual. And we're not going to be able to shame them just through public opinion. We have to do it through the equal application of the law. So when I hear Jack Smith get up there with his Michelle Obama lover wife talk about the equal application of the law, it's a joke.
Right.
So we shouldn't take we should take whatever he says with a giant grain of salt.
Yeah. All right. Garrett Ziegler, MarcoPoloUSA.org, the website.
Thank you.
Also, Biden Laptop Emails.com, Biden Laptop Media.com, both excellent resources. I did a segment on my radio show today all about you and Marco Polo, talking about exactly
Send me the
what you
link,
said.
please.
I will. Well, and one of the things I think you said early is no matter what, we need a repository for the truth, for the actual historical record, because otherwise, they're going to say it was nothing and it's all going to be gone so quick. So thanks for what you're doing. Thank you for inspiring
Thank you for having me
college
on.
kids that want to work in the White House. I don't know, it's pretty cool. So, and all the
Thank you
best to
very
you,
much.
your wife, your lovely wife and family. We appreciate you. All right, we'll take a break, everybody.
you.
We'll
God
come
bless
back.
you.
We got a lot more, including Congressman Matt Gaetz in about, 20 minutes or so. So come on back. It's the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit 2023. Be back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Ed Martin here at Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. We're having a great time. Listen to this tweet now here. This is a tweet from Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg, it's quote, she's quoting someone. A top climate scientist is warning that climate change will wipe out all of humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels over the next 5 years. She wrote that on June 21st, just hours from now, June 21st, 2018. 5 years is up. I think we survived. So Greta Thunberg, we'll talk about her in a moment. Our next guest is Vijay Jayaraj. Vijay Jayaraj is an environmental researcher. He's a scientist. He's currently an associate over at the CO2 Coalition, the nonprofit that's based in Arlington, Virginia. Gregory Wrightstone is their intrepid executive director. He's a great author himself, a great guest on my radio show and other places. Vijay is a former research assistant at the University of British Columbia in Canada. He's got a master's in environmental science from the University of East Anglia. He lives and works out of India, where he is coming to us right now. Published all over the place. Came over to the States and gave a really interesting talk. It was recorded, I think, the Heartland Institute. That caught my eye. He and I have had meals together. Also an engineer, which helps him think clearly. Vijay, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hello. It's great to be on the program, and it's a really important topic that you're discussing, and I'm glad to share my opinion on that.
Great. Well, so Vijay, our audience is university students, so 18 to 22, 23 years old. They, in America especially, are inundated with the climate rhetoric. And the phrase I saw you use in that video that I grabbed onto was climate colonialism. I think maybe I got it. Climate colonialism. The notion that the West is saying to the rest of the world, you must act like this, and your opinion be damned. First of all, talk a little bit about that and how important it is and your perspective.
Yeah, when we talk about colonialism, we are obviously referring to the colonial past in our world, where some nations occupied a large number of countries, and obviously we move towards democracy, and colonialism is a history. But now, with the emergence of global politics and unelected institutes that politically govern the rest of the world, there's a re-emergence of colonialism in a way where certain Western leaders, and not the people, let's be clear about that, exert their control over policies, in fact domestic policies in countries in Africa and Asia. So in this case, when climate policies are introduced and these policies restrict the energy use in the developing world, people are now beginning to term them as climate imperialism, colonialism, or carbon imperialism. So it pretty much means that in the name of climate, the people are asked to stop their greenhouse gas emissions, especially those from fossil fuels.
Our guest is Vijay Jayaraj. Vijay, you studied in England. You're from India. You've traveled and spoken, lectured, and been in America. What is the impact of the Greta Thunberg phenomenon? Her role in promoting I would call it a myth, but whatever you call it, a narrative of climate change and climate in general. What's the impact of that?
The impact is huge because we must realize that when it comes to climate change, it is just not the policymakers who are at the helm in different countries. We are also talking about a large section of population that has access to the social media and the news and the viral media. So what happens is that when people like Greta Thunberg are elevated to a celebrity status and has wide coverage in the media and even promoted by global leaders, this has a big impact on young people and school-going people, and even an average professional who has no expertise in climate change to agree and acknowledge with her activism, which is carefully crafted to impact people's mind. So when we talk about impact, the impact is on the thinking level, where people are persuaded by the arguments that she makes. That's because people do not have the time or means to access some of the data regarding the claims that she's claiming.
We're talking again with Vijay Jayaraj, environmental scientist and works with the CO2 Coalition. What's the number one thing you would say to young people to understand about all of these conversations? I'm watching somebody who sent me a comment that I was asking about this phrase climate colonialism, but young people, they're just inundated by it's doom and gloom and Greta Thunberg. How do you tell them to think about these issues?
The number one thing to do when you hear the doom and gloom claims surrounding climate is to check the facts for yourself. And this is where the difficult part comes in, because obviously there is a wide spectrum of thought process and wide spectrum of claims regarding climate. And I would encourage people to listen to differing views and to use the scientific publications. One of the easiest way to access scientific publications is Google Scholar. So you can go to Google Scholar, you can search for papers on climate, between 2000 and 2023, and you can see a wide spectrum of views on climate, and these are from regional publications and international publications, and you can see that there's a huge variability in climate and the various aspects related to climate. And to be more specific, if you look at the extreme weather events, not many people in our world know that the United Nations claims that there has not been a dangerous increase in extreme weather events due to man-made climate change. Now, this might seem surprising, but that is in a UN report itself. But the fact that the global media and the politicians and the celebrities have been able to bypass this very fact and claim that the world is getting bad. There are more horrific wildfires like the ones we saw in Canada in the recent past, and even hurricanes. The number of landfall of mega hurricanes in US has not increased drastically. In fact, there has been a slight decrease in the landfall of major hurricanes. So these are claims that may seem surprising, but people can check them out for themselves.
We're talking again with Vijay Jayaraj, again, environmental researcher over at the CO2 Coalition, based in India, coming to us live from India. Vijay, India just passed China, at least if China will probably lie about it next month and tell us they have more, but India just passed China in terms of population. Massive amounts of growth going on in India. What's the reality there of your carbon needs? I mean, how you mentioned the phrase climate colonialism, carbon imperialism. If that's foisted on India, does it grind development to a halt?
Yeah, it will. There are a couple of key factors here. Not only is India's population more than China now, India's population of poor people is extremely higher than China, which means we have a huge section of population who are transitioning from poverty, lower income category to middle income category. And that means we have over 500 million, over 800 million people who will begin to buy basic electronic equipments like a washing machine or a fridge. So that increases the demand for electricity. And from the current available technologies such as wind and solar, we do not have the means to support such high energy demand. So we're talking about cities with 10 million population, 20 million population, and even 30 million population if you consider the national capital region in India. So these mega pockets of human civilizations cannot be supported with wind and solar. So obviously there's a need for reliable and affordable energy technologies and traditional energy sources such as coal, oil, and gas. Yeah.
Vijay Jayaraj, our guest. Couple last-minute questions before we finish up. Number one, I think you told me the number of English speakers in India out of the 1.4 plus billion people. How many speak English?
I think most of them. Like my grandmother grew up in a village, and she knows basic words in English. So we are when it comes to millennials and the generation thereafter, almost everyone knows English. Yeah.
I've been thinking for college kids out there that often hear learn Chinese to go to China or work in China or learn languages. You go to India, we're talking about 1.4 billion people. The last thing is the Prime Minister Modi is in Washington, D.C. this week for a big hosted at the White House and a speech to Congress. He won recently. He's in charge, huh?
Yes, Modi has been in charge and is quite popular. In fact, one of the most popular political leaders in this part of Asia. And his administration has been, trying to talk with the international politicians about the need of energy in India, how India cannot jump, the train and make everything renewable. So yeah, it will be quite fascinating to see the outcome of his current
his
US
visit.
Yeah.
Well, Greta Thunberg's wrong again, so she should start listening to you and the CO2 Coalition. Vijay, thank you very much. I know you got up to be with us, and we appreciate it. I tell our college students that are watching, watch India, what's happening in India, the development as fast as it's happening. It's extraordinary ally of our nation now, and economy that will be important in the future. So thank you for being out there on this issue and for taking the time with us.
Yeah, thanks.
All right,
Thanks.
Vijay Jayaraj, I will put up on social media links to his work at the CO2 Coalition, and pretty cool there all the way from India that he got up early to spend time with us. So we'll take a quick break, come back. Congressman Matt Gaetz is with us here in the office. We're doing the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit 2023. A lot more after this quick break. Welcome back. It's Ed Martin here at Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, our Collegian Summit 2023. I was just reminiscing, it's crazy to say that a week ago, Congressman Matt Gaetz chaired, we'll say it out loud, chaired a hearing on January 6th over in the Capitol. I was there and testified. We heard from Jeff Clark earlier today at this, and then some members, some people who'd been impacted. Jerry Perna, whose nephew killed himself tragically, and then a couple other folks. First of all, Congressman Matt Gaetz, thank you for being here with us again. You were here last year, I think it was, and you've been with us before.
And I don't get invited back places. So
That's
this was
true.
really special for me. I get a lot of first invites, but not a lot of second ones. So I'm just glad to be back.
I really want to know, you saw that clip of you and DeSantis preparing for the debate, and they're making a big deal out of the change in your physique. But I want to know where that shirt is. That was what was the shirt?
It was a Nirvana shirt.
Nirvana
and
shirt.
Actually, it's interesting when you get married, a lot of articles of your wardrobe suddenly disappear.
Yeah, so you don't know where that is.
No, yeah, there's not like if I ever need a body hit, I'm going to my wife and asking her to hide where she put all of my articles of clothing she's wanted to get out of the rotation.
All right, okay.
But yes, no, being married is a great thing because it got me in better health, better shape. And, Ron DeSantis did a great job in those campaigns. I wish him well. He's not my candidate of choice,
Right.
but I think we're allowed to be positive about more than one person.
Right. All right. So that was great though. The T-shirt it needs to go into your someday in the Gaetz Museum. You got to have that T-shirt there. Also for the size and scope when you were.
Exactly.
All right. So we were just talking off the air. You get into power. Republicans get into power, but you got one piece, the House. And you led, or you were a big part of a conversation about the Speaker and how it would work out. You being a part of these other conversations about oversight. How's it going?
Well, I don't know that I would give us an A.
Okay.
Because we have to use leverage better. This is what I spend most of my day with my colleagues on. We do control 1/2 of 1/3 of the government. But rather than using that as a limitation, what are the opportunities the House of Representatives has to act boldly, whether that's to lay out a policy agenda, whether that's to take strong stands to put downward pressure on spending, which we've missed the opportunity to do now, whether it's a vision on matters like term limits that we want to put up or balanced budgets. And I think too often we've slid back into the old Washington game. And I worried about this moment. When after the January speaker contest, the 20 of us who were demanding change got all this praise and all these accolades. And what I had to keep reminding people is that we had not won anything yet. All we had done was develop a series of tools. And now we have to use those tools effectively against an institution here that is often turned against the people. And folks at home wonder, how do we get this much debt? How does our government get weaponized and turned against innocent folks? And that's not a bug of the system. It's a feature of the system. And that's why I think we've got to stiffen our spine a bit more going forward if we want to get A marks.
I should have said represents the 1st District of Florida,
That's right.
And has now for what, 4 terms? Is this your 4th term?
This is my 4th term.
4th term, okay.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. And now you sit on how many committees? Now, this was the thing. How'd you do this? Because you fought with everybody on the way in, but you protected your committees. Again, talk about leverage, right?
Yeah, well, I serve on the Judiciary Committee and on the Armed Services Committee. And I think whether people like me or don't like me, I think they would acknowledge that on those committees, my skill set is very useful. We have our national defense legislation that's considered in committee tomorrow, and we have to de-wokeify this military. And it takes, at times, the penetrating questions that I offer and sometimes the direct approach I take to drive things. Like my colleague Eli Crane, Navy SEAL, congressman from Arizona, great dude, he said, nothing changes in this town without force. And maybe I'm not a peacetime consigliere, I'm a little more of a wartime consigliere, but I'm really worried about losing the country right now. Yeah. It's the stakes are very high, and whether it's our monetary system or our cultural divide, I feel like we're kind of hanging on by a thread sometimes.
Yeah. Matt Gaetz, our guest now. Our students, college students, that means that you've been in Congress, so that they would have been gone into, they would have been 12 to 18 years old, whatever, 12 to 16. And my point there is that a lot of young people haven't seen anything different than what they've only been paying attention into this world where the media is so over the top, so unfair. Congressman Loudermilk was here, and you get that guy ramped up a little bit, and he talks about how the Select Committee basically put a hit out on him. They lied about his tours. They call them reconnaissance tours on the 5th of January, and then he was getting death threats.
It's so ridiculous. Barry Loudermilk is like the kindest, most respectful person to the institution.
Right.
And the notion that he was leading recon tours, it's so ridiculous. But I hope he gets his Irish up over this, because he's got an ability with the House Administration Committee to really follow behind the January 6th committee and uncover some of the pain that they inflicted on people. I was amazed at the extent to which, if they even thought you were in the 2002 area code, they were getting people's bank records, down to whether or not you got a cup of coffee at McDonald's that morning. They subpoenaed the Capitol caterer to see whether or not, if you had a large group in your office that you brought muffins to, was that fomenting an insurrection? And I don't know that we have utilized our tools effectively enough yet to remediate that harm to the institution that the Democrats caused. And I don't think that's looking backwards. I get this critique all the time. Oh, well, if you talk about January 6th or the way in which the Democrats unfairly wielded power, you're not talking about kitchen table issues. But for a lot of people I represent, the fear that this will repeat is the kitchen table issue.
Yeah. Well, and you watch now, let's go to this. Hunter Biden gets his plea deal, right? And I think you're actually the kind of guy, when I say this, I think I'll be right. You probably don't think that spending money to put Hunter Biden in jail is a great idea. Right? Maybe you do, I don't know. But
I mean, to me, it's not even about Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden is a pass-through in corruption that exists between foreign nationals that mean America harm and people with power who are willing to put that financial benefit over their oath. Like, that is a way bigger deal than Hunter Biden to me.
Right.
Now, Hunter Biden's role in that is unique to be able to probe and expose that broader corrupt system because he was such an errant individual in a lot of ways. Like, most of the time this stuff goes on in this town and you never even see it.
Right.
It's below the table stuff, but he was so foolish and clownish about it. It ended up becoming a problem, and then people in our own government would discredit anything negative about Hunter as Russian disinformation. And I think that the accountability for Joe Biden is what I think will resolve the issue more thoroughly.
when these things, I think, overlap when I do this, you watched the money go to Ukraine, and you said, I mean, this isn't even serious. You're not even trying to pretend it's going someplace that we know of. And to your point, it's all the same overlapping sets of people.
Well, tomorrow we're going to have our national defense legislation markup in committee. And I'll offer an amendment to just say, if we're giving weapons to Ukraine, we have to follow our existing laws on end-use monitoring for any weapons we would put in a war zone. Not an unreasonable thing, and that will lose. Like, Republicans will join with Democrats to vote against that because there is such a bloodlust to be in the Ukraine fight. And my desire is to end that fight. I see the carnage and the loss of life, and I want the killing to stop.
But that corruption, so was it Mike Howell, who's over at Heritage, he was saying before, and he said people are so fed up with the corruption that it's coming from the bottom up. You think is he being optimistic?
So I think from the whistleblower standpoint, what the American public has seen so far are some of the whistleblowers at the agent level, at the field office level. And they're all kind of grabbing different parts of the elephant here on this broad, corrupt scheme. The people at the top who are talking to us are truly afraid. And I've debriefed some of those whistleblowers, and they are unwilling to be identified. They're unwilling to sit before hearings because they know the backlash that comes. I mean, look what's happened to the people that have come forward so far. They get rendered functionally unemployable. They get smeared as extremists. And if someone's given 10, 20 years of their life to the system, moved up to one of the higher levels, it's harder to get those folks in a position to be able to really be the narrator for their story. So that's why what you're seeing right now are various pieces of evidence, documents like the 1023, bank records like you saw with the business path-throughs from China to the Biden family. So that's the kind of stuff that I think is going to have to illuminate the story.
Can I ask you before, I'll come back to the college students, but because I did this at the hearing, you hosted this hearing of January 6th, but the pipe bomb. Has there ever been anything as insane as saying out loud that we had pipe bombs in front of the two major parties in America that could have killed members of those parties on January 5th and 6th, and we just can't find anything?
Yeah, and the more we learn, the more questions we have about the mysterious inoperable pipe bomb.
Yeah.
Right? And the pipe bomb that even the FBI knew was inoperable. If something is inoperable and you know it's inoperable, is it ever really a bomb? I don't know. Or is it more like a paperweight?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's something that created a lot of fear in people. And we don't want to see that in our country. We don't want our political opponents to be afraid that we're going to hurt them.
Right.
And we don't want people to want to hurt us because of our political views. And I think that really was such an accelerant on the risks of violence that if it was all kind of a hoax, one has to wonder who would be working to try to foment that division. It's very dark.
Would you say, with your experience now, that look at this, you say, I'm asking you this question, you now have experience in office, in and around life. Do you think we'll get to the bottom of that ever?
I mean, we can't get the JFK assassination stuff released. So I worry about that. I mean, the one thing that this government has done successfully is cover its secrets in a lot of ways. especially in some of the most devious things it's been involved in. So, what I'm pushing for now is a mentality among my colleagues in the Republican Party that you can't just do minimal reforms around the edges with your work, that we have to be thinking in far bolder terms. And the real challenge against that is that most folks are in service of the lobbyists and special interests who fund their campaigns. And it's so frustrating to me because oftentimes we miss the forest for the trees because somebody is, doing some favor for some corporate lobbyist. They're missing hey, we really need to do an authorizing bill for the Department of Justice and the ATF and the FBI. And we're gonna have to get a little more serious, I think, to get the country bought into that vision.
Maria is our intern. Do you have a question for Congressman Gaetz?
Or criticism.
Criticism,
I'll take
yeah,
it all.
that's right. That Nirvana shirt, how he filled it.
Honestly, I think I just have a compliment. You're a phenomenal speaker, and it's really, really great to hear you talk. And I've seen you definitely multiple times on TV, and it's true, guys. He really is.
She's from Ole Miss. She's just being nice. I'll tell you. I'll tell you that I sent this out to our people, and they sent me back questions, and one of them was about how you went through this lawfare. Where they leaked that you were all sorts of stuff. I won't even say it to help them not say it. And you went through what, a year or
years
of being accused, and it was
Well, this is the way that information operations work in this town is you take leaks and then you lash them on to lies. And then you try to aggregate that to the moon. And the left has big government, they have people in the government, in the media, and in major technology companies that create that vortex. And in my case, it was to try to discredit a lot of the work I was doing. And it was easier for me to find a horizon because I knew the facts and I knew I would ultimately be vindicated by them. But in the process, it's to try to disrupt you. And I get a lot of inspiration from President Trump just because he, regardless of what's going on, he maintains a focus on what we got to do to save the country. So that lawfare is increasing. We see it being weaponized in the bar practices. So if you're a conservative lawyer,
yeah, we talked about this.
They're trying to weaponize your local bar association to make it where you can't earn a living. I had people try to do that to me in the past, and it cost me tens of thousands of dollars. So, I don't want to fight like that. I want to fight with better ideas. But increasingly, we're so far ahead on just being normal, loving Americans, and the other side is so wicked and weird in a lot of ways that they're not battling us on the echelon of ideas. They're more focused on the mechanics of how people vote and how to get somebody canceled and how to get an account removed from a platform. And that's why this generation of college students we're talking to right now is so important to the movement, because they are the most socially interconnected generation in all of human history. And I come from the era where if you were talking to 4 people on AOL Instant Messenger, you were really scaling the message. But you guys have got an ability to analyze, coordinate, organize, and scale that I'm really going to be excited to watch.
But for those young people, after what you went through and you survived it, and you got lucky, you had your own family as well as your wife's family that believed in you. You had people around you, but you also had an attitude from the beginning that it wasn't going to matter who said what about you. No. You were Matt Gaetz, but most people aren't like that. They don't have as much support and all that. And the theme of this is the power of patriotism. Power of patriotism. A lot of times when you're either beat on or you see somebody beat on, you say, you know what, I'm just going to stay down here and even stay to myself instead of being out there.
Self-censor.
Yeah, self-censor.
Yeah, well, you know what, courage is contagious. That's one thing that keeps me going around here, because sometimes it's 2 or 3 of us. Sometimes it's 6. Sometimes it's 20. You get a few dozen people together, even against this system. You feel like you can fight your way out of anything back to back because you have that close-knit group of people. We got an appropriations fight coming up, and I'm going to want to be getting this government spending, causing inflation, hurting future generations with debt. I'm going to want to get that number down. And I had a colleague say to me, well, Matt, when they all attack you for getting in the way of Speaker McCarthy's budget, how will you respond? And I said, I don't know, probably with all the calluses that I have from the last fight.
Right.
So know that even if things may be tough, even if you feel like you got a professor trying to dog your grade because of it, an organization, they're trying to deplatform off your campus. Know this, every one of these fights, whether you win them or lose them, it's going to build up some toughness and some calluses and some of that connectivity we were talking about, and you're going to be more effective operatives when we really need it.
One more line of questions so we wrap up, but thank you for coming by late in the day. You got a lot going on. You know, it shouldn't work. Didn't work on you. You just you keep your head down. But, you know, they're indicting Trump again and again and again. It's not so much that I worry that he gets exhausted. I just have seen up close how the January 6 cases that are in the courts, they are totally unfair, they're totally unjust, they're totally unrighteous, and they work. There's guys sitting in jail because of it. And I just wonder if we're not saying, hey, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, as the Army's rolling up on us.
It feels that way sometimes, and that requires a strategic vision to understand the stakes of this fight and the tactics that the other side is using. And tactically, we can't get drug into these venues like this, you know, anymore. Like, ultimately, the great backstop is the jury system. And I think juries now are starting to look at, like, the DOJ and the FBI very differently. When I got elected, I thought the FBI and the CDC were the good guys. You know, and then you get here and you see this stuff, it's very different. So I think there are some backstops, but tactically we cannot serve our people up to be devoured by partisan DC juries the way we did in the January 6th matter. And when we have the Department of Justice at our disposal, we're going to have to remediate people's rights in a pretty significant way.
Yeah. Anything else? You can't say he's a nice guy anymore.
No, I want a tough one.
All right, you want a guy tough one?
I'll ask you a question. What do you think we're missing up here? What are people talking about that's not something that we get good perspective on?
You know, I really do think that the education influence of what students are having to write and what students are having to learn is something that's really big. And I know I've noticed it in establishments, and I've heard stories upon stories about essays having to be written that if...
Do you think people write essays with a left-leaning focus to try to get good grades?
Yes.
I was one of those people. I had a crazy hippie that taught me like a class about the 60s, and I totally just faked it to get the grade. I just thought I'll get the A and move on. But it is a weird way to get people out of a rational mentality, and maybe not for the people that are spending this evening with us, but for some, that's going to work, and that's going to. Then we have so many headwinds as we try to re-engage people in terms that are normal and rational and reasonable.
Yeah. Well, you know the trick. I mean, you write things down. You tell you write. And if you're writing too many times that you're a hippie, you might wake up a hippie. I don't know, or you might wake up.
All I ended up liking was Simon and Garfunkel. Out of everything else, I'm pretty square. I'm like Alex P.
Well, that Nirvana shirt that disappeared.
That's right.
That disappeared
Music,
somewhere.
so can we all agree we can have leftists do our art and people on the right do our laws? You know, I think that would be fun.
Okay, that sounds fun. All right, we've come to that agreement. All right, we have to. I have to run and wrap things up with Matt Gaetz. Congressman Matt Gaetz, thank you as always for your refreshing candor and all that you do. We will take a break and be right back. We're at Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. Back in a moment. Welcome back. It's Ed Martin here at Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegiate Summit 2023. Thank you for being here. Thank you to our college students. Thank you to our interns that were just with us. We've had great guests. I've been looking forward to this next guest. Years ago now, I had him on my radio show, Dr. Everett Piper. At the time, then he was a president of a university. Now he's a lowly elected official. I want to make sure I get it right. Osage County Commissioner #1. I think that's right. First District of the Osage County. He wrote a book that was the subject of our first conversation, Not a Daycare, The Devastating Consequences of Abandoning Truth. It's a really good book. As I mentioned, president of Oklahoma Wesleyan University for almost 2 decades. You've seen him all over. He does write over at the Washington Times, and he's on all the different networks, mostly Fox ones, but also other places. So Dr. Piper, we're talking to college students tonight, and in our Collegian Summit, which we do every year, you spent decades of your life teaching young people. So welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Ed, I'm delighted to be on your show again. I miss you. It's been a couple of years.
I know, it's been too long. We'll get you on the radio show too. I'll call you back after. Hey, I remember when you retired, you said, I had the season of doing this. It'd been almost 2 decades as president. A lot of effort, a lot of success. And I got the sense, not that you were leaving it behind, education, you were just, that was the season for that. But a lot has changed, hasn't it? In higher education, even at the good places, it's tougher than ever, isn't it?
It is. And you're right. I was president of Oklahoma Wesleyan for 17 going on 18 years. So I had nearly 2 decades there. I was blessed. The institution grew dramatically. We paid down our debt to 0. We were blessed to have a national platform because I opened my big mouth periodically and took on the social issues and talked into the market square of ideas. And I challenged the cancel culture and the snowflake rebellion. And God gave us a national voice. And I'm grateful for that. But I've always believed that the best leaders, in fact, if you remember the book, Good for Great, Good to Great.
Right.
I think it was Jim Collins wrote the book back in the late 1980s, maybe early 1990s. It was a seminal work. Everybody was buying it. It was in every airport. It was a national bestseller. And his primary premise in that book was that you have level 1 to 5 leaders. And he argued that level 4 is usually the maximum attainment by any leader. In fact, he used Lee Iacocca at Chrysler as his example of a level 4 leader, not a level 5.
Wow.
And the reason that Iacocca was level 4 rather than 5 was because Iacocca didn't understand how to leave. He didn't understand that good leaders lead by leaving. In other words, they hand the baton well. You hand the organization off while you're in full stride. You don't wait till you're stumbling. You give your successor a gift rather than a challenge. And I really wanted to do that. So that's why we left when we did. And I proved I wasn't very smart. I'm out in the Osage Hills of Oklahoma raising horses and cows. And I was dumb enough to run for county commissioner and unfortunate enough to get elected. So that's what I'm doing now.
That's what I want to ask you. The late Phyllis Schlafly, our mentor and founder and all, she used to talk about how she ran for office twice and lost both times, but she learned more about how things work by being a candidate than she ever could have by describing it. So now, after all these years, what a funny thing, Dr. Piper, again, our guest is Dr. Everett Piper, and I think it's dreverettpiper.com is the website, dreverettpiper.com, if I remember correctly. And
that's correct.
But you are in the fray at the local level precisely when most of the country realized we better get involved at the local level. I mean, you're a little bit ahead of your time. I mean, I think you've been, so how is that going? And what is it like to be at the local level? Can you see and feel the changes? Are you surprised it's slower or faster? And now your Oklahoma is a little bit different than the rest of the country in the sense that I think it's a pretty conservative county. But give us an update on what it's like to be a local elected official.
You know, I stumbled across this while I was campaigning for this job, a job that I don't want but was willing to do. And really, I meant that. In fact, I had several of my supporters while I was campaigning say, please stop saying that. People won't vote for you if you keep saying you don't want the job. And I said, no, I'm not going to stop saying it because it's true. And I think it's time people recognize that there's value in electing somebody who's willing to do it, but isn't so hungry for it that he's willing to sell his soul. So that was kind of my stump speech. I don't want the job, but I'm willing to do it. If you want me, fine. If you don't, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. I don't want this for a resume. I don't need it for a career. In fact, that's the exact opposite. I'm doing it because I like the people that I live next to. They're my neighbors, and maybe I should get off my duff and help serve them. But I stumbled across George Washington's, I don't know if it was his life verse, but it was certainly one of his favorite Bible verses, because he cited it over 50 times in his correspondence with fellow founding fathers.
Huh.
And it's a kind of an obscure verse. It's Micah 4:4.
Wow.
Every man shall sit under his own vine and his own fig tree and shall not be afraid. I'll repeat that. Micah 4:4. Every man shall sit under his own vine and his own fig tree and shall not be afraid. Now that's a weird verse. Who's going to put that on the refrigerator
Yeah.
or claim that as a life verse? But George Washington apparently did. But stop and think about it. It dawned on me. I had this epiphany while I was campaigning. That's exactly what we're doing when it comes to local government. It's your vine, it's your fig tree, it's your driveway, it's your ranch, it's your farm, it's your home, it's your kids' education. This is your community, this is your neighborhood. Leave us alone. We're going to take control through local government because it's the only good government. And when we do, it's our vine, our fig tree, and we shall not be afraid of government largesse and people coming in and trying to tell us what to do. And that's the lesson of COVID. COVID taught us that local government matters because you had a lot of little Napoleons that were mayors and councilmen and county commissioners of communities across the nation that went on this power trip and started telling everybody when they could go to church, where they could go shopping, whether or not they could go to work, and that they had to wear a mask over their face and all of this nonsense. And most of the people in the nation bowed in submission because they didn't remember George Washington's seminal verse, and that is, it's your life. It's your face, it's your church, and own it as your own, govern it as your own, and then the rest of the people will get out of your life and get out of your business. That's good government.
Dr. Everett Piper's our guest. Dr. EverettPiper.com is his website. His other book, I was trying to remember, Grow Up, 2021, another one of his. So back for a second to, the collegians. Our theme is the power of patriotism. In the time where we're told, oh man, there's structural racism here, or the founders were this, or such and such is that. Patriotism is about loving where you are, where you're from, where your nation. But the power of it is also, we've heard other speakers, and I've come around to this, describing it as patriotism alone is kind of, it's kind of incomplete. Patriotism requires a community. And what's your assessment of the increasingly hostile environment for communities of faith and Christians? And it's complicated, isn't it?
It is. I think it gets back to the first question you asked me. I didn't mean to dodge it, but that's the nature of education. It's really the nature of ideas in our culture. Every culture has to have a cult. And I don't mean that as a false religion. The root word of culture is cult. And if you go back and you look at the etymology of the word culture, it's to cultivate. So when you have a culture, you have cultivated common rows, if you will. When you see how a farmer plows a field, you have rows that are parallel. It's not willy-nilly. They're not happenstance. They're coordinated. The cultivating is a unified, parallel system of thought, if you will. That's what a culture is, because you have a common system of beliefs, a unified cult. And again, not a false religion, but the cultivation of commonality, parallel ideas that we all agree on so that we can live together in a civil fashion. And education was set up in the United States to do that. The reason you have Harvard, Dartmouth, Princeton, and Yale was to set up a system of education so that we would have common understanding as to what our free republic would be and what it meant to be a Christian nation. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say that because our founding fathers believed that the Bible was the foundation of our culture. and that those biblical ideas had to be owned in parallel common fashion in every community, every society, every family, and every person had to live within those parallel rows. Otherwise, we would be in chaos and we would lose our freedom. It's the paradox of discipline and freedom and fences. In fact, G.K. Chesterton once said, if you get rid of the big laws of God, you're not going to get liberty. You'll get thousands and thousands of little laws that rush in to fill the vacuum. And the point of higher education in the United States, and any education, quite frankly, from its inception, was to teach those big laws so that we wouldn't need government to come in and start imposing reams upon reams upon reams of little laws upon us, down to the point where they're now telling us what pronouns to use and which bathrooms we can go use. That's not freedom.
Yeah, Dr. Everett Piper is our guest. As I mentioned, for almost 2 decades, he was the head of a major university, a religious Christian university, and now serves in the county government where he lives in Oklahoma. Dr. Piper, we're talking to college kids tonight, and the world seems awfully unsettled, I think, for a college kid. 20 years old, a lot of your life has been in an uncertainty, especially the last few years. It's hard to believe what happened with the Wuhan virus. It's hard to believe that the media is shooting straight. Even if you want to bump along and just kind of go with the flow, it's just hard to feel good about these institutions. And that's disorienting for kids, right? They may be trying to orient themselves, disoriented, and feeling a little bit lost. How do you for, again, decades, you address the kids at the beginning of the year, I'm sure, and all throughout the year. How do you talk to college kids now and encourage them?
Well, I would say, again, I'm a Christian, so every answer I'm going to give you, Ed, is going to come from a biblical perspective.
Right.
So even if you're not a Christian right now, you're listening to me, if you're a college student out there that's on the fence, you don't know for sure where you stand in faith, I'm going to argue that this advice is still good, because biblical ideas have worked for thousands of years, even for non-Christians.
Right.
So the book of Esther is very telling right now. The book of Esther tells us that we are all here for such a time as this. When the situation gets ugly, when things start unraveling, I believe that in God's providence, we're placed in that given situation, and we should be saying to ourselves, what a wonderful time to be alive, because the boundaries are clear. The battle is very, very obvious. We don't have to worry about who's in and who's out, because if you're conservative today, if you believe in conserving things that matter, time-tested truths, the revelation of God, if you believe that natural law and common sense is something that should be conserved, then you stand relatively stark in a culture that's running the opposite direction. Be thankful for that. Recognize that this is a wonderful time to be alive, and that you can lead and lead boldly, because if you just step forward and say that a female is real, you're a leader. If you just step forward and ask a logical question like, how can you be a feminist if you deny the feminine? All of a sudden, you're a hero. Right. If you produce a documentary like Matt Walsh that asks the question, what is a woman? All of a sudden, you've got a gazillion hits because somebody dared to have the spine to ask the obvious. It's a wonderful time to be alive. So lead and lead boldly, and have confidence that the logical, rhetorical question is the one that'll win the day.
Do you think that politically now you're an experienced political guy? I'm not kidding. Actually, you've run for office and seen how it works. Where do you think we are as a political movement in the country? You know, you and I and others have talked about a desire for revival and things religious and cultural and social. Just pure politics. Where do you think we are? Where do you think we're headed the next couple of years? Any thoughts?
Well, I'm an unapologetic conservative, but that doesn't mean that I think the Republican Party is without flaw. I think I'm obligated to thank my people when they're right and criticize my people when they're wrong. And I really think that conservatives should recognize that that is our obligation. If you're a key candidate, if the person that you think is the guy makes a mistake, then admit it and criticize that mistake. Don't cover it up. People will respect you for that in the end. So I think it's a time for conservatives to truly conserve what's true and not just be politically expedient. And that may mean that there's going to be some pretty robust exchange of ideas, but I think that's good. In fact, okay, I'm going to make some of your folks mad right now.
All right.
I voted for Trump twice, and you and I have talked about that.
Yeah.
I don't apologize for that. He gave me more freedom rather than less, and I think it's my obligation to vote for the greatest measure of freedom that I can get in any given election. However, I'm not sure that Trump is the guy for the next generation of leadership. What did I say at the beginning of this particular exchange, Ed? I said, good leaders lead by leaving. You hand the baton in full stride. There's a time when you're a kingmaker, you shouldn't crave the throne to continue to be king. Is that time here for a man that's nearly 80 years old that has a very strong bench? I mean, I would hope that everybody that's involved in your summit right now recognizes that the youth of the conservative movement is very strong. We have some noted leaders that have accomplished a lot, and the governor of Florida that would be among those leaders, I would argue. Why would we not want to think about whether we should be handing the baton rather than holding on to the ring of power?
I certainly
I made
agree.
everybody mad there, didn't I?
No, that was great. I thought no, it's great. That's why you're Dr. Everett Piper and not some political guy. And I think you're right on this. We're going to have that debate. We're clearly going to have it. I think we'll be better for it. You know, I think there's going to be a serious exchange. I don't think anybody's backing down or right now. So we'll see. And there's as they used to say in high school dances, leave room for the Holy Spirit. You know, they try to keep the girl and the boy away from each other. Let's leave room for the Holy Spirit. Maybe the Lord will pour forth something here and sort it out. But all right, Dr. Piper, thank you as always, and it's great to see you, for me to see you again and to hear your voice. And thanks for your encouragement to our college students. We'll look forward to catching up again, and I appreciate you very much.
All right, blessings. Take care.
Thank you, Dr. Everett Piper. DrEverettPiper.com, all one word, DrEverettPiper.com. He's got a lot of there, as you can see and hear. We'll take another break and we'll come back. You know, let me check and see. We've got coming up, Catherine Engelbrecht is going to be with us, Mark Ludwig, Todd Bensman, and Mike Davis. And also, follow me on Twitter, @EagleEdMartin, @EagleEdMartin on Twitter, Ed Martin Live on Facebook, on Gab and Parler and all that. I think it's Ed Martin. Is it @Ed Martin on Parler and Gab? Yes, it is. And but @EagleEdMartin on Twitter to try to make sure that Elon Musk pays attention. And we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. It's the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit 2023. Back in a moment. Welcome back to the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. We have all these great speakers. Another one, guests. Another one here is Mark Ludwig. Mark is an old friend of mine for many years. I've been in and around conservative, or maybe all versions of politics in the St. Louis and Missouri area. And then nationally, I've gotten to see him out communicating with folks. He's the executive director of Americans for Equal Shared Parenting. Americans for Equal Shared Parenting. The website is afesp.com. Mark, welcome back. Thanks. First of all, before we talk about the issues surrounding shared parenting, equal shared parenting, we've talked about that a little bit before. We were talking off the air, and I mentioned that your experience, you didn't go into any of this because you were a political person. You may have cared about it, I guess, but you had some issues you cared about. Describe first how one guy and then you and in Washington, D.C., the Congress. Talk about that experience of deciding to make your voice heard and having it work.
Yeah, I think it's on a very small scale, similar to what Phyllis did, making the changes. Not that I'm even remotely at her level, the changes I made, but yeah, I was just a dad who wanted time with my son. Shortly after my son was born, his mom left and moved without telling me. It took me 204 days to track him down and get access to him.
Wow.
And then a year of a court battle to get even less than every other weekend. And I started sharing my story, and I was amazed at how common the story was. While I was going through it, I felt like it was me against the world, and there was nobody out there else that was going through the situation. And then one of the TV stations in St. Louis ran a story on me, and it like lit up. I started getting calls and messages from people all over the country saying, hey, same thing happened to me, same thing happened to me. And I realized that was a systemic problem. That wasn't just a once here and there. That means there's some legislation that needs to take place to get fathers back in. And I'll fight just as hard for mothers, because actually I believe very firmly that a child needs both parents in their lives. And we talk about that more in a second. But as a result of that, in my political background, I just decided to start making change. So I started, first off, a series of Facebook Lives educating people on how to go about making changes, and teamed together with an army across the country. And so far, we've passed legislation in Kentucky, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, West Virginia, and then this year, Florida and Missouri. So we're slowly making a wave across the country here.
Mark Ludwig is our guest. Mark, you mentioned that you had these concerns, these issues with others, and you wanted to get them done. Different than a paid lobbyist who's coming at this and saying, hey, I'm paid by this company to do something. But in some ways, it's harder, because you're like, hey, look, I can tell you what's happening to me and others, do something about it, and they don't always do something about it. And that part of it, I've heard you talk about. It's frustrating, right? And that part of it, you're like, why doesn't the system respond? How do you process that? How do you encourage people in the face of, hey, I just made a really good argument. You can see it. You can see how this change would help people. It wouldn't hurt anyone. And yet you're not getting it done.
Yeah, I think the biggest key is to try and find someone that can relate to your cause. For myself, I never knew there was a problem with custody issues until it happened to me. And I realized in the state of Missouri, we've got 163 reps and 34 senators. Out of a pool that large, one of them has to have gone through a custody battle. And so I started seeking out and started asking legislators, hey, are you aware of any of your colleagues that have been through a custody battle that would understand what I'm talking about? Because once you find somebody that now all of a sudden they can understand, it's not just you telling them the story, they've lived it. Now you've got an ally to help working you through the legislative process.
Mark Ludwig is our guest again, Executive Director, Americans for Equal Shared Parenting. Now moving down to the issue, Mark, you know, a lot of our collegians, a lot of Americans, it's not even remotely unique now to have Americans, young people impacted by divorce and even custody problems. And it ends up often where they have an impression of their father or mother that may or may not be real or may not be true. I mean, I don't even know how to sort of start in on this, but the point of what you've done is said, hey, the system has been too often skewed against one parent. A lot of times the dad, but as you said, not only. How do you start out this conversation? I mean, you're such a nice guy. Nobody thinks Mark Ludwig is not a nice guy. And so I think that's helpful for you. But how do you start this conversation to say, hey, look, it's not about whether mom or dad was good enough or bad enough or whatever. It's that the system has got to have some ability to let both parents be involved. I've heard you talk a lot about it.
Yeah, I think especially for people that are wanting to advocate for any cause, the key is to make sure that you build a relationship with legislators. And my issue, because it's dealing with kids, when my son was basically kidnapped out of my life, that's a very emotional situation to go through. And as a result, a lot of typically fathers become very upset, and rightfully so. The challenge is it's very hard to build a relationship with a legislator when you come across as being angry or bitter or having anger management problems.
Right.
So what I encourage people to do is get your personal story down to 60 seconds or less, but then transition your story into the systemic problem. No legislator is going to change a law because of one person. One person will give you a personal relationship to build with the legislator. Then you translate that personal relationship into, hey, this is a systemic problem. I'm not the only one dealing with this. And that was the big key that I used is I told my story about the 204 days, but every time I met with a legislator, I said, well, I can promise you, you've got at least 100 of your constituents going through this tonight. We don't know where they are, but I promise you, they're in your district right now, and you've got a chance to help those people. So it's very important not to dwell on your story, use your story to open the door, but then transition into the systemic change that needs to take place.
Mark Ludwig is our guest. Again, if you go to afesp.com, that's the website for Americans for Equal Shared Parenting. Mark Ludwig is over on Facebook. He mentioned, does a lot of Facebook Lives. I teach my kids, Mark, my own children, that your ego is a tool. You have to put it aside when you want to make an argument, when you want to talk, and you do it really well on Facebook. You say, hey, look here, I'm putting myself out there to explain something to you. Now to this issue. Nothing is as simple. There's no rule that solves all of any problem, right? So, you say, oh, hey, there's a divorce and there's a child involved. We should do X. That fits every situation. That never is true. However, we created a system with these family courts and with judges that have such power that it feels like the two things that have gotten into our family court system that are worrisome, if not worse, are money, lots of money that influences how it works, and I think I'd say liberalism and feminism that sides against the dad a lot and sides in a certain way. Am I overstating that? I mean, again, it's not. We can't have one size fits all where a law can be passed for everybody. But what we've done instead is hand off a lot of the decision making to a system that doesn't seem particularly the values that we should want.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I believe there's been a war on families for the last 50 years going on. And the easiest way to attack the family is to remove the father. When I was growing up, if you watched any TV show, whether it was My Three Sons or The Brady Bunch or Leave It to Beaver, the father was the pillar, the rock of the house that everyone came to for advice. Nowadays, you'd be hard-pressed to find any TV show, any movie, anywhere where the dad is even remotely a hero. The dad is always the butt of the jokes. He's the idiot. He's the lazy person. And so it's fueled by media. But a lot of the liberals want to try and remove the father from the house. Why? If they do that, now they get the family dependent on the government. And that is not the way that I believe and that you believe that we're to be raised. The Bible tells us that the family should be the core. The father is the head of the household. And so I believe that you need to have that in there. And so as a result, I believe in the equal shared parenting aspect that, like you said, no one size fits all, but the starting point should be a 50-50. I believe God designed opposites to attract for a reason. And every mother and father, each one has a strength and each has a weakness. And if you arbitrarily steal one of those parents and remove one out of a child's life, that's a very unbalanced life that the child is going to grow up with. The parents may not get along. You know, my son's mother is not my favorite person. It doesn't matter. That's his mom. And he has a right to her because she adds value into his life in a way that I can't add.
Mark Ludwig as our guest again, and I think, Mark, as you said, the personal experience that you come out of is the starting point, and then you go on from there. I was actually going to say, I was going to interrupt you, and then I realized how you were right. I was going to say that Homer Simpson is the father I thought of, the modern one, which is your point, make him into a bumbling, stumbling, butt of all the jokes, which is a great point. What is the state of the family courts? In terms of the ability for the family courts to get it right, Americans have a lot of willingness to forgive the mistake if you'll get it right eventually. In other words, you try to do the best you can, and I am, of course, I'm coming at this from Phyllis Schlafly, her book, Who Killed the American Family. She wrote chapter after chapter on how our family courts really are getting it wrong. What's the best path to getting a better effort to try to get it right? It feels like the courts are getting it wrong over and over again, and they're not adjusting. How do you counsel, or how can the laws be changed to get more adjustment? One is equal shared parenting, I know, but that's sort of an end of a system, or a result of a system. What's the best paths forward?
Ultimately, we need to get rid of, as Phyllis sounded the alarm in, I think, 1995, Phyllis started sounding the alarm of this Title 4D funding, which was basically fueling federal money to the states, which encouraged this type of behavior. And as people have always said, follow the money. Well, there's a money supply coming in where states are basically encouraged to give split orders. Right. And until we get that spigot turned off, now fortunately Andy Biggs has been working on that and filed a bill about 6 weeks ago to cut part of that budget out of Title 4D, but that's the big key is getting that federal funding turned off.
Mark Ludwig's our guest. He referenced Congressman Andy Biggs' bill, Biggs of Arizona. Mark, pulling back a little bit broadly, after all this experience and all this life you're living, and you're a business guy too, and you've now, I'd love to say it because I'll watch your face's reaction, you're a community organizer because you brought together this community of folks. You said there's moms, there's dads who are saying, hey, we want a better system here. Pulling back a little bit, the theme of our Collegians Summit this year, as we're talking to our college students, is the power of patriotism. And I made the point early in our program that patriotism is loving your country, loving America, but it's also sharing that experience of loving it, being next to people who are sharing it too, who have goodwill, who are interested in making things better. How do you feel about where we are in this country? How do you talk about that, think about it as you try to build the communities that can make these changes you see needed, and also raise your son and our kids well?
I think it's important that we have people like the college students that are watching this to raise up. We are fighting an incredible battle. We've got the media against us that don't even report a lot of the stuff that needs to be reported. And we need people to stand in the gap and say there needs to be a change, because fortunately right now we still have the ability to make changes. But if enough people don't stand in that gap, we won't have that right anymore. And I love the way Phyllis encouraged people to get to their state capitals, to follow the issues and to make their voices heard. We need a lot more young people doing that. And fortunately, I think there is a tide growing across the country of people willing to, but I'm really glad that you're putting this on to encourage more people to stand up and make a difference.
Americans for Equal Shared Parenting, AFESP.com to learn more. Mark, I wanted to ask you about this. I think there's this interesting problem, right? There was a Twitter check of someone who tweeted something like, the claims that a fatherless household are not successful are nonsense. And then the Twitter check said, clearly the percentages show that, no matter what race or ethnicity in the background. But we do know also that, we're not going back to anytime soon to a period where the law, at least, is going to change in terms of divorce. So we got lots and lots of families that are different than the nuclear family. That's part of adjusting to this. I mean, I think one of the things you've been talking about is, hey, don't try to say you got to have mom and dad back together. That's not happening in your case or anyone. But don't let one of them be left out of it in the interest of trying to have this reality challenged. I think we might have lost you, Mark, there, which is too bad because that was a brilliant question, and I was wondering how I saw you nodding along as we were going. Oh, there you go, you're back. Did you hear my question, Mark?
Sorry, I didn't. I got a phone call calling in, and somehow it muted you. I apologize for that.
Outrageous. This is outrageous. What I asked was, I'll summarize it because I hemmed and hawed. I was back to my lawyer days where I was getting paid by the word. Basically, I said this. There's no such thing, there's no usual family anymore. I mean, we know what the nuclear family is, but half of the country is experiencing stepdads, divorced parents. So we would like to go back, and we'd like everybody to, but we're not going to say, Mark's got to get remarried to your son's wife. That's not happening. So adjusting to the notion that, hey, you just need these roles in your life. And if your dad is gone, you still need a role model in your life that's a man and a father figure, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I said, in sort of as you alluded to, the fact that just because mom and dad aren't together, in the child's mind, that's still their family. And so my son still has his mom is still his family. Her and I might not be together, but I have to respect the fact that that's his mother.
That is, I think we're losing you, Mark. I'm sorry. You maybe got another call. Whoever's calling you really wants to talk. Well, we're almost out of time anyway. So I think that point is, there you go. You're back. But I think whoever's calling you really wants to talk to you. I hope it's not your son. You should take that call. Anyway, well, I don't know. Any last thoughts there?
No, I just appreciate everything that you do and that Phyllis did to encourage people to realize this is our country, and we still have the opportunity to go ahead and make changes if we think changes are needed. So I encourage everybody to stay involved and to watch. I love what you need to know, your updates. Those are just awesome for a great summary of what people need to know.
Well, thank you, Mark. You're a good friend, and we appreciate you very much. I watched you grow into your role as a national leader now from your work from your work as a dad, and then from your work in Missouri, and then nationally. So, again, Americans for Equal Shared Parenting, AFESP.com. It's really important, and I think what we talked about is really partly what young people that see around them. Maybe they're living all kinds of different ups and downs of what looks like the perfect family. But what you said in the middle of that was, hey, there's a dad and a mom. They're going to exist in time no matter what you do. And we have to figure out how to both play those roles, live the role, live the duty, and also protect the system so that people can do that. So thank you, Mark, very much for being with us and for everything you're doing, and we'll be in touch soon.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate
All right,
it.
yeah, Mark Ludwig, and everyone check that out. I think that's really important as we're talking about the pro-family movement. Mark is a great resource. So we will take another break, and we'll be right back. Here we're at the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. If you are online, you can send us comments and questions, and we'll get to them, bring them up to our guests if we can. If we can't, we'll forward them on to them, and they'll get back to you when they can. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegian Summit 2023. Grateful for so many of our students who have been sending in questions. Ahead of time, we solicited from our Eagle leaders the same thing. We had great questions, great ideas, great speakers. Our next guest, Catherine Engelbrecht, is no stranger to us. We were just reminiscing offline. She's been in the office here one of the times. She's been at some of our events, our Eagle events. She's been a fixture for, I hate to even say it out loud, I don't know, almost 15 years probably, Catherine, working. She's a founder of True the Vote and has been a real advocate for protecting our elections, making things work, and working in that field for a long time. Catherine, welcome. It's a little mixed for me as we talk to our college students. I remember being with you at one point, you were saying they're not getting it, they're not seeing the problems up to 2020. You couldn't have been more right. You've been proven right. I know that doesn't feel good because you'd rather have the elections be done well and fairly, but how are we today with that feeling like you were saying they're not getting it? Are we going through a similar thing where we're just going to somehow ballot harvest as well as the other side and think it's going to work?
Well, yeah, you bring up a hot topic straight out of the gate. So, to answer in your first part of your question, I think as a country, America is more aware of what is happening in our elections than ever before. And I don't care if you have an R or a D after your name, that things are not right. And that gives us an opportunity to message, to mobilize, and I think to make a huge and positive difference in the 2024 election. So, it's been a steep learning curve. I mean, we're talking about where so many people were just in terms of their understanding of process in 2020. It's been a huge learning curve, but we're positioned now, I think, to be far more productive and stay on offense more so than what we saw in the last cycle. So that's all really good. But the comment around, the RNC's apparent endorsement of ballot harvesting is a fool's folly. I mean, it's not going to work. It's ballot harvesting presupposes that the preferred path is to get a mailed ballot and then give it to somebody else to have them cast it on your behalf. And that's just in states where the needle has been moved sufficiently to a place where you just assume you're going to get your ballot by mail. And you have to take all of these things into consideration, and I appreciate that. But the fundamental underpinning of what the Democrat Party does in their ballot harvesting operations is built upon a premise of deception that I would hope the Republican Party doesn't want to engender in their own process.
Right.
We, let me just say, the royal we of people that love liberty should be out there registering people to vote, mobilizing them to the polls. In terms of getting them to vote early or the day of, all of that is fine and well. But the notion that the one solution is going to be to, if you can't beat them, join them, I just think is a huge mistake.
Catherine Engelbrecht is our guest. Catherine, when you look at voting and, True the Vote, your organization, but also your life, your work, how you've been out here, we always hear young people don't vote in as high a percentage as older people. You can almost track it out. Every now and then there'll be an election. It seems like in 2022 that maybe the Democrats used TikTok and things to try to engender more energy around certain issues. Maybe that's just New York Times writing stories. But part of the problem is when I go to your website, I see you capture it. Part of the problem is young people, they don't have confidence that the system works. So when you say on your website, True the Vote, restore America's confidence in our electoral process, like our confidence in the media, like our confidence more and more in the justice system, like our confidence in the IRS, we'll get to that later, and you, the confidence, the belief the system works. For young people, they're like, I don't think my vote counts, I don't think it matters. That's gotten worse maybe, hasn't it?
I think so, yes. And look, this is as President Reagan, once so appropriately vision cast, a time for choosing. This is that time. And the choice on this front is whether or not you care enough try to make this better. Because if it's understandable that people would question, well, what does it even matter? But what's the alternative? To do nothing?
Right.
To not vote, to not try? Because there is one definite outcome, and that's the path we're headed on. And that path, it should be said, isn't just going to the Democrat Party. That path is headed to a totalitarian state that nobody listening wants to be a part of, that will so radically reduce our freedoms in a way that we've never seen. And so now it's, is it a perfect process? No. Do our elections have lots of room for improvement? Yes. But the one sure way to lose is not to participate, and that's what we have to avoid.
Catherine Engelbrecht is our guest again. TrueTheVote.org, TrueTheVote.org. If you're a college student at home, there's a million ways to get involved, and you go there and find out about them. A very helpful site. You can go on My State. There's a drop-down box. I noticed a couple things. You were always sort of local. Meaning you were always focused. There's a sheriff's toolkit. You weren't trying to necessarily persuade a presidential campaign or a Senate campaign. Yeah. You're saying, hey, where you are, you can do it. The late Phyllis Schlafly, for whom I worked, she believed the precinct captain is the most powerful position, in many ways to influence it could have. I'm not sure, by the way, that hasn't shifted because of the way the party structure, but that's another conversation for another day. But the local energy, I think you'll agree, we see a lot of that. School board races, sheriff's races. I live in Northern Virginia. There's a lot of energy right now because there's a contested race for district attorney, that's not what it's called, circuit attorney, the prosecutor in Fairfax County, because it's a Soros guy. There is a lot of local energy. The question I have for you is the local energy focused enough on elections? In other words, I care about the school board, but the school board race, when they count the votes, when they manage the ballots, when they manage the registration, that's the same set of processes as when you run for district attorney or state rep or Congress. And sometimes I worry that people are focused on one aspect and missing the really, if the accounting, the election system and counting is not transparent and auditable, you're never going to really know.
You're exactly right. And from our perspective, and we do offer a lot of tools and ways to familiarize someone with the opportunities that exist. But just as a shortcut, here's what I would say. Pick up the phone or Google to find your jurisdiction, your county, your township, whatever the primary local organizing body is in which you vote, and Google that word and election administrator and get a phone number, call them and say, hey, I want to serve. What can I do? And just hear what they have to say. Right. Because there are so many ways that citizens can serve. And I know that there's been over these last couple of years, there's been a fascination with trying to prove all the ways that the election was fraudulent. And while that taught a lot of valuable lessons, we can't forget that there is a need to serve, and not just on election day, but there's so many ways to review absentee ballots, to review signature verification, to be there at central count, to work locally in your precinct to help make sure that the process of a polling place is properly conducted. There are so many ways to serve, and just being there makes a difference. Observation changes things. So I just encourage everybody, pick up the phone and just say, and it's okay to just admit that you don't know. Just, I don't know. I don't really know. I just want to serve in an election. What can I do? And just start. Don't wait. Just start.
Catherine Engelbrecht, our guest, TrueTheVote.org is the website. When I found a bio on you, Catherine, it wasn't from your site, I don't think. It was from somebody having you affiliated, and it said Catherine is a mother, business owner, native Texan, and lifelong practitioner of common sense. I think that's pretty good. And here's why when I ask you, I think you might have the distinction. Maybe there's someone else I'm not thinking of, Ollie North, I guess, but of being one of the early targets of lawfare. Because when you started True the Vote in the Tea Party movement, you said, I'm a common sense mom and I'm a business I want to do this. Let's make this thing work. You hadn't been, as far as I remember, a lifelong, political hand or a consultant or anything. And you found yourself just dragged and back and forth in the legal system from the IRS based on what later became clear was targeted efforts to, either targeted efforts to focus on making it difficult, that's probably being too generous, harassing people that were on that side of the aisle. But you went through that. Now you see what we've come to. You must kind of shake your head and say, I went through that earlier. It may have been a warm-up, but it was real, and it was real, truly, true suffering.
Yeah, I mean, prior to my starting True the Vote in 2010, I'd never been in court. I'd been in business for 16 years, very active. I'd never been in a lawsuit.
Wow.
Within 2 months of starting True the Vote, I was sued twice. The IRS situation, which resulted in 5 different government agencies and 23 audits or investigations inside of 2 years. It was so surreal that I kept, and I was so new, as you point out. I just thought, let's go work at the polls. I had no clue that would start such a political buzzsaw targeted at me. And since then, some 13, 14 years later, I've never been out of court since. Right now, we're facing 5 lawsuits, just settled 2 earlier this month. Or not settled, but 1, frankly, so that's a great thing. But all this to say that, yeah, in some ways, I think we were kind of the canary in the coal mine. The lesson is that part of the tactic of the enemy is to wear you down, to break your spirit, to break the bank, to just force you to give up. And you can say a lot of things about True the Vote, but one thing you cannot say is that we quit. We will not quit. We're not going to back down. I have done a deep examination of how deep my well is and what I'm willing to leave on the field for this country, and it's everything. And that's an evaluation that your college students need to take seriously. How much do you really care? What would it feel like to lose everything? What do other totalitarian countries look like around their election season? Because we're coming up on that time, and it's as I've said, it's a time for choosing.
Catherine Engelbrecht, that clip right there, we should take that clip because that's phenomenal. Thank you for what you just said and for inspiring people. It makes me think differently about it. Our Collegians Summit this year, we come up with a tagline and we try to weave that through all the different conversations. We've had congressmen and we've had former high-level Department of Justice folks and then authors and all in here for this Collegians Summit. It is the power of patriotism. The power of patriotism. Well, look, you're a patriot. That's great. I believe in you. You believe in me. But patriotism brings us together. There's a power in Catherine Engelbrecht that's pretty big, but there's a lot of power when Catherine Engelbrecht is a part of this nation and part of the community. Talk to me about how important it is to not feel, I don't know, ashamed is a little too dramatic, but not feel like you have to step back from American exceptionalism and this sense of patriotism. You expressed it already a little bit, but that's what I think our college students, they're being inundated with, we're not good enough, other places are better, or whatever it is. And I think it's so important to hear from folks like you on this.
Well, I tell you what, young Americans growing up, this is a very difficult time because so much has already been seated in our higher, our institutions of higher learning, where they take a totally different approach.
Right.
I would just encourage people to first, if I may, stay in prayer, because that is going to help you separate the signal from the noise, and make sure that you are channeling the things that actually make sense in this very dystopian daily life that we find ourselves in. There are still common truths and a true north that we should be governed by, and we need to remember that it really, in the end, this is all coming down to a battle between good and evil. So stay on that good side. Live by example. You don't have to be a political evangelist. Just hold your own and live by example and serve. Model your patriotism through service, and elections are one of the best places to do it because there's always a need. So getting involved and seeing how the process works, it changes things.
I have a question from one of our folks, our collegians. As you describe this, are there candidates that sort of link up with what you're doing and run for office on the election issue of sort of making it secure. I think this is a follow-up to a conversation I was having with a collegian about Virginia races. Are there candidates who you say, oh good, you want to do this right and really protect your election, have the best chance for it not to be stolen, here's the steps you could take, almost like a toolkit for a candidate?
You know, yes and no. So just because of our status as a nonprofit and nonpartisan, you know, we try to make things available, but I will say that more candidates are aware and are building their own election integrity teams, and any candidate that is serious about their campaign should have an election integrity aspect and a plan for game day. If things go south, and we hope that they don't, but who can they call? What can they do? And that's the kind of stuff that True the Vote can absolutely help with.
I remember when I remember when I ran for office, I was telling this, I forget who now told us, we had a speaker on from Europe, Dominik Tarczyński, and he ran a couple times and lost. And late Phyllis Schlafly used to say, running and losing is the best way to learn. But I remember when I was a candidate, and they came in and said, we got to worry about election integrity. And literally, the conversation was like, the campaign consultant was like, we'll do that the weekend before the election because you know you got to raise money, you got to knock doors, you got all these things, and a lot of times that's too late. If you're trying to track, you know, how the registration's gone, who's voted, you better be engaging earlier in the process than ever to have the best chance to protect things. Who's the best in the country when you look out and say there's an elected official who's a leader on these issues? Doesn't mean everything is perfect, but who's truly gets it and is saying, hey, watch this. Is there one county clerk? Is there one Secretary of State who you would point to and say, that person's really great?
You know, there are handfuls of secretaries of state who have recently stepped away from an organization called ERIC, which stands for Electronic Registration Information Center. And that was a system that was sort of holding captive states' voter rolls under the promise of keeping the rolls accurate, which they weren't, and it became a very political thing. We had been warning about it for a long time. Those secretaries of state that recently have stepped away and said we're done with this, I think show leadership that has been sorely lacking for a long time. So I'm very optimistic about that. I'm also optimistic about the local clerks that have responded well over time to citizen engagement. Initially, you know, it was a little bristly, you know, we heard a lot of feedback of people saying, you know, they don't seem to want to talk to us, but because they've stayed the course and have shown that they really are interested in helping to support proper process, we're seeing a community develop and networks develop that are I think reason for great hope.
I just have a couple of minutes left, so let me check and see. I got like a minute and a half left, but a question from a collegian. It seemed like the Dinesh D'Souza using your stuff proved a lot, and it doesn't seem like much has happened since then. I don't know what we expected to happen. As you pointed out, you can only look back so much because you got to look to the next race, but what's the status on that?
Well, so it's a great question. You know, we never expected to make a movie to begin with.
Right.
So to your questioner's point, we always thought that we would be able to present that information to law enforcement and they do something. Right. Only when all of that failed did we say, let's make a movie. But out of that movie, what came was, in many of the states, really good legislation that removed the drop boxes, that made it more apparent that there were problems in the process and in the follow through. So there have been some good things to come out of it. But I think it also served as a wake up call to people across the country, across the world for that matter. So it was a big deal.
All right, Catherine Engelbrecht, founder and the head of truethevote.org. Thanks, Catherine, for all your help and encouragement, and for these collegians that are engaged. You're a dynamo. I think your charisma and leadership is part of your great gift. So thank you for all you're doing. And sorry you're in court so much. That's terrible. But I mean, I know at least your well is deep to keep fighting back. So thank you.
Indeed. Thanks for all you do.
Okay,
thanks, Ed.
God bless you. God bless you. That's Catherine Engelbrecht of True the Vote. We will be back in a moment. We'll take a break, and we're here at the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians, the summit, the college summit, and a lot more. Thank you for your questions to the college kids. We'll be right back. Welcome, welcome. It's Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. So much going on, so many issues we're covering. One of the real go-to resources for us at the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles and myself personally over the last couple of years has been Todd Bensman. Todd Bensman is the Senior National Security Fellow over at the Center for Immigration Studies. That's a great organization. CIS.org is their website. And Todd has been instrumental at looking closely at the border, the issues surrounding the border. He's done numerous trips to the border. He's Texas-based, so he's got a lot of contacts in the community, having himself served in public safety in the past for the Texas state government. He's won awards as a journalist and now is playing this great role as one of the real substantive sort of gadflies on the issue of the border. His book is called Overrun. Let me get the subtitle right. How Joe Biden Unleashed the Greatest Border Crisis in U.S. History. Post Hill Press, Bombardier Books is the publisher. So Todd, welcome, and thank you for taking the time to be with us. We're talking to our collegians, our college students, so you sort of pull back a little bit. Sometimes they're engaged, sometimes they're not. Before we get to the border more specifically, what you've seen, I did want to ask you about the issue of the Chinese nationals. There were a series of stories in the last few days. I saw actually on Twitter, General Spalding was engaged in a back and forth with somebody who was reporting about the number of Chinese nationals coming through our southern border. What is your job, National Security Fellow, what's the reality of the Chinese infiltration through our border?
Sure. Well, first of all, we have always had Chinese nationals coming through the border. That is just, they are just part of the, the border story.
Okay.
But we are seeing far more than normal. We probably have had 12 or 13,000 cross the border just since October of this year. That is a really big surge. We have often only had 1,000 or 2,000 per year, and we've got 12, 13,000 already in just like the first half of the year. So the numbers are way up. The issues, of course, are that most Chinese people are strangers. We're unable to vet them at the border. We can't call the Chinese government to run a background check on them. We can't trust that the Chinese government hasn't sent spies to penetrate our institutions over the border, because they send spies all the time through legal immigration means, F1 visas, J1 visas, coming in and flying in, and they turn out to be spies. So I think a very plausible and logical presumption is that this is an espionage threat. The truth is that most of them are probably economic migrants interested in the fact that the Biden administration is letting everybody in and turning away no one. So most everybody that shows up from China at the border gets right on into the country, even if they cross illegally. However they cross, we tend to let them in. And that's sort of the issue with the Chinese, is we don't really know who they are.
But Todd, to be clear, I mean, if you don't get out of China without something like the permission of the Chinese government, right? I mean, there's not a lot of boat people escaping China, or am I wrong? I mean, I know there's a billion, 1.2 billion, it's a lot of people to keep track of, but I think that's what the communist regime does. So, when you see people coming to America from China to study at schools, for example, the Chinese national students, those are the children of either the communist elites or the children that are allowed to come. Is it the same at the border, or are there actually people escaping from China? Do we ever get like dissidents at the Chinese border? They actually show up and they say, hey, I'm trying to escape from this crazy communist regime. Can you give me asylum? Or are we looking at people they allow to come out?
Well, almost all Chinese that show up at the border are going to claim some kind of government persecution.
Okay.
Because our asylum system, the way it's written, gets them entry right away into the American interior, and they're never going to leave.
I see.
They'll get into years-long lines. So all of them are going to claim that.
Okay.
That's just guaranteed. They're all going to claim asylum, and most everyone will get to stay.
Okay. All right. Now, so Todd, broadly speaking, we're speaking to our collegians. It's our Collegians Summit, and our college students, all different ages within their or grades or years in school. But broadly, describe what's happened at the border in the last, say, year and a half. That the reason why it's an open border is because the people that come can make a certain claim, which is then allows them automatically in. I mean, describe, sort of broadly, because we're not seeing popular coverage that breaks it down. You're seeing every now and then you'll see a coverage of in Europe you'll see a ship that goes down with migrants on it, and then here you'll see some sort of tragic coverage. But broadly, what does the border look like, and why is it like that?
What happened was, for COVID, the Trump administration put in place something called Title 42, which was this instant expulsion. We send you right back to Mexico if we catch you entering illegally. And before that, we were also doing that under several different kinds of Trump policies that worked very well to reduce the numbers of people who were trying to cross illegally. And then what happened was something very momentous. The Biden administration, on its very first day in office, opened up these huge exemptions to Title 42 pushbacks for families. Anybody that came in with a child that was 7 years or younger was granted automatic entry into the country. And that set off a massive torrent, an unprecedented flood of, guess what? Family units, family groups from all over the world. And then the administration also opened up another separate exemption for unaccompanied minors. And so lo and behold, we've had 400,000, unaccompanied minors. Everybody sent their kid or called for their kid, or if the kid wasn't under the age of 7 to get under the family exemption, the family would cross in with the kid that was under 7 and send the teenager around the other way to claim that they were an unaccompanied minor, and that way everybody got in. And then lastly, they opened up a massive exemption for pregnant women or postpartum women. So pregnant women you started seeing them all, out to here, pouring over the border. That constituted, just those three categories, constituted the bulk of the millions of people that then just poured through the border. They were guaranteed entry. If you were guaranteed entry, you're laying your $10,000 in smuggling money down. You're going to get in, you're going to pay it back. But while we were busy with processing all of those guaranteed entries, we left the border unguarded. And so the number of runners spiked, people that might not have been able to get in if they gave up, presented themselves. And so they poured in by the hundreds of thousands. And we have that aspect of the border crisis too. 1.7 million runners became gotaways into the American interior, mainly because they were incentivized by another policy, which was that we eliminated interior deportation for the first time ever in American history. They realized that if they could just get past the 100-mile mark, which was easy because the Border Patrol were processing in everybody else and there was nobody there. So so that's the general, the give ups and then the runners over here. And that's why we have had about 5.5 million people actually enter the United States in the last couple of years.
Todd Bensman is our guest. He's the Senior National Security Fellow over at Center for Immigration Studies, CIS.org. His book is Overrun, How Joe Biden Unleashed the Greatest Border Crisis in U.S. History, from Post Hill Press. We solicited questions from our Eagle leaders as well as the collegians coming in, Todd, and I got this question 2 or 3 times, once on the phone and a couple times in emails, on the reality of the trafficking question. We hear it a lot. You just described unaccompanied minors. Unaccompanied minors are like an advertisement for victimization, right? I mean, no matter what, boys or girls, if you're that young, you're going to be manipulated, you're going to be possibly preyed upon. If you have any resources, money, your parents or somebody gives you a wallet full of money, whatever. But what's the reality here? I mean, if the cartels are running the border, and as you mentioned, you have to pay the mules or pay the cartels, is that... young people, especially college campuses, lots of conversations on sexual trafficking and all. What is the reality at the border?
Well, remember, trafficking is different than smuggling.
Okay.
Smuggling involves people who are volunteers. They are paying for a service to be brought over the border. Trafficking is involuntary. That means that you are being brought in against your will, or that you're being brought in under some sort of coercion to maybe pay off a debt or to be exploited for labor or sex. That most certainly happens. It's a lot of it is very hidden. You can't see it very readily until there's a prosecution. Lately, we have had a lot of minors who have been, because they're guaranteed entry under the policies of the Biden administration, once they get in, often they are diverted into, we've seen a big New York Times expose on this, Wall Street Journal, et cetera, that they will be forced into jobs where they are, having to do, sort of hard manual labor and poultry farms or on the floors of automobile manufacturing companies, and they're being used as kind of human slaves in a way. They don't get very much money. They're paying back debts that are constantly rising by dint of interest on the debt owed, quote unquote. And so there's a lot of that happening right now, and a huge amount of it coming. We haven't seen we've just barely cracked the surface. And then the other issue is that, so many unaccompanied minors are being lured over the border by this, like you get in automatically, that unsavory foster parents or foster families get in line to take these kids. There's very little follow-up by DHS for investigation. Nobody's checking up to make sure that the foster families are real. And so you're ending up with pedophiles and sex traffickers that are pressing these kids into sexual slavery and that sort of thing. And we keep finding cases of those. It'll be many years of that, of those kind of cases from this point forward. You'll be seeing that all the time, every year for the next decade.
Todd Bensman's our guest. Again, his book is Overrun, How Joe Biden Unleashed the Greatest Border Crisis in U.S. History, Post Hill Press. Todd, the theme of our Collegians Summit has been the power of patriotism. If you pull back, I mean, I know you're an investigative journalist, but if you pull back and talk about and think about America, and think about sort of, as I said to somebody, patriotism, I talked earlier in the summit, patriotism is not just feel good about America or feel good about your country. It's feel good about your country, America, and be in relationship to other people. That the patriotism has a sort of, community aspect. When you pull back and look at this, I know you're somebody that has as much interest as a person, as a man, in the people you're talking to, whether they're migrants or Americans, illegal or Americans. But pulling back and thinking about our American nation and the notion of patriotism, how are you feeling? What's your sense? What's the future look like?
Well, I guess probably I have two tracks of thinking about that. One is that the question of allowing people into the country, foreign nationals into the country, has always been one that the American voters have a say in. We have a say in who gets to join our country through Congress, in our laws, and through voting for a president who listens to the people about how many people they want in and who they want in, and all of those kind of policy questions. And in this case, we're in a period where the American people were never consulted about whether the administration, that the Biden administration, was going to let in millions and millions and millions of people. And there's an impact, there's a transformative impact of having that many people coming in over the southern border on a wide variety of quality of life issues. That's why our leaders go to the U.S. public to ask for permission to do things like this. And they were never asked for permission for this. The administration is just doing it against the will of the American people, according to all polling. Democrats and Republicans alike are not good with this. And they're just doing it anyway against the will of the people. And I find that very unpatriotic. That is very un-American. That is not what this country is all about. We ask our people for permission to do things like this historically. And one last thing about that is, we have laws that were passed by Congress, the will of the people, that require detention, deportation, deterrence. And this administration decided that it would decouple itself from those laws, that we would ignore those laws. And there was no permission granted for ignoring the INA, the Immigration and Nationalization Act. And then secondly, on the question of patriotism is, all countries have, and just interrupt me if I'm over.
Please, I was about to tell you that I thought there was 2 tracks, and I was waiting for the second track. So I'm glad we're getting the train on the second track. Go ahead, hit it.
This is the second track.
I'm like a student with a professor. I'm like, I think he said there's 2 points. I wrote down the first one. All right, here's the second one. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, track number 2 is that all nations, there's inherent in nationality and sovereignty that we have controlled borders, that it's just a given throughout human history of nation states that you have controlled borders, you have sovereign borders. It's a sovereign duty on behalf of the people who live inside that you will control your borders. And all countries of the world do this, and all countries that have ever existed, really in modern times anyway, I think even all the way down to ancient times, that have very carefully upheld that duty to control your borders, except in one instance in history, and that is in the era that we live in now and in the United States, where our sovereign duty to protect our borders, to stop incursions, is just abrogated completely to an extent never before seen in the American experience or world experience. Nobody does this. And that is, again, incredibly unpatriotic and also un-American. It's unpatriotic in general. It'd be unpatriotic for France, for the UK, for anybody to do this. So that's my second track.
There you go.
About that.
Good. Todd Bensman, listen, and I should tell our viewers, if you're in college, you've got a class on these subjects, this book, Overrun, it's actually been excerpted everywhere, it feels like to me, Todd. New York Post and Washington Examiner and parts of each chapter. And it's very well laid out to understand the problem, understand what's going on. I wish you would be out of work, that this would all be solved. But as you've taught me, I don't think we're going to have any real change or resolution until after the next election. And then hopefully there'll be a change of leadership in the House, the Senate, and the executive branch that will decide together to change things up. So Todd Bensman, Overrun is the book. Thanks very much, Todd. As always, be careful down there on the border, and we'll look forward to, I talk to you regularly on the radio show, so I'm sure I'll talk to you again soon. And thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, anytime.
All right, Todd Bensman, everybody. Again, Phyllis Schlafly Collegians, our summit here. He's a great resource. I encourage people to get that book and go to CIS.org and check out more. And we'll be on to the next in just a moment. Welcome back. Great to be together. Phyllis Schlafly Eagles Collegians Summit. We were just talking off the air. Mike Davis is our next guest. He himself has been a practicing lawyer in the private sector. He has worked in all three branches of the government. He clerked for the U.S. Supreme Court. He worked at the highest level for the Senate Judiciary Committee and worked in the White House and has been involved now the last 15 or so years in almost all of the, I'd even just say Republican, but certainly conservative efforts on judges, on policy stuff. We got a lot to talk about with Mike. And also, we were talking off the air, he knows how Washington is. He was asking if many of the interns are interning on the Hill. There's a bunch of those, but our collegians are all over the country too. Mike Davis, I mentioned all of his background. Also, he's the founder and the head of the Article 3 Project, article3project.com. I think I got it right, Mike. So welcome back, Mike. How are you?
Doing well, and thank you, Ed, and welcome to all the college students.
Yeah, thanks. Well, this must be like, it must be a dream come true for you because, I only half kidding, because there's litigation. Donald Trump keeps getting indicted. People want to fight about it, and Mike Davis hasn't ever passed a good brawl and not joined in some form. So when you're watching this, Mike, again, you're a very highly trained, accomplished lawyer. I'm not kidding. At the highest level, clerk for the U.S. Supreme Court. But watching this, I remember you telling me on the radio how appalling it was to have a leak from the Supreme Court last spring, and now we have basically the legal system and the prosecutors just kind of ganging up on Trump. Get Trump. I mean, it's not a good moment.
No, this is lawfare. This is lawfare by the Democrat Party to try to take out President Trump as a presidential candidate through the legal system because the Democrats fear they can't beat Trump in November. And they have a good reason to fear that because there's a new Rasmussen poll out showing that President Trump is handily beating President Biden by like 6 points. And so we see the lawfare in several different places. New York's Alvin Bragg, the Soros-funded Manhattan DA, started the lawfare. They indicted Trump, the first time a former president has been indicted. Alvin Bragg indicted Trump for the non-crime of a businessman trying to settle a nuisance claim. And Alvin Bragg tried to bootstrap this and turn it into a federal felony for campaign finance violations, which is just absurd. The prior Manhattan DA, the Federal Election Commission, the prior Manhattan U.S. Attorney, and Alvin Bragg himself declined to prosecute this bogus legal theory. And then Matthew Colangelo came from the number 3 office in the Justice Department, a political hitman, to Alvin Bragg's office, and they resurrected this zombie case and indicted Trump. So that's part one of their lawfare. Part two is Jack Smith. Jack Smith just indicted a former president for the non-crime of a former president having his presidential records in the office of former president, which is allowed under the Presidential Records Act. That's why Congress gives former presidents federally funded office space, the office of the former president, secure space, federally funded staff with security clearances and Secret Service protection. And then another part of this is they're going to try to indict Trump probably sometime in August down in Georgia, Fulton County, Georgia, with this other Democrat prosecutor, Fani Willis, who's going to indict Trump for the non-crime of objecting to a presidential election, which is allowed by the Electoral Count Act of 1887. It's also allowed by the First Amendment. You can twist arms politically. And if it's a crime to object to a presidential election, the Democrats would be in prison for 1969, 2001, 2005, and 2017. It's only a crime to object to presidential elections in third world Marxist hellholes. And Jack Smith is also looking at a piece of that. So that's what we are. Democrats can't beat Trump in November of 2024, so they're simply going to try to put him in prison for the rest of his life.
But Mike, if you're out there and you're a student, you're a college student, like you don't have as many years of watching this, and you're seeing this for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. It's been going on. The press has been out of control in terms of being biased, and now it's not just like some goofy. I'm from St. Louis. Our St. Louis prosecutor in the city, she just quit. I mean, finally Gardner was going to be removed and she quit. She was clearly out of sync. And you're like, man, how could they elect that? But then you look around and you're like, people elect local officials that are sometimes really, out to lunch. This is the Department of Justice. Like, this is supposed to be where I guess it's like when we used to say when growing up, the FBI, if somebody's dad was an FBI agent, you're like, oh, that's impressive. Now you're like, I don't know, that guy may or may not be a good guy. I mean, we've fallen a long way, and how does the system hold together if you can't have jury trials that aren't completely biased? If you can't, I mean, that trial up in New York, a civil trial against Trump, the civil jury came and said she did not prove that she was a victim of the action by Trump. That's what they voted together, the jury. Then they said, however, we're going to give her money for him saying he didn't do it. I mean, at a certain point, we've lost any semblance of a legal system.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. We've crossed the Rubicon with these indictments. They're so Trump deranged in the Democrat Party, and really a large element of the Republican Party in D.C. is so Trump deranged. They hate Trump because he's not a globalist. He doesn't believe in flooding our borders with illegal economic migrants. He does not believe in free trade agreements that hurt American jobs. He does not believe in sending other people's money and kids to go fight the globalist wars. And so the uniparty in D.C. hates Trump. And remember, with the Democrats, this is not our parents' or grandparents' Democrat Party. These are not liberals who love America and just disagree with conservatives on the best way to get there. These are leftist. These are Marxist. They hate America. They hate free speech. They believe in censorship. They hate equality. They believe in equity. They hate due process. They believe in Me Too justice, weaponized and politicized justice systems. And for them, the ends justify the means at all cost. And their ends is power. That's all they care about is power. And so that's what we're up against. We're not up against a fair fight here. These are people who are willing to corrupt our justice system to put their enemies in prison like they do in third world Marxist hellholes.
Mike Davis, our guest, he's the head of the founder and head of the Article 3 project, Article 3, the number 3project.com. I've been involved in all these different battles. We're asking our collegians in preparation for the summit questions. One of them actually came from one of our Eagles who teaches a lot of students. So it's, I guess technically she's not a collegian, but I'm still going to ask you, what about the fact that there are prominent Republicans? Bill Barr spent the weekend on every show basically condemning Trump and, I mean, disagreeing point blank with you on the assessment of the Presidential Records Act and all this stuff. Again, it's almost disorienting to see, the lack of any kind of coherence. What gives with guys like Barr?
Bill Barr is better because Trump fired him, and Bill Barr does not want Trump to be the nominee or the president of the United States, and that's very clear. And so he like Joe Biden, like Merrick Garland, like Jack Smith, Garland's handpicked special prosecutor. Bill Barr is going to put his head in the sand and pretend like the Presidential Records Act does not exist. Under the Presidential Records Act, any record created or received by the president or his White House staff becomes a presidential record. And that includes classified records from the CIA or other intel agencies advising the president of the United States. And under the Presidential Records Act, those you can handle them in one of two ways. They're either, when he leaves office, they're either personal records that belong to him under the Clinton sock drawer case from 2012.
Wait, Mike, tell everybody, that gets thrown around so much. Again, college students, they weren't even born. Clinton was already out of office for years, many of them, math. Yeah, many, all of them. So what's that case, Clinton sock drawers? It's actually very interesting because it was Clinton, and I will let the record reflect, I suggested to Stephen Miller at the beginning of the Trump administration that they get a chronicler like what Clinton did. Clinton had somebody come into the White House or into the executive residence, and he spoke to him on audio tape for hours and hours and hours as an oral history. I forget his name right now, the author, who it was a best-selling book. But tell us what the Clinton socks or the sock drawer or what the heck it is. I thought the cat was named Socks, but go ahead. Tell us what that means for our students.
So before the Presidential Records Act was passed in the 1970s, presidential records were personal property of the president, and he can do with them whatever he wanted. And after Nixon got chased out of office, He was trying to sell his presidential records. He won a big court case on this where the court said, yes, these are the president's personal records. So Congress passed the Presidential Records Act. And the Presidential Records Act for presidents going forward said that presidential records, like we said, are records created or received by the president or his White House staff. And under the Presidential Records Act, they're government's property if they're presidential records. But under the statute, under the Presidential Records Act, the president can access his presidential records anytime he wants. But under this Clinton sock drawer case, President Clinton got caught with 8 years of highly classified audio recordings of his presidency, 79 audio tapes. And he took them from the White House when he left, and he stuffed them in his sock drawer. And this Obama.
I got a lot of stuff in my sock drawer. I mean, I'm sure you do, Mike. You got like I don't know, cufflinks in there, a couple of pocket knives. Probably a guy like you got like a couple of handguns. There's a lot in your sock drawer. Go ahead, keep going.
I have a lot of guns. I need them. But, so on this Clinton sock drawer case, remember this was the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations who taped these tapes, who recorded this. She's the one who ran this system, so it was clear.
Right, it's a woman. There's a woman's name. She's still around now, right?
Yeah. So she ran this taping system. These are clearly presidential records under the Presidential Records Act. This Obama judge held back in 2012 when Tom Fitton at Judicial Watch sued to get these records. This Obama judge held that the mere fact that the president took these records when he left office and he didn't turn them in and affirmatively designate them as presidential records, that made them personal records under the Presidential Records Act that he owns. So he can have them, no one else can have them. That same case should apply to President Trump. When he left office and he took copies of his presidential records, not the originals, copies other than maybe his love letter with the North Korean dictator, these are his personal records under the Presidential Records Act, and no one has the right to have them. It doesn't matter whether they're classified or not. These are in the secure office of the former president. But even if they want to ignore this Clinton sock drawer case because it's Trump and everyone's Trump deranged, including Bill Barr, including Andy McCarthy, the uniparty Republicans in D.C. who have not probably stepped outside of D.C. or New York in the last 20 years, other than in their bubbles. So even if these are not personal records under the Clinton sock drawer case, these are presidential records that the president has. The former presidents have the absolute right under the Presidential Records Act. Both the former president and their representatives can access their presidential records anytime they want. And so for Biden to charge Trump with espionage and try to put him in prison to die over a fight with librarians and other bureaucrats over the Presidential Records Act is absurd. There's not even a criminal component to the Presidential Records Act. Yes, we do have two systems of justice as it relates to presidents and former presidents and their records and everyone else.
By the way, the author, and this Taylor Branch was a famous biographer of MLK, Martin Luther King Jr., and then he had this audio tapes he was recording with Clinton over and over. That's the case. Mike Davis, our guest. Mike, where does this go? Like, what, practically, you've got a president indicted, or former president indicted, presidential candidate, the front runner indicted. Are we headed to a constitutional crisis where somebody's trying to hold a trial in September of the election year and keep the president off the trail? Realistically, I'm not as experienced in some of the details of these cases as you are, but realistically, you don't usually get a trial. If you want to delay a trial, especially with national security implications, you wouldn't get this tried within a year or a year and a half. So where are we headed with this stuff?
Well, I mean, it's the defendant who has the right to a speedy and public trial, not the government. Right. So that's number one. Right. Judge Cannon got Trump got the luck of the draw with Judge Cannon, Judge Eileen Cannon, because she's a fair judge down in Florida, and she's not going to be cowed. She's a Cuban. Her family fled government dictators, and so she understands government overreach very well. So you're going to have a good judge. Hopefully, you'll have a fair jury pool that's a lot better than what you're going to get in Washington, D.C. or New York or one of these other Trump deranged venues. And so I think that Judge Cannon's going to ensure that Trump gets a fair trial. I bet you anything that the jury's not going to find him guilty. It's either going to be an exoneration or a hung jury. I doubt they're going to be able to get this trial done before the presidential election in November of 2024. You have to get security clearances for the lawyers on the case. You have to get jurors who are impartial. You have to go through the Classified Information Protection Act, the CIPA Act, when you're dealing with these sensitive documents. This is not going to get resolved before the 2024 election. And frankly, the American people simply need to resolve this in November of 2024, because if Trump wins, he can dismiss this case or pardon himself, and then we're done with this nonsense.
Mike, I was at an event last fall. A friend of mine hosted near my house for a guy running for Congress, and the guest speaker was Bob McDonnell. Bob McDonnell was the governor of Virginia, and he was targeted by an effort to use the law. There was a law that existed to use the law. I think it's called honest services. Maybe you can fill in the blanks here, where they basically said, you're the sitting governor. We know you got gifts from people. We know that was allowed, but we think that that was untoward enough that it led to X and Y. We can't prove that you did, P because you got X, but we're going to throw it all at and they convicted him. And McDonnell, who had been a rising star, had a military career before he was governor, his career ended, and then 5 years later, on appeal, eventually the Supreme Court threw all of it out. And I think there was overlapping with some of the prosecutors that are in the matter now, but that's another part of this. A lot of this feels like it would be thrown out someday, even if there was a conviction, because it's clearly contrived to focus on a political player. Is that right? And am I getting some of the overlap correct?
Well, the biggest overlap, it was Jack Smith,
right,
who was the prosecutor in McDonnell's case. Jack Smith is the Democrat operative who is brought in to take out Republican presidential candidates. And like you said, Ed, Jack Smith did this with Governor Bob McDonnell in a bogus legal theory of fraud, just like Jack Smith's bogus legal theory under the Espionage Act against President Trump, where Jack Smith's going to ignore the Presidential Records Act, just ignore it, where the president has the right to either own or have his presidential records under the Presidential Records Act. So how the hell can that be espionage for unlawful retention of documents the president is allowed to own or have under the Presidential Records Act? Jack Smith got reversed 8-0 by the Supreme Court. It's really, really hard to do. That is, on a criminal conviction, to get reversed first of all, for the Supreme Court to even take it is hard, let alone to get reversed unanimously. It would have been 9-0, but Justice Scalia passed away before the ruling issued. But guess what? The damage was already done. Bob McDonnell's was ruined.
Right.
And that's their play again with Trump. They don't care if the Supreme Court actually upholds their conviction or reverses it. The damage will be done is their play. And they'll take out President Trump as a presidential contender in November of 2024.
Mike Davis, where can people go to find out more about your work? On Twitter, Mike Davis got a great Twitter feed, and you can follow him there. It's incredible for such a brilliant guy. His Twitter feed is ridiculous. It's at MRDDMIA. We'll put it up on our, make sure it's on the Chiron and other places. But where else do you encourage people to follow you, Mike?
That is an old Twitter handle that I can't change, and Ed gives me crap about that. It's at Article 3 Project, at Article number 3 Project on Getter Twitter Truth, along with my personal, what Ed just said, my initials in Des Moines, Iowa. And then it's at article3project.org, article3project.org. If you want to volunteer, hit us up, and we'll put you to work.
Okay, great. Hey, thanks, Mike Davis. He's in there, and he's got a number of threads on his Twitter feed that are kind of explainers on these key issues. Jack Smith's background, some of the law here, very worthwhile. So thanks, Mike. We appreciate it. Thanks for your efforts for everybody, but also for the collegians on the summit here. So we're grateful. We will take a quick break. Phyllis Schlafly Collegians 2023 continues in a moment. Welcome back to the Phyllis Schlafly Collegians Summit. We're just wrapping things up, and I want to say thank you. Thank you for participating and being a part of this effort, and also thank you to our many guests, so many people who contributed. I hope you enjoyed the effort that we undertook to look at all these different issues. One of the things that we sit down in the months before Collegians and we look and say, what are the issues that are coming up? How do we match them with members of Congress or policy leaders who can come in and talk about that? You know, we talked to Mike Howell, I think, was that the first one? It seems like days ago now. Mike Howell talking about oversight, and a whole set of people who are focused on making sure that the oversight function of our U.S. Congress is functioning well, kind of holding their feet to the fire, and down all the way through all those other speakers. So we are very grateful to spend this time together and grateful for all those who contributed. You know, one of the things that the late Phyllis Schlafly, our boss, our mentor, the founder of our effort, and really the founder of the conservative movement in America, one of the things that she was masterful at doing was identifying the problems, identifying the key policy areas, applying the principles of conservatism and America to those issues and those problems and policies. And then, very importantly, not just griping about it, but what's the future? What are the ways we can fix it? What are the possibilities going forward? How can you solve the problems? And we had a lot of discussion tonight about a lot of different issues. And usually, I hope we got to the point of saying to these great experts and these leaders, what do we do about it? Okay, you said, Hugh Brown, we're talking about pro-life. Well, Roe v. Wade is gone. What are you going to do about it, right? How are you going to address Planned Parenthood getting hundreds of millions of dollars? You know, Congressman Barry Loudermilk, who's in charge of the Capitol Police. Okay, what are you going to do about it? People don't believe the system's working, and on down through all of our different issues. And so we're very grateful. I hope you saw that, and we want to encourage you in your studies as well as in your activism in your schools or otherwise to take a look at these issues that we covered and also how we approached it. So we're very encouraged by that. So let me finish by saying thank you, especially to Ryan Haidt, our communications director, does a phenomenal job on our website in everything we're doing. If you go to phyllisschlafly.com, you can sign up for our email list. He makes sure that happens. You can go look at our YouTube channel. He makes sure that happens. You can look at the myriad of writings of Phyllis Schlafly, from her essays and columns to her books. All of that is available on our website, and Ryan manages that. So anyway, tonight we say thank you to him for a great success of the Collegians effort online, and especially getting your comments. We thank you for that. We had some great interns. Right now, Maria's with us here. Edward, we thank our interns for contributing to this effort. A lot of staffers for our speakers also helped get them here. It's sort of an unsung thing, so we say thank you to them. Let me complete this by saying to you two offers. One offer to you is that we can be a resource. We can either be a connector to the people you saw today. If you saw Catherine Engelbrecht and you said, I got to work with somebody like that, we can connect you to her and her organization. If you saw some policy issue and you said, I really want to get involved in the immigration issue and I really want to find out more about how that works, we can connect you. We want to be a resource for you in your studies, in your college activism, whatever it is. So our offer to you is we're available. phyllisschlafly.com. Our phone numbers, our emails are all there. You can be in touch, and we'll help you any way we can. And the other thing I wanted to offer to you is our encouragement to stay focused in your faith. We heard Catherine Engelbrecht, I think, was say pray, stay in prayer. That's so important. At the center of who we are as a nation, pick your faith background. It doesn't have to be one or the other, but certainly you heard Dominik Tarczyński mention it. The part of patriotism is the binding together around our beliefs, our shared beliefs, and one of those is in God. And so I hope that you'll be encouraged to stay close to God, stay close to your faith tradition, and stay close in prayer. And we, our Eagles, we gather each week at 10 a.m. Central Time on Fridays on the phone, and we gather for prayer, a 30-minute prayer period. You're always welcome to join us, but we will be praying for you, for the young people, and for the future of our nation. So again, in this time of so much going in and out and up and down in our lives, we know there's a lot going on. We're grateful to have some time with you. So on behalf of all the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles and our Collegians Summit, we thank you. God bless you, and we'll talk to you again soon.